Tory. I'm the Mayor of the City of Toronto, and I'm the Chair of the Executive Committee, and the Clerk has confirmed that we do have quorum for this, the 18th meeting of the Executive Committee, and so I will call it to order and welcome everyone to the meeting, virtually, of course. There's only a corporal's guard of us here in Committee Room 1 at City Hall. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference, so they'll be able to participate and answer questions and participate as they normally do. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate as well online, electronically, and you can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience as we have, and it's worked out quite well with the odd technical problem that arises or any delays that sometimes will happen when we're trying to get people online to make their deputations or otherwise to answer questions. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. The City Clerk has provided all agenda materials via CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal, and Clerk's IT staff will be available to our meeting participants to help with any problems you have with your devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe and listen to members of council, members of the committee, and others as they participate in the debate and vote on the different items. Members of the committee, I would ask you as well to keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and please make sure that your video is turned on because it's the only way we know to determine that you are in attendance at the meeting minute by minute. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or to speak, and I will then in turn create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask members to ensure that they turn on their video and to raise their hands to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email, and staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. I see we do have this morning already a couple of visiting members of council, members of council who are not members of the Executive Committee who are attending the meeting today. I encourage you to turn on your video so that I'll know you're present, and we'll make sure to give you an opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak, which you're entitled to do, of course, first, the way we proceed with these meetings. This will also assist the clerk staff in recording attendance for the meeting. Although we're in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. So it has come that time when I'm asking the members if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic. And of course, there's a form that has to be filled out to accompany your declaration of any interest. Are there any interests? I'll just look at the screen here. And I see no hands being raised. I see nobody. I see some people even helpfully shaking their head. So that being done, we will then move to ask for a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting held on October the 21st, 2020. May I have a movement of that?
Ainsley.
Councillor Ainsley moves approval of the minutes. I'll get the screen back. There we go. You've seen the motion. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. So let's proceed with the agenda review. The first item is item EX 18.1, the Surface Transit Network Plan Update. There is a staff report with a recommendation. We have speakers registered on this item, so I'll hold it down. The next item is item EX 18.2, Modern TO Workplace Modernization Program Business Case and Implementation Plan Update. There is a staff report with a recommendation. There is one speaker registered, so I will hold that down. The next item is EX 18.3, Update on Metrolinx Transit Expansion Projects, 4th quarter 2020. There is a staff report with recommendations, and there are speakers registered, so I will hold that down. The next item is EX 18.4, Update on Nathan Phillips Square Bike Station. This item was deferred at our October meeting. There's a staff report with a recommendation. Would anybody like to hold this item down?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor? Holding it down. Okay. Thank you. The next item is EX 18.5, Property Taxes 2021 Interim Levy Bylaw. There is a staff report with recommendations, fairly routine in terms of a year-by-year thing we have to do, but would anybody like to hold this item down? Francis, you're moving approval, Francis? Sorry, we just can't hear you. I think I see you saying yes. Nod your head.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Then I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item EX 18.6, Data for Equity Strategy Supporting Equitable Services, Equity Priorities, Performance Measurement, and Accountabilities. There is a staff report with recommendations. Does anyone want to hold this item down?
Thompson.
Councillor Thompson will hold it down. All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Please.
The next item is item 18, EX 18.7, Proactive Response to Support Indigenous Children, Youth, and Families in Crisis. This is a letter from the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee with a recommendation. Would anyone like to hold this item down? May I have a motion then on moving the recommendation? Councillor
moved, Ainsley.
Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, as well. I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item EX 18.8, Indigenous Community Safety and Mental Health Responses in Toronto. Again, a letter from the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee with a recommendation. Anyone want to hold this item down? Otherwise, I'll ask for someone to move the recommendation.
Ainsley, I'd like to hold it.
Councillor Ainsley to hold it? You want to hold it, Councillor
Yes,
Ainsley?
please.
Okay, done. Thank you so much. Next is
Yes,
item
please.
EX 18.9, Waterfront Neighbourhood Centre Revised Records Retention Schedule Report. This is a letter from the Waterfront Neighbourhood Centre with a recommendation. I think it seems fairly straightforward, but there may be somebody who wishes to hold it. Anybody? Otherwise, may I have someone move the recommendation? I see Councillor Crawford. Oh, Councillor, there's Deputy Mayor Thompson moving the recommendation. Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Next is item EX 18.10, CD 6.6, TO Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy. This is an administrative inquiry and an answer that the City Council considered at its meeting on September the 30th. Held by Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Pasternak to hold.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Item next is item EX 18.11, Preserving Ranked Ballot Elections. This is a referral of a member motion from City Council with a recommendation. We have the mover of that motion at City Council with us and also one speaker registered, so I will hold it down. The next item is item EX 18.12, Manual for Stewardship in Public Ravines and Natural Areas. This is a letter from Councillor Pasternak with a recommendation. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold that down. The next item is EX 18.13, Transportation Services 2020 Capital Budget and 2020 to 2029 Adjustments. This is a letter from the Budget Committee with a recommendation. Is there anyone who wants to hold this item down? Otherwise, then I'll ask the Budget Chief to move the recommendation from the Budget Committee, and I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item EX 18.14, Arena Boards of Management 2018 Operating Surpluses Deficits Settlement. This is a letter from the Budget Committee with recommendations. Is there anyone who wants to hold this item down? Otherwise, again, I'll ask the Budget Chair to move the recommendations. So moved. I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item EX 18.15, Association of Community Centres Settlement of Operating Results for the year ended 2018. Again, a letter from the Budget Committee with a recommendation. Anyone wishes to hold this item down? Then again, I'll ask for the Budget Chair has moved the recommendation. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item EX 18.16, Voluntary Separation Program, Toronto Public Library. This is again a letter from the Budget Committee with a recommendation. Anyone wishing to hold this item down? Not seeing anyone, I'll ask the Budget Chair again to move this recommendation.
Yep, so moved.
So moved. Call the question. All those in favour? Not a single hand going up, so I need your help here. Work with me, people. All right. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Next item is item EX 18.17, Deer Park Library Potential Turnover Agreement. Again, a letter from the Budget Committee with recommendations. Anyone wishing to hold this item or ask questions? Okay. If not, then I'll ask the Budget Chair if he'll move the recommendation. So moved. I'm assuming. All right, all those in favor?
Absolutely. Moved.
Opposed? In favor? Got sort of low energy. We need to take your Wheaties. You're still at home, you can take your Wheaties. Have your Wheaties. It's fine. Carried. Okay. So, if I can just get my papers organized for a second here, I think that then brings us back to the beginning of the agenda, and it would bring us first to then to EX 18.1 Surface Transit Network Plan Update, and we have 4 speakers, and so I would propose to call on them first, and then of course we'll have questions of staff and move on from there. And so if you could help me, do we have Austin Jaffrey on the line? Not present, okay. We'll call to Austin Jaffrey later. Keethi Sekamuran Navaratnam is that deputy is on the line. May I ask you to go ahead, please?
Yes, I'm on the line. Thank you.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes, and you're most welcome at the Executive Committee. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Keethi Sekamuran Navaratnam. I live in Malvern in Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today on the Surface Transit Network Plan update. Prior to the pandemic, I was taking bus on Finch Avenue East and Markham Road. Most of the time, the buses are crowded and or caught in traffic. I am delighted by the proposal to implement bus priority measures on many of the routes, including Finch and Markham. However, the plan is ludicrously slow. An equitable transit improvement is long overdue for our city and our neighborhoods. I urge you to implement transit priority on the proposed transit corridors without any delay. While the mayor's definition of delay may not anything less than 5 years, I urge you to speed up the implementation of transit priority measures, be it bus lanes, signal priority, better bus stop, and many more. Transit riders deserve their dignity and have the right to demand for an efficient, reliable, and accessible transit system. It does not make sense at all to roll out a plan virtually in the next decade when the public wants transit improvements as pandemic response immediately. What's the point of giving one a sunglass after they are blind? Ask yourself for a second, what are we doing differently with regard to transit during this pandemic? And are we doing enough? We are continuing to study and release reports, and residents like myself are continuing to depute. There are lessons to learn from your counterparts here in home as well as in North America, like New York City and Boston. There are reasons to be bold. Looking at the Eglinton East bus corridor, it's estimated that there will be operating cost saving of $2.5 million per year and one-time capital cost savings of $6.3 million. So when are we really going to address the issue of overcrowding on buses instead of one bus lane here and a signal priority there? When are we going to make our transit system efficient and accessible? I urge you to take bold decisions that are forward-thinking. By the next decade, the population of the Greater Toronto Area will be 8 million. There is no excuse to say no to accelerate the plan for the transit priority. Many of the proposed transit routes serve the neighborhoods that are hit hard by the COVID-19 virus. The piecemeal approach to transit planning, like prioritizing certain routes over others, does not make any difference in the public health perspective. Essential workers do not have the privilege of working from home, and access to safe and reliable transit is all what they need. The COVID-19 spread in the city has been somewhat alarming, but transit priority measures, including bus lanes, bring many benefits in the public health front. Because faster and reliable bus service will reduce the exposure time in the transit. If you are delaying the implementation of this plan, then ask yourself, who are you helping? The city stands to benefit from the implementation of bus lanes and priority measures across the city as they help achieve our poverty reduction, and climate goals, among many. Many of us have experiences being stuck in bus or waiting for a bus in a snowy winter. Neighborhoods like Malvern, where I live, and Rouge in the northeast of Scarborough have one of the highest number of COVID rates. These are the very same neighborhoods that have been shortchanged for far too long when it comes to transit equity. The mayor once proposed to build the Eglinton East LRT to the Malvern Town Centre. The city once decided to build an LRT on Shepherd East, which was later shelved indefinitely. And now we are debating about transit priority measures across city. The problem with transit planning in this city has always been about decision, not studies, not evidence, not funding. How long can you delay these much-needed transit priority improvements on the pretext of funding? It is time to stop making bad and political decisions and be bold and forward-thinking. The city must seize this extraordinary opportunity to speed up bus lanes and transit priority measures across the city. Failing to act upon the right things at desperate time like the pandemic, where many of the proposed routes serve neighborhoods that have become COVID hot zones, would really question the council commitment to equity.
I have to ask you to wrap
closing,
up, sir, if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. In closing, I urge the committee to speed up the implementation of transit priority measures on all proposed routes and add more bus service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Navaratnam. Are there questions of the deputant, starting with members of the council visiting with us? I think, yeah, Councillor Carroll, I see your hand there. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, because you are a member out in that community, and I have received communications. There are some misunderstandings. There is a subway proposed that, while it doesn't go all the way into Malvern, it is proposed by the province and will improve things. There is also a subway proposed on Shepherd, but there is some confusion amongst community members such as yourself that proposing a bus lane to help us survive until we get those higher orders of transit is simply that, a temporary measure, so that you can get some priority transit service until the higher order transit can be built. Are you confident that if council was to consider that bus lane, that we can communicate to people that our ultimate goal is higher order transit to go all the way to Malvern?
My Councillor, that's a great question. My concern here, as the Malvern residents, we have been shortchanged for far too long without any rapid transit improvements. So it's long overdue. So the priority improvements must be made now. Although we are in pandemic and these transit improvements are much of a pandemic response, we have been grappling with these overcrowding and bus delays for far too long.
Yes.
So the council must act. Regardless of whatever the other plan is in the long term, the council must act now to fix the overcrowding and bus delays so that essential workers and those who, like myself, who are willing to take transit in the future would feel more comfortable taking the transit.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there other members of the committee wishing to question the deputy?
Okay. Councillor Ainsley?
I don't see you there. Oh, there you are. Okay, yes, so for sure. Go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. To the deputant, I just wanted to ask the new rapid TL bus lanes that we have from Kennedy up to the University of Toronto Scarborough. Have you been on buses in those lanes?
Yes, I have been there and I have been meeting some of the residents. So I've been taking 116, absolutely.
Okay. And so the whole goal of is to increase the transit time so that you can get to back and forth quicker. Are you finding it quicker?
Absolutely. I actually boarded the bus last time, Morningside at Finch, although most of the time I used 133 and 39 prior to the pandemic. But in the past month, I was taking 116 and boarded the bus at 116 at Morningside and Finch, and it was much better. Because of the dedicated lanes, it has speed up my travel, and it's a very pleasant ride. But although there are still crowding on that route as well.
Okay, and sir, when you say crowding, is the buses are crowded, or do you also feel it's a matter that the buses aren't spaced out enough and you're waiting longer for a bus and so it's more crowded?
In terms of the crowding, whenever I took the transit, I see that people are still sitting next to each other and people are waiting at the bus stops. Because there is only once in a day that I take a bus. If I have to ever go, I can really comment on how frequent the buses come. But whenever I take the buses at the time, I still feel that there needs to be frequent services. So my understanding is that, yes, there should be frequent services to address this overcrowding.
Okay, and on this bus line, are you finding the buses are clumped together, like there's too many coming at one time, or do you feel like they're following the schedule that's posted for their arrival at your bus stop?
But I've seen a number of times that the buses are bunching up. So, and again, as I said, during this pandemic, because I'm working from home and I'm schooling from home, I don't take transit. But as we come out of the pandemic, I would be taking transit as frequently. So my understanding is that there are still some bunching up based on what I see when I took the transit.
Okay, all right. And do you use any of the apps that like, do you use the TTC travel app to plan your route or your time, like when you take the bus?
I used to use those apps, but right now I don't use them because I know the routes well in my head, so I don't use it now. But I used to, yeah, in the first few years I've used some of these apps, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your deputation today. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions of the deputy? Well, Mr. Navaratnam, thank you very much for being with us today and for your very thoughtful deputation. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we just check back at Austin Jaffrey? Any sign of Austin Jaffrey? Okay, we'll keep moving then. Sheila Pazzi Allen is okay. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, we're ready for your deputation. You have 5 minutes. You're welcome to be here, and please go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders, a membership organization of transit users. And for months, transit riders have been raising the alarm about crowded buses. As you've heard already, physical distancing on some routes is now impossible, and this is unacceptable. The plan in front of you today, the Surface Transit Network Plan, is one way that you can quickly increase TTC capacity. And it's a plan to increase reliability and speed of transit on 20 corridors. 10 of them serve neighborhoods with the highest rates of COVID-19, and 8 of them serve bus routes in Toronto's northwest. Everyone agrees this is a very simple and cheap way to improve transit. Other North American cities have installed miles of transit priority as a pandemic response, and the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild has recommended that transit priority be accelerated. But this plan also needs to go hand in hand with increasing service and other safety measures like distributing more masks on buses. So you've received a letter from 16 organizations in Toronto to take the following 5 steps to speed up more equitable and safe transit. The first is to speed up the plan in front of you, the Surface Network Transit Plan, and really prioritize areas that have the highest rates of COVID-19, because it's disproportionately impacting Toronto residents who are Black, people of color, and with low incomes. The next transit priority project is not scheduled until later in 2021, and then the one after that, not until 2023. And that is too late. That is not an urgent pandemic response. The second recommendation is to increase bus service, especially in those areas with high COVID-19 rates and on the Rapid TO routes, because the TTC has more buses to run. It has spare buses, and we need you to put them into service. The Rapid TO on Eglinton East is a great opportunity to increase service frequency, but the number of buses has been reduced. So we don't see this as an opportunity to make cuts. We would like this to be an opportunity to increase service. The TTC has real-time crowding data. We would like that to become public and to know where the run-as directed buses are being deployed. We really have an understanding of what the response is to crowding. The third recommendation is to not remove local bus stops on these priority corridors. And you're going to hear today from residents about why this is a safety issue. There are pedestrian deaths at pedestrian deaths at one of the intersections at Cedar Drive, where bus stops are planned for removal. The snow and ice clearing issue. But what I'd like to note is that, TTC Riders has been contacting local residents and our members about this issue. And somebody, a condo owner at Torrance Road, told me and shared with me written assurance from Councillor Thompson that the bus stop at Torrance Road will stay permanently. Meanwhile, residents at Markham and Eglinton have told that the bus stops at Cedar and Beach Hill will only stay temporarily and that they're being studied. But we all know, you can't study ridership during the pandemic. People are trying to avoid transit as much as possible. Those are the public health orders. So we really think this is not the right way to make transit decisions. The TTC has said they've consulted residents, but we don't think there was ever an intention to keep those local stops. And that's wrong. It's a safety issue. It's an accessibility issue. And the final recommendations we want to make are to distribute more masks on buses. It's great that the masks are starting to be distributed on the bus network, but riders are reporting a lack of compliance and improper use of masks. So it's really about making sure that when people get on a bus, there is a mask they can use if they don't have one. And finally, we would like to see this plan funded in 2021. In conclusion, we're really glad to see this plan. It's a great plan to prioritize transit on 20 routes, but we cannot afford to wait a decade to see it implemented. We need to speed up transit, and we also need to increase bus service because we need to do everything possible to make transit safe, and we know that we can be running more buses right now. Thank you.
Thanks very much for those comments. Do we have members of council or of the committee wishing to question the deputy? I see no questions to be asked, so we'll thank you very much for the deputation and move on. The next deputant, do we have Butterfly Gopal from the Jane Finch Action Against Poverty on the line?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You're most welcome, and you have 5 minutes, and there may be some questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hey. So I'm here today, and thank you for allowing the space to basically speak on behalf of us and our membership here with JFAP, Jane Finch Action Against Poverty. The essential workers who are actually keeping the TTC afloat, who are keeping businesses running, who are allowing the city to still have a level of vibrancy. We're the ones who take the transit, and we're the ones being forgotten. We are being crowded into buses. We have to be waiting at stops when there really isn't enough safe space to actually board in the bus. And let me be specific. I'm speaking in particular about the Jane line, because that is that's a long line that comes through a number of the communities that have been gravely affected by COVID, right? This is also a line that has hospitals, it has schools, it has health centers, it has places and shops and restaurants that are not necessarily being used right now, but some of them are offering services to give food to some people because the community takes care of each other. But we need a bus so that we can actually do what we need to do to keep ourselves employed and keep the city running. We're being hoarded into buses without space. We don't have enough buses to be able to get to our work and or school on time. This plan addresses some measures, but it doesn't do it fast enough. It's not hitting what we actually need. Essential workers need to get to work. We don't need any more cuts to the service. We actually need more buses. When we think of the LRT and rapid TO measures, we don't need to have stops removed. Your rapid systems can bypass those local stops and still have local buses hitting them so that our seniors, our students, our able-bodied individuals or people who have different ableism issues can still be able to maneuver in the city. They presently are having difficulties. We need improved lines. We have high rises, not homes, high rises. That means there's more people in the area than if you just had residential houses. We need more service. We need to be rapid, and we need it to happen today, not in 2023. How do we get you to be on board to make that happen? Because we need your support to be able to push the hand to make this happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for those remarks. We'll just see, we have Councillor Prutz who wants to ask you a question. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you so much, Mayor. To Butterfly, I just want to, a couple of things. So this plan on Jane Street, would eliminate, or at least what they're looking at would eliminate a number of bus stops.
Yep.
Eliminating bus stops on Jane Street, would that make it better or worse for people?
Okay. So let me just clarify as well. My name is actually Audrey Dwyer. I am from JSAP. Because of the registration process, we have to go through Butterfly. So I am here to represent us. So with regards to Jane stops, removing stops, I believe you asked the question, if we remove stops off of Jane, would that be a disservice? The answer is yes.
So
I'm not sure how it can be seen as otherwise.
Right. So eliminating bus stops in a high, as you mentioned, and I apologize. I thought I heard you introduced as Butterfly. I thought you were Butterfly.
Yes. No worries. No worries.
Although I have to tell you, I did note that the voice didn't match the name a bit, and I thought to myself, but you know what? Video may distort it a little bit, so that's why I didn't question it. So I apologize for that.
No problem.
So as you correctly pointed out, on a highly dense, sort of on a dense corridor where you have a lot of apartment buildings and where 30% of the people living there, the commuters, have relatively brisk walks now to bus stops. Eliminating a whole bunch of bus stops along that route for somebody carrying groceries, to and from a bus. That's a long way. That actually adds time to a trip. That doesn't eliminate time on a trip, correct?
And it's also a long way for the people who have the benefits of being able to be able-bodied individuals. We have a lot of people who are in wheelchairs. We have a lot of people who have walkers. Navigating those sidewalks, especially in the wintertime when they're icy and not salted properly, and have covered on them, that causes a challenge. And we are entering into that season, right?
So
do anything but cause more problems.
Right. So while the TTC is looking at an operational efficiency by taking a lane on the existing roadway, they're actually making it more difficult for the commuters themselves to get to buses and to get to bus stops. Correct?
If they do not implement it with the mindset of having local as well as rapid, that is correct. You can have both. We don't need to sacrifice one for the other, and that's the point that I'm stressing here.
Right. So would you? So I guess the question I'm asking you is, would you trade a 5 minute, shaving 5 minutes off the bus trip, one end of the line to the other end of the line that we're talking about, but actually increasing a walk to a bus stop by 10 or 15 minutes? What's the trade-off? Like, what would you rather have?
That wouldn't be a trade-off for you or I to discuss. That would be a trade-off that's been discussed in proper consultation with the community and the community that uses the transit, not the community that benefits from it because they have residences and maybe there might be something of property value. No, the commuters who actually use the transit need to be able to say what they think would be the best way for their transit.
And I understand that. I guess I'm asking you the question as the
reason why I'm saying this very clearly, and I'm going to interrupt you, is because in the Scarborough line, when this happened, and they said this under the guise of consultation, when the residents actually started to see stops being removed, they realized the consultation that they engaged in did not clearly state to them what was going to be removed. So that's the reason why I brought it back to you with regards to consultation. Carry on.
Right. So you want absolute clarity on what exactly they're doing and what's being enhanced and what's being eliminated. So really what I heard you say today is that if they just increase the number of buses currently on Jane Street and try to increase the frequency of them now, that would probably make it better, and not eliminating any stops.
Increased service is what we're asking for.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
More buses, right? And
yes.
Rapid transit or LRT. I'm not sure if it's changed the way, but that's specifically what we want. We do not want a reduction in service. We want service to increase. In particular, during these times, during the pandemic, when we are not been guaranteed any kind of social distancing measures on the transit, you need to put more buses out there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
thanks for speaking to the issue this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Are there others wishing to question this deputant? Okay, well, seeing none, I will thank you so much for your deputation and for your answers to the questions.
Good day.
Appreciate it very much. No sign of Austin Jaffrey? Okay, well then that completes the deputants, and we could move then to questions of staff. Are there questions coming from, okay, we have Councillor McKelvey first, and I assume Councillor Carroll, do you? I'm sorry, you might have Austin Jaffrey? Okay, we'll hang on there.
Yeah, Mayor Tory.
Austin Jaffrey, are you there?
Hi, yep, can you hear me?
Is that Austin Jaffrey?
Yes, it's me. Can you hear me?
Very good. We can hear you loud and clear, and thank you for joining us. And so you have 5 minutes to make your deputation. There may be a question, so you can please go ahead when you're ready.
Awesome, thank you. Good morning. So I'm here today to talk about transit priority. So transit priority, I want to make this very clear. It means, like the previous deputant said, keeping the local bus stops, traffic signal priority for buses, bus-only lanes, and removing on-street parking during some parts of the day. So the goal here is to improve transit and avoid full buses being stuck behind car traffic. So the majority, what I want to say is the majority of proposed bus corridors run through neighborhoods with the highest COVID-19 positivity rates. Quick example, Jane and Finch, where more people of color and Black residents live. So as we know, this is an equity issue. Now the plan is too slow. Jane Street bus lanes will be installed sometime in 2021. Meanwhile, we see that the 35 Jane has been packed from front to back. There's numerous videos and photos on social media of the Jane bus being packed. And then there's no more transit priority corridors until 2023, with just 2 corridors per year until 2031. So I think this is very slow, and the TTC should be adding buses to rapid TO routes, not taking them off. The bus lanes are a chance to dramatically improve service, but unfortunately what we've seen with Eglinton is that they've totally screwed that up. The TTC has removed 21 of 69 local stops on Eglinton East, but they did not put up posters to inform riders of this proposed change. Again, not all the riders on the Eglinton corridor have time to go online to the TTC's website or even check and know about these things. TTC should have been out there at the bus stops at Cedar Drive and Beechill Street talking to residents, particularly low-income residents and seniors who may not have internet access or may not be up to date with going online to check out all this stuff. So this is a safety and accessibility issue. We know that Scarborough has a higher proportion of pedestrian deaths. Snow and ice clearing is not adequate on sidewalks, and I can tell you that taking the TTC for 23 years of my life. The Beechill and Cedar stops will remain temporary while TTC studies ridership. How can TTC study ridership during a pandemic? That won't be accurate. So I'd also like to say that TTC needs to put more mask dispensers on buses. And in terms of, and I literally want to echo exactly what the previous deputant said about Jane. You can have local stops and keep the express and the local service. There is no reason to get rid of so many local stops and have people out walking long distances between each stop. As we've seen by Hayden Poon's analysis with the Eglinton East corridor, the way the TTC did it, it actually violates their own service standards because I think some of the stops were 900 meters apart, which was ridiculous. It made a lot of people in Eglinton angry. So bus lanes are a great way to drastically improve service, but it needs to be done properly. And by consultation, it doesn't mean posting a website online. Consultation means being proactive and going out to the bus stops and talking to people at the bus stops to get their input. Otherwise, it will totally ruin their experience. So when you do bus lanes, do it properly and do it faster. Get them implemented and rolled out and keep the express and the local service and put more service because it's not fair for our frontline workers to be in packed buses where it's impossible to social distance. And I'd also like to say I'm in the Eglinton East ward. I'm in Councillor Ainsley's ward. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your deputation, and we have a question for you from Councillor Carroll.
Sure.
Hi, good morning, Austin.
Good morning.
Austin, I'm interested in your suggestion about consulting by actually going out to the bus stops. It's a new context, social distancing. But in fact, in the old days of the TTC, that actually was how a lot of the consultation for Transit City was initially done, by going out to stand at high volume stops where you could get in touch with the real riders in areas where long commutes mean that getting to evening meetings probably isn't possible. The context here is social distancing. If we're outside and we're standing there with a mask, we can have that conversation. So that's an idea of yours, or are you speaking on behalf of an organization and it's an idea that's been come up with by a collective?
I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders and Scarborough Transit Action. So we actually discussed this as well. It was kind of an idea that I brought up because it is an equity issue to just have consultation online, especially when we know, like, I don't want to stereotype, but when we know a lot of lower income seniors, especially, don't really know how, like my grandma has no idea how to do a TTC consultation online. You know what I mean? So some people would just prefer talking to somebody at the bus stop. So that's why I find that these consultations, the data is very skewed, because if you're not actually getting a real representation of who's riding the bus.
Right. And if we went out to do those consultations, when we did it before, there was a consultation firm that did it back in the day, but they tended to go to high volume stops, because then you could have in an hour you might have 50 or 60 meaningful conversations, but the conversation here is about the in between bus stops that are less frequently used. Is it your understanding that once somebody becomes a regular rider of a route, even though we might be asking the question at a major intersection, are they likely to be able to talk to us really about that route? They travel it. Could they comment on other bus stops and give us a rider's view?
I think maybe a little bit, but I would say, like, for example, a stop like Cedar Drive, which is busy all the time. You know, there's lots of apartments.
Yeah.
There. Like, that's an in-between stop. So why hasn't the residents, you know, who take that stop, maybe TTC has data about how many people, you know, are getting on at each stop. Why can't the consultation be done at Cedar Drive or at Beachill Street, the stops that were proposed to be eliminated? And then also my issue too is that TTC brought back Torrance Road permanently, but that's because the people at Torrance Road made us think about it. So now they have that stop back permanently, but Beachill and Cedar are going to be studied, quote unquote, for 3 months because, you know, maybe the residents didn't know how to, or didn't have the means or accessibility to stand up and speak up for themselves to keep these stops. So 3 months later, if the TTC is like, okay, we're going to get rid of these stops in the middle of winter in a pandemic, I'm sure the customers are going to be so angry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for speaking today.
No problem. Thank you for your questions.
Are there any other questions of this deputy? Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Ainsley?
Yep. Thank you, Austin, for your presentation this morning, or deputation. Do you live at Cedar Drive in Eglinton?
No, I don't live there, but I know people who do live there.
Okay. Because you said you lived in my ward, which is great. Thank you for once again for the deputation this morning.
No problem.
And one of the concerns that I've heard a lot about around Cedar Drive and Beachill and Dale Avenue is the lack of consultation that the TTC did. And I know they put up posters in the bus shelters for all the stops, and they said they sent flyers out to people explaining which stops were going to be removed and when. So do you recall getting a flyer?
No. I do not recall getting that. I didn't see that at all. I know that TTC Riders, the advocacy group, went out and did postering at these stops and did a campaign to save the stops. But I don't know that the TTC actually went out and sent these things to the residents in that area. I know that they did their online consultation that was open for 30 days in September, but that was about it.
Yeah, and I know that from speaking with residents in Cedar Drive, a high number of people didn't have computer access on a regular basis with the pandemic. So, they didn't have access to that consultation. And I also heard from residents that they couldn't walk from Cedar Drive to Markham Road in Eglinton, which is about 150 meters, and they also felt they couldn't walk to Eglinton and Markham the other way, which is about the same 150 meters. And then you've made comments about the poor sidewalk clearing as well.
Yeah.
And that sidewalk snow clearing, just on a tangent, is that along Eglinton Avenue that you're not seeing it being done properly?
Yeah, generally in Scarborough, but I can't pinpoint exactly like which intersections, but I know that has been a thing at Cedar Drive, that the snow doesn't get cleared properly, and then we have seniors and stuff who are taking the bus and then having to get groceries. And to walk with your heavy grocery, I've had to take the bus for a long time with my grocery, to walk with heavy grocery from Walmart, which is at after Beach Hill, all the way to Cedar Drive. You know, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's an accessibility issue.
Yep.
So I don't see my whole thing. Yeah, sorry. My whole thing is I don't see why the TTC can't keep those two stops and just keep the local and the express. Like, those two stops are high, travel. And like you said, you spoke to your residents, so I don't see why the TTC can't keep them.
Yeah, and two stops right in the middle of what's designated as a neighborhood improvement area.
Exactly.
Okay, and then just kind of going back to the consultation. So you were saying to Councillor Carroll, probably the best thing for the TTC to do would be to have staff out at those stops, I guess rush hour or peak, what they would consider peak period times, because I know they do track the ridership and usage.
Yeah. Exactly. So they would have to go during the peak period times and talk to people at those stops at Cedar Drive, at Beach Hill Street during the peak periods to ask them their input. Because like you said, a lot of your residents don't have internet access.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Austin. I really appreciate your input.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions of the deputant? Okay, well, thank you so much for your deputation and for answering all those questions. Appreciate it very much. We do have one final person who has been in touch to want to speak this morning, a deputant. So before we move to questions, we will ask Beulah Esu, who I believe is on the line, to go ahead. Yes. Welcome, and there's 5 minutes set aside for you to make a representation, or as much of that as you want to use, and then there might be some questions. So please go ahead.
Good morning, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Beulah Esu, as mentioned. I work as a client engagement and community lead staff at a 24-hour respite center. I'm also a full-time student and an active community member from Ward 20 is where I believe I fall under. I live around Markham and Eglinton. So I'd like to thank you first off for the opportunity to speak / contribute today. For a decade plus now, I've been taking transit to get to work, to get around, and to do my other core activities. So I cannot overemphasize the importance of fairly funded public transit to commute around my city, Toronto, more so during this pandemic period in our history. And I'd also like to briefly bring more focus on just the following concerns. The report on the Surface Transit outlines the projected timelines for some of the bus-only lanes. I am a beneficiary of the bus lane on the Eglinton East Rapid Seal corridor. I truly commend our city for putting into gear the first step needed to move Torontonians faster, really, along. It's indeed the right transit direction for our city, and it's long overdue. However, I don't believe that it should come at a cost for other transit riders that have safety and accessibility concerns. I listened into a few of the other people who deputed just now, and they echo my sentiment. I use the Cedar Drive bus stops, I use the Beach Hill one, and I have also gone out and canvassed and created awareness along with the advocacy group, TTC Riders, just to create awareness about the 26 stops that were being removed. And like the other speakers mentioned, there were no public consultations prior to those removals. And so that was ad hoc in a sense. And those were some of the many concerns that I had, as well as many other transit users. And it's not only arbitrary and undemocratic, the process, surrounding the bus stop consolidation process on the Eglinton East bus lane corridor, but it's also been very disorienting. The effects due to uninformed planning, in my perspective, I feel it's been uninformed planning because, for example, the TTC is violating their own rules of the 500 meter, removing stops that should actually be kept, stops that are being used. People are worn out. I am worn out. I need access to frequent and reliable transit, and it's ever more critical at a desperate time like this. So the city should consider improving bus service on the dedicated bus lanes. The city should also run both local and express services, and I did hear that from the other speakers, on the dedicated bus lane. So we're all for the rapid transit TO, but we don't want to sacrifice those local stops. The voice of transit riders must be heard, and so I'm thankful again for this opportunity. This transit riders are the city's essential workers like myself. They are our seniors, our neighbors, our families and friends. The city should be proactive when it comes to transit planning and should also engage extensively with transit riders and not just do things after the fact. Local bus stops are not just grass-covered shelters. These are stops that link many of us to fulfill our basic necessities on a daily basis, be it grocery shopping, running errands, medical appointments, etc., etc. I listened when the other person also mentioned about just if they took away those stops, needing to walk the additional meters from the Walmart with heavy grocery. It's now snowing, so please, thank you. That's all I have to contribute for now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for contributing. We appreciate that. Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor Ainsley.
Beulah, thank you for your deputation this morning. I don't want to. I understand around the issues around the Beach Hill and Cedar Drive stops being removed. I just wanted to ask, and I didn't ask the previous deputant. This area, it's really in the middle of the rapid TO bus lanes. I was just wondering, do you find the bus service improving in terms of how frequently or how quickly you can get from where you get on to where you're going? And do you find the buses are coming in groups, or are you happy with the timing of the service?
My answers will be yeses and nos. I am happy that we now have the rapid option. I'm happy that buses do come on time. However, buses still run late. Buses still come in groups of 2 and 3 and then leave at the same time. So those things have not changed. I seen that just last week. So that would be a no in response to your question. We are doing good, but I do believe we can do better in terms of the service and the timeliness of it.
Okay, and what would you like to see, aside from making sure we stop Beach Hill, keep Beach Hill and Cedar Drive, which I'm committed to doing, but what would you like to see done better?
Overall, the efficiency of the transit system. If buses say that they are to arrive at XYZ time, I love and hope that the buses be there at that time. I'd like to see less overcrowding. It's a thing that's never gone away. As I mentioned, I've been using the TTC for a decade plus, and so I've seen the highs, the lows, the underground where there's a fire incident, there's delays, the shutdown, I've been late to work. So those are things that I want to see go away. And I know that I'm not in that alone. I would like to see those things go away. I feel like Toronto has so much to give and we can do so much better. We could take examples from other countries around us that have excellent transit systems.
And that overcrowding that you're still seeing, do you feel that that's, I know that, you know, on the buses they put the signs on the seats saying, you know, and don't sit here due to social distancing.
Yeah.
Do you feel that that's causing the overcrowd?
No, because there are times when people are, so I think we need to go back. The question is, people need to get where they need to get to in a timely manner. And so when that's the focus, people ignore those signs and would actually sit on those seats because we don't know where they're coming from. They might have been standing all day. So I don't believe that's a contributing factor. I just believe that the overcrowding is because there are not enough buses servicing those routes to equate the volume of users during those periods. That would be the focus. That would be the issue, not that there are signs on the buses themselves.
Okay, and just my last question, Beulah, do you use the transit planning app for your bus trips?
Oh yes, absolutely. I have 2 different versions. Yes, and so I'm always on there seeing what time buses arrive, and that's why I know that buses do run late. It would show you it's arriving in 2 minutes, in 3 minutes, in 4 minutes, and then you would see delays. Or especially when I'm leaving work here, I work around closer to Progress and Markham area. It's one of the worst. The 134 that goes towards Scarborough Town Center is one of the worst. It's been that way for the last 5 years, and I've worked here 3.5 years, and I've been coming to this area before I started working around here. So those are things I've not seen go away. I could, on any given day, be waiting at Markham and Progress intersection for 10 to 15 minutes waiting for the bus 134C that goes to Scarborough Town Center, and I would see the express go past me to Scarborough Town Center, and sometimes when he stops at that stop, I would ask what the delay is or why there's a delay, and there's never an answer. So those are things that have not gone away.
They don't give you an answer. It's just too bad, so sad. The bus is late.
Because they don't have an answer. So the answer, his response or her response would be, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't service that route." Or they're on their way. You know, that's all they can say, really.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Beulah. I really appreciate you taking the time this morning to raise your transit issues. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Maratori.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. And Ms. Yes, I see Deputy Mayor Thompson with a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question for Beulah. And Beulah, thank you so much for your presentation. It's really helpful.
You're very welcome.
You talk about, thank you. You talk about, obviously, the overcrowding of the buses, and you've given an overview and so on. Obviously, we need to ensure that we have more buses, more efficient transit to be able to get people moving in the city and so on. But that comes with a cost associated with it. So while I'm not advocating for an increase in fares for transit users at this particular point in time, I wanted to ask you the question. The increase in fares, increase in taxes in terms of property taxes to pay for the services, and a combination of those, as well as advocating to the federal and provincial governments. Sorry, may I just finish my point? Sorry, may I just finish my point?
I'm just not hearing you, is what I wanted to say there.
I see.
Not coming up. Yeah, I apologize for interrupting.
Sure. No, that's fine. I'm not sure. I'll try again. Can you hear me better now?
Can you hear him now, Ms. Esu?
It's echoey. It's echoey.
I see.
Echoey. Yeah.
Try again,
what the staff can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that better at all?
I'll try again, okay?
Thank you.
Sure, I'll try again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, still echoey, but I'm really trying hard to listen.
Okay, let me just go slow.
Okay.
Let me try again. Thank you very much for your patience. Let me try again. I'm just trying to understand if there is with respect to your thoughts around how we improve the service and adding more buses and addressing these year-round overcrowding. And so I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts that you can help us to understand how we could pay for, more buses, increase efficiency, and what are the areas that you would look at in terms of raising monies to pay for it? Would it be increasing the fares, a combination of increasing in terms of taxes, or a combination of both, and or advocating to the federal and provincial government for more resources to help with respect to providing better transit. I'm just wondering how you would go about telling members of council what we should be doing in terms of ensuring that we can afford to pay for the services that are badly needed in the city.
It sounds like an amazing question, Mr. Mayor. I didn't hear all of it, but I'm furiously writing down in words I heard you mention just now. So it seems like you're talking about my ideas around improving transit. So if what you're asking is what I think it is, to improve transit and make it more efficient, you mentioned the federal and provincial, and my answer to that would be yes, that we should advocate for more funds from the federal and provincial government. I recently learned that Toronto was one of the lowest in terms of funding from the federal government to run transit. So if that's a question, then yes. The other pieces of them I really didn't hear. I don't know if you could repeat it briefly.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I'm fine. I'm not sure about the connections, but she's having some difficulties hearing. I don't want to prolong this. We will.
All right. Thanks.
Get the answer going
I
forward.
apologize to both of you for the technical issues, but we're going to have those, I guess, with all of this. So thank you both for your patience. Are there any other questions of this deputant? All right. Well, thank you then, Ms. Esu, for your patience and for your comments. We appreciate that. Members of the committee, I apologize, but there was a member who was properly registered in advance of the meeting who didn't make it onto the list for some reason, but has now been surfaced. And I think it's Mike McKenzie. Is that the name? Yeah, Mike McKenzie. And so, Mr. McKenzie, if you're there, you have your chance to have your 5 minutes, and we welcome you very much.
I am, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yep. Can you hear?
Thanks for the opportunity, Council. I really appreciate the time and space to say what I need to say. Got to give you some context. I'm going to talk on saving the Cedar Drive bus stop. But I got to give you the context so you understand why you need to do that. I'm a 36-year resident, former co-chair of the Scarborough Village Neighborhood Association, and I'm a long-term advocate for the neighborhood. You see the Drive Eglinton stop and intersection is a hub, a virtual hub, for people going into the Marketing Plaza. We've got polycultural, Catholic cross-cultural with live fitness. We've got the social services where folks from all over Scarborough access it. We also have the Cougar Court daycare with 200 kids before COVID. We have staff and members, staff and parents who go to the Cougar Court daycare. So we're literally looking at thousands of people before COVID crossing the street, taking the bus stop. All right? So just to give you the diversity of the neighborhood. We're looking at languages served at polycultural, Nepali, Hindi, Spanish, Pashto, Darzi, Urdu, and on and on. So the neighborhood has 30 languages. So I would love to argue that the consultation was incomplete. Councillor Paul knows that you put some fires in my building as a result of me talking to your office about the lack of reaching the neighborhood in terms of languages, reaching the houses. And someone said previously that the consultation is usually at Markham and Eglinton. I'm here to tell you, in my 36 years, the Cedar Drive bus stop is usually crowded. And yes, the express bus passed that one. So we've had to put up with that inconvenience. Sometimes having to walk to Markham if you want to get to the subway faster. Now, in terms of the neighborhood, there are people who don't live beside the bus stop, as in 3380, 3400, etc. There are people who have to walk 10 minutes to the bus stop. And you're going to ask them to walk a further 5 minutes, especially during the winter. It might be 6-7 minutes for people who are handicapped and people who have mobility issues. Councillor Paul, and definitely our former Councillor Crawford, understand the demographics of the neighborhood, the seniors, the handicapped, the folks who just have various mobility issues. So you do understand that one. Now, Councillor Paul assured me that TTC received all information on safety. So let's talk about safety in terms of Cedar Drive stop. There have been 3 deaths in the intersection so far. 3 people died. And I'm going to tell you this, lives do matter. Because of speeding, and there was a test done recently, I videotaped it, in terms of checking the speed, and I'll say this much, even transit drivers have not gotten accustomed to the 60 kilometers in the area. It's been reduced to 50, so speeding continues. Councillor Paul is also aware, through photographs and video, in terms of the horrific snow clearance. Now, I'm not blaming the workers. The snow was piled so high that some of our residents had to walk on the street due to icy sidewalk. So the previous residents who covered the issues with walking, with groceries, with snow clearance, I don't need to repeat that. But I said in my letter to Councillor Ainsley's office, I said, listen, I'm a pretty fit guy. I have good, mobility and stability. But I have a problem crossing the street. The snow was piled so deep, I was scared of slipping in traffic, right? So what I'm saying is, inclusion and diversity means not just extended to TTC workers and your culture. It also extends to the people who are using the service, okay? And let me say this much, for most people, it is not, like they have a choice. They have to use TTC. They have to use TTC. And guess what? We do support the rapid TO. Some people will use that. Well, there are people who will never use it because all they want to do is to go to Walmart. All they do is do stuff in and around the neighborhood. Don't forget the culture, Paul Ainsley. We've got some South Asian residents where the grandmother or grandfather, they're the ones looking after the family while the breadwinner goes to work. They're the ones doing the groceries. They're the ones taking the kids to school, right? They're older people.
I'll have to ask you to begin to wrap up, Mr. McKenzie. Thank you.
I'm done. I think the point has been made through videos and many things. The safety concern is real. The mobility issue is real. Okay.
Thanks very much for your deputation. We appreciate that.
You're most welcome.
All right. Are there any questions of this deputant? Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Mayor Tory, and thank you, Mike, for making time for your deputation this morning. And I want to thank you for all your work you've been doing in the community. I think our next big project is going to be getting gymnasiums in the area. But on the matter of Cedar Drive, Mike, I know that we met at when the transit announcement was made with the mayor and Councillor McKelvey and TTC staff. At that day, would you, and this announcement was made at Cedar Drive, would you, if I told you that day that the stops at Cedar Drive were being removed, would you would have been shocked, correct?
I would have been as blindsided as I was when I saw the notice to remove the bus stop on October the 11th with a few days to go.
Yep. And we have communicated back and forth about the community consultation. The TTC put posters up in the building, but they also said that they mailed flyers at the geographical area around the route. And you told me that you didn't know anybody that got a flyer, correct?
I could not tell you that. How would I know who did flyer? I did mention that most of the flyers in my building ends up in the garbage bin, as most flyers do. I just spoke to the language counselor Ainsley, so even if you put the flyers in English, I'm sorry, that wouldn't reach the people even in my building with 219 residents and probably 1,000 people living here.
Yep. And of those 1,000 people, their first language probably is in English, which the flyers came in.
You know what? I need to put some emotion in this meeting. So we talk about the people like my 90-year-old neighbor, Maureen, right? I did all their shopping during COVID because she was so fearful of going outside, right? She's 90. Do you expect her to walk in the ice, Councillor Ainsley?
Yep. Yeah, and the number of your neighbors, Mike, that don't have regular access to the TTC, to the internet, so they wouldn't be able to participate in the survey that TTC did online as well.
Councillor Ainsley, I'm going to respectfully say this. The kind of questioning I've heard of the folks who make presentation is pretty disingenuous. I didn't want to say that, but you pull this out of me, right? Listen, we support Rapid TO. Clear.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, you're correct. The residents of Scarborough support Rapid TO. The issue we have, Councillor Ainsley, and you ought to know this, in your writing, is the Cedar Drive bus stop is going to be messing up a lot of our residents. They can't walk, Councillor Ainsley. Okay? I invited a couple of councillors for a tour, and when I called their offices to walk the neighborhood with me, I didn't get a positive response. Okay? Why don't you walk the neighborhood with me? And we're not going to walk at the bus stop. We're going to walk from inside Cedar Drive, at the end of Cedar Drive, and around Cedar Drive, and show you what the people have to do to come to this bus stop. Please accept my invitation to see for yourself what I've been talking about, because I'm not sure if you get it.
Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't take your invitation, Mike, but I can tell you that I did walk the Cedar Drive area. I've walked it to understand what residents have gone through and completely...
Sorry, I got to cut you off. You need to walk the neighborhood so I can show you the shortcuts. All the shortcuts. You're not aware of the shortcuts. And guess what? When the winter comes, they can't use the shortcuts anymore. So I can tell you straight, you know nothing about the shortcuts.
Okay, so Mike, if you call my office, call Alex, and he will arrange a time. We'll walk the shortcuts, the neighborhood, and I'll buy you a coffee at Tim Hortons as well.
Councillor Paul, let me just end by saying this. We appreciate TTC cost savings. Michael Thompson, I do appreciate that when you're questioning the other person. Like, how do you do it? We cannot tell council what to do. We trust you guys and TTC to do what's best for the city. But guess what? You're finding out in certain stops we've got issues. And by the way, Mr. Mayor, the Tower Renewal Project, and I'm sure you're familiar with that one, I was a participant in the walkability study. We were asking for more service at that time because of that's how far bus stops were from the apartments and stuff like that, right? So I'm not too sure if the Tower Renewal Project and the findings were suddenly put in a wastebasket, because this contradicts what we were asking for. We want more transit, not less.
Mr. McKenzie, I'll thank you because the time is at 5 minutes. I'll thank Councillor Ainsley for
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for getting me on. I was getting angry. Why am I not on? Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
And thank you,
Mike.
and I might join Councillor Ainsley on the walk, because I'd like to I've heard a lot about these stops. I've heard a lot about these stops this morning.
I really appreciate that.
Okay, and I'll arm wrestle Councillor Ainsley for the coffee buying. Okay. Any other questions of this deputant? Okay. That does now complete the deputations, and I had begun, in the absence of just getting those lists sorted out, I had begun to compile a speakers list, and I had down Councillor McKelvey, I believe, from way back a few minutes ago, from visiting today from Council, and I had down Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Carroll. Okay, no problem. We're just taking a list here. Is there
Mr. Mayor, this is questions?
Questions of staff.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah. Did you want your name on that list then, Councillor Carroll? Yeah. Okay. And Deputy Mayor Thompson and okay, just hang on here. Let me just get this all down so I got it. And I see Councillor Ainsley and anybody else? Councillor Deputy Mayor Menon Wong. Okay, I think because that's got a good list for now. Oh, we've got Deputy Mayor Biala. Okay. Okay, we've got lots to keep us going here then. Let's start with Councillor McKelvey, if we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my first question is about communications. And, some residents are a little bit confused about what they can or can't do with these red lanes. So, for example, we've seen school buses that aren't using the lanes, but I think that they are buses and should be able to use them. And likewise, when emergency vehicles, sirens go, residents are worried that they're not allowed to go into the red lanes, and they basically don't know what to do. So it's a little bit of chaos when an emergency vehicle comes. So I'm just wondering, what should be done with those two scenarios, and then are we doing anything to communicate that outwards? And maybe, Mr. Mayor, you can hold my time since we don't seem to have staff ready to answer.
What do we have?
Barbara on mute.
Stuck in traffic.
Oh, no, there we are.
Oh, no, here I am. Sorry, I had about 3 different things muted, so that was my operator error. I was just going to say the emergency vehicles can certainly use red lanes in responding to an emergency. School buses, I would have to look to my staff to answer that with certainty. But certainly, we have been trying to do an education campaign and get out there and get information out to people about the use of red lanes, because they are a new application in the city. It's not something that we've done before. And so there really is an education process that needs to happen. And we can do that in a number of different ways, right? We can do that through advertising on bus shelters and bus backs. We can do that through mailers and through social media. And so certainly we will continue to try to educate people about that.
And so just to clarify with the emergency vehicles, it's that, normally when you're driving your car, you move to the right so that the vehicles can go through on the left. But now people aren't sure, are they still allowed to move to the right into the red? So it's not so much that the emergency vehicles can use it, but should drivers be pulling over to the right like they normally are? That's the confusion. I just want to clarify.
So through the mayor, the drivers can actually go into the red lane to move out of the way in order to give the emergency vehicle the clear path of travel.
Okay, and I think we just need to kind of communicate that, because like right now, I think some people think, well, will the emergency vehicle go through on the red lane, or should I move to the red lane, or what should happen? So I think that there's definitely some lessons to be learned and things to be communicated on that, as with school buses, because to be honest, I think a school bus full of kids counts as a bus and should be able to use the lane, but I see buses full of kids that aren't using them. So I think maybe we just need to think about that and communicate with the TDSB and the TCSB. My next question is, I know you're collecting lots of data. We'll have a report back next year. This is intended to be a pilot. So based on that, I'm just wondering, like, is there thoughts that, for example, there's some merges where you turn right and you have to merge quickly over out of the red lane and people think it's a little bit short. Are you collecting that kind of information? Similarly, in areas where there's 2 lanes only, on both sides, there's no left turn lane, there's a lot of backup. Like, are you looking at all of these things to collect data and improve upon that next year?
Yes, so we are collecting feedback. We're actually doing site observations. We're continuing to look at data on Eglinton East for the implementation of the original Eglinton East plan. And I think it's important to note that part of the reason why this surface transit network study that looks at 20 corridors citywide identifies important engineering information, data and documentation, a consultation process, detailed design, all of that has to do with the fact that many of these issues we're trying to address in advance before we implement. But at the same time, because we are doing these projects and they're relatively new and they're transformational, we continue to look and observe and make modifications and take community feedback on that as well.
Okay, and then likewise, not so much for you, but probably maybe for TTC, I think same thing about, gathering information about, are the buses actually not bunching anymore and we're solving that problem with better spread and this issue of the stops. Is there feedback being gathered on this that we might see some changes on that next year as well?
TTC staff are here, so I'll let them answer that.
Oh, maybe, you know what, I'll let them hold that question because Barbara, I have one more for you and then we can go to them to that. For the new projects that you're looking at, one of the things that I'm most concerned about, part of why I'm here, is looking at how we decrease greenhouse gas emissions. If there is congestion, especially in areas where there's only 2 lanes and you're down to 1 lane of traffic and people are sitting, there is the potential to increase GHGs. Are you also looking at, instead of having bus priority, like bus exclusive lanes, like HOV lanes as well? So that's also encouraging people to carpool, which can have a net reduction in passenger vehicles as well. Is that something that's also being considered? Because, maybe as a first step in some cases, an HOV actually makes more sense. People get adjusted to losing a lane of traffic and then before you go all the way to priority bus lanes. So is there an interim step that we could look at or HOVs instead? Because I think on Eglinton, we have HOVs, but we didn't have them on Kingston or Morningside. So it was a bit of a shock for community. Is there a way to consider this as a transition step?
Yes, thank you for the question. And that is really the purpose of this report. We've created a toolkit or a toolbox of applications that help to improve and support transit speed and reliability. That can go everywhere from signal modifications to passenger waiting modifications, all the way to dedicated lanes. And I think what you've heard through the deputations is there's a real push and pull in terms of transit speed and reliability and the ability to service local stops as well as manage all of the component pieces around crowding and ridership and bus service and scheduled demand. So this is a toolkit and we can apply it. And one of the reasons why we need to have a very detailed engineering study and consultation process with the community corridor by corridor is so that we can really sort out all these issues. And in the case of Eglinton East, we did have an HOV lane that we transitioned to a bus only lane. And so that was one example, and that can be the solution for other places. In other places, we may be able to go directly to a transit only lane. And in some other places, we may never get to that point. We may use signal priority to get speed and reliability. So it is a spectrum.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And sorry,
I'm sorry. You know what, Councillor McKelvey, I gave you, it's an extra minute and a half, and your last question was quite long. So as a result, I'm afraid I have to not allow you. I knew you had one more, but we'll have to move on.
Maybe somebody else can ask TTC about that.
Well, maybe they can. You can send it along. The next person on the list is Councillor Carroll, and after that, there's several others. So let's move to Councillor Carroll. Questions of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think probably Ms. Gray heard the deputy that was talking about different modes of consultation. And I'm very interested in that. And I ask these questions because, while we have a history of having really successful consultations by going out into the field, now their consultations would be conducted by city staff or city retained staff versus this model of going out to the rider. The last time it was used, in those days, it would have been the TTC doing that type of consultation. And what I'm interested in is the desperate need for this in the Scarborough community. We have a long history in the Scarborough community of doing consultations that really don't reach the rider, and many of the deputants reflected that today. There are frustrations about that. I'm wondering if you could comment on the deputant who said, actually go outdoors to actual bus stops and start talking to riders. Is there the time and the possibility for that now?
Through the mayor, yes, and in fact, consultation in times of a pandemic is really been restructured and rethought. We work closely with the public consultation unit here at the city to come up with the right kind of mix. And when we go out to do consultation on these 20 corridors, we will be working closely with them. We are certainly able to and would bring in some consultants, assistance and support, translation assistance and support. We have done some pop-up consultations, certainly as part of the bicycle master plan, and we could do that, I think, with this as well, where we're out in the field, and TTC can speak to what they've done and what their plans are. But I think we can write the book on what tools we use for consultation going forward with this program.
Well, sadly, most of the people who took part in that are no longer at the TTC. Most of them were dismissed during the years between 2010 and 2014, but there are a couple. I think they were dismissed for doing their jobs too well. In any case, the other thing I wanted to ask was around the report itself. What the executive committee is being asked to do today, and I guess council will ratify, is to adopt the strategy for the evaluation and the consultation plan for the evaluation of the whole surface transit network. And it gives us a lot of detail about the criteria, the weighting and the data that you will look at, and then also consultation. So I think what I hear the residents saying, given that one line went out quickly with a bit of consultation, and it sounds like the local councillor is now bearing the brunt of that because there was a rush to get it out there, and he now has to help get the information to you to make the tweaks. When we adopt this plan this month for the rest of the network, what weight will the citizens' consultation be given? You have a lot of data at your fingertips, and it's all listed in the report where you will go to figure out need. But first and foremost will come the the riders themselves. And if we can work to make sure the consultation accesses riders, not principally car drivers, but principally riders, and then how will you weight it against the data you have?
Through the mayor, so I think it's important to recognize that the Eglinton East plan that we brought forward to implement Eglinton was in advance of this surface corridor plan. And the reason why we've come back with an approach on consultation and a broader strategy is because we really heard what people had to say about wanting additional consultation beyond that of the 5-year plan that TTC did. And they did pretty comprehensive citywide consultation. But when it addresses the corridor that you travel every day that's in front of your home, you really want to dig in and give feedback. So it is our responsibility at the city to bring the data, the broad set of data to bear, and then we absolutely need to feed in and have a comprehensive consultation process to ensure that we're making those local connections that are so critical to the people who use that service every day. So it will have significant weight, and I hear that people are concerned about the timeline, but part of the reason why the timeline is as it is so that we can integrate community input and feedback into the design process. These are long corridors. They're relatively complicated to operate, even though we make it look so easy, but it is really a complicated process.
Right. Thank you. Excellent. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. And I'll just mention to you that I've written into a motion I'll be moving later consideration of bus stop consultation. So it's specifically directing staff to look at that as a way of consulting people. So that will be covered off when we discuss that later. Okay. I then had, and I don't think there are any other members visiting with us from outside of the committee that want to ask questions that I've seen. So we next move to the people on the committee who had gone on the list, and that started with Councillor Pasternak.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to staff. So I've got the report in front of me here, although I guess there's several reports. And I don't see, correct me if I'm wrong, an operational budget line item for extra buses on these routes. Are we adding extra buses on these routes?
Mark Miz from the TTC. I could answer that question for you, Councillor. So, Barb, I was so excited to answer that. Yes, we did. We did reinvest into the corridor. I can give you on an average weekday prior to the implementation of the Rapid corridor, we had about 766 trips operate over the course of the day over the 86, 116, and the those two routes. And then once the corridor was implemented, we had 919 trips operating on that corridor. We reinvested the travel time savings that we have, we estimated based on the corridor back into service. And through modifications elsewhere in the city, low ridership routes, we reinvested those resources into the corridor. So from an overall perspective, there is more service on the Eglinton East corridor after the implementation of Rapid TO than before at a zero cost requirement.
All right. I guess my question was more broad. Now I've got two routes in my ward, Jane Street and Steeles. Are we adding? Let me rephrase it. Are we adding extra buses on all the routes?
So as part of the TTC's demand response service, we have been adding buses, flexible buses to accommodate capacity on those corridors. Starting on Monday of next week, we are reinstating the 935 Jane Express corridor, which will bring additional capacity to that corridor. On Steeles, we'll continue to operate additional flexible buses. And so that additional service is made possible by the TTC recalling operators who were laid off in the spring. There's been installments, operators recalled on September 8th, approximately 150. On October 4th, I believe, 132. And as of November 1st, the remaining 179.
Now, after within the bus and the speed of the bus, so in other words, the cramming in the bus and the speed of the bus, probably the next biggest issue is frequency of bus stops. Now, looking over this plan, and certainly we've seen it on Eglinton East, a lot of these bus stops that people rely on are being removed. Do you have a total of how many bus stops will be lost across the 5 routes?
I think So at this, I could give a first answer. Maybe Barbara, Angela, you can jump in. But at this time, we're still looking at the corridors, and we've heard loud and clear that consultation on bus stops is super important to the community. So I think we'll need to go back to the community and review those plans to ensure that we have the stop spacing accurate before implementing.
Now,
I would just add through the mayor to Councillor Pasternak that this is again as part of that balancing act and why we really need to do public consultation and detailed design, because you get speed and reliability through stop consolidation. It's one of the tools that helps to achieve that, but it has an impact on the community, and so there really needs to be that conversation.
So I ride the subway. I hop on buses. I take the TTC a lot. Now, when I'm on a bus where we're all squeezed in, it's usually a factor of people not moving to the back of the bus. There's lots of space at the back of the bus. Have we looked at that as a way to improve the positioning, I guess, of passengers on our buses to make sure that they can move to the back or move around to spread out the capacity? Or that's something we just can't control?
Well, to a large degree, we have identified where people should sit and stand during the COVID pandemic. We have announcements and signage that says move to the back of the bus. I think we've all heard that. To some degree, though, it really you have to depend on customers to take action in those situations and move to the back of the bus. But I take your point, and it's maybe something we can take away with.
Okay, so just very quickly, I have a few seconds
Final
left.
question.
These express lanes, now we've touched on it a few times. Is there any objection to having multi-person vehicles, taxi cabs, cyclists, motorcycles, sharing those lanes as well? And can it all work with an HOV lane with ability of other users?
Through the mayor. So again, it's a trade-off. When you have dedicated high priority dedicated lanes that are just for transit has exclusive use of those lanes, minus what we've talked about, emergency vehicles, school buses, etc. There are certainly many applications where you have HOV lanes that include transit, where you have other vehicles that share that lane. And typically, again, something we have to look at through detailed design, anything added to the transit profile on that lane is going to have an impact on transit speed and reliability. So again, it's about being clear on what outcomes we want and the best way to achieve those outcomes. And that's why we felt like we needed this toolbox so that we had those solutions clearly defined and articulated, and we can bring them to bear in each corridor situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. I have next on my list Deputy Mayor Michael Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff, particularly Ms. Gray. When I read the recommendation, it talks about what you're trying to do in terms of the draft service transit network plan as a detail, and it details it in attachment 2 as a basis for initiating the local councillor briefing and community consultation. So you're coming forward with a framework that allows you then to discuss that framework with the local councillor in conjunction with the community. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Right. And so the input that you require based on the framework would look at cause and effect and impact and concerns that members of the communities have in order for you and your team to make adjustment to then come up with a more efficient plan addressing the surface route transit opportunity for the neighborhoods that you're looking at implementing them in.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So when you have a situation in which, such as we've heard this morning through the deputies who've spoken around particularly the distance in and or the removal of transit stops, what do you do then? Do you simply say, well, we have a framework that speaks to more efficiency in terms of moving people and it's in conflict with respect to the request of the community with respect to don't remove our stops. How do you sort of marry these sort of interface which are inconsistent with one another?
Thank you for the question. So I'll start by saying that the plan that we brought forward that's before you today has a lot of data analysis around communities and neighborhoods and population and partnership with the TTC around ridership. So the plan that we're bringing to you has some input and evaluation that's already been done that we're hoping will help to really clarify why these corridors are the most important ones to serve. The consultation needs to be very specific to the patterns and habits on that corridor, certainly needs to address the needs of the residents and businesses. And I think, as is our challenge in transportation, we are planning a network. And so the local concerns are quite important, and they will absolutely be canvassed and weighed in. I also think it's important to recognize that these transit routes connect people to places. And so we really also need to lean on the great information that we gleaned from the 5-year service plan and 10-year outlook, because that really looked at the citywide network and the importance and priority of connecting that. So it's a network-based plan. It has local impact. We need to take all of that feedback into consideration before we come back to the council with a design solution for each corridor, which we will do. We will bring a report back that encompasses the results of that consultation, the work with the councillors, and the design that we propose to bring forward through implementation.
So for the period in terms of the 10-year outlook, you're looking at 20 different areas across the city, is that correct?
That's correct. The first 20 corridors are in this plan.
Right, but the focus are on 2 essential area now, which is James Street and Eglinton.
So that is not actually before us today. So the 20 corridor plan is what is before us today. There are no specific proposals for implementation in this what's before you today.
And the reason why I've asked that, because it appears that that's part of the conversation that we're having today, that appears to suggest that, but that's not in fact the case.
That is correct. That is not in fact the case.
All right, wanted to make sure I'm clear on that. And maybe this is for the TTC with respect to the notification that has been sent out to the community. It appears through the variety of comments this morning by the speakers that the TTC had not sent out information. But I could simply say to you that the way I became aware of this was that my residents informed me that they had information from the TTC that suggests that they are going to remove, for example, the Torrance stop at Eglinton. So I'm just wondering, in some cases we see that people have received notification, and in some cases we're hearing from people that they appear to haven't received notification. What is the best way to provide notification based on the research that the TTC has done? Is it simply to go to a bus stop and then talk to people there, or is there some other way or a combination of?
Hi, Stephanie from the TTC. Thank you for your question. I think there's we have to take a multi-pronged approach. We have to take a number of different avenues, and that's what we did try to do our best during this time period. Given the COVID situation, we were a little bit limited with our ability to go out and speak with people. We did mail out the flyers to over 36,000 houses along the corridor or apartments, buildings. We posted a notice at the stops 3 weeks in advance. We had online surveys, we had stakeholder consultation, all of the social media. So we did try the multi-pronged approach as best as we can. Given the short timelines and COVID situation, we weren't able to do any in-person consultations, but that would be something that is critical to us to do in the future as we move forward, and we do plan to do that for all the corridors, as Barb mentioned, listed in this plan. So I think we have to take the multi-pronged approach, and we also reach out to the local groups like we heard from today, and they help spread the word to the networks as well, which we have found to be very helpful.
Okay, thank you. That was the final question there, and we appreciate the questions and the answers. And I think that brings us next to Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. So my first questions are, questions are for TTC staff. And the first one has to do with Cedar Drive and Beach Hill Street, where the stops were taken out there. I know that they've been temporarily put back in place by the TTC and they're being studied. Based on what you've heard today, can I get a commitment from the TTC that those stops will be put back in place permanently?
Mark Miz, through the mayor, I think that the first step would be to look at the stop usage and share that with the community. I think understanding that consultation is important with yourself, the councillor, and we can review that data and make a decision. We're certainly not saying that no to the request. We're saying that without having the data, it would be a difficult decision to make.
Okay, but so I guess, sorry, and it's Mark?
Yes, it's Mark Miz, Head of Service Planning.
Yeah, so Mark, I'm trying to understand, so what data did you use to take those stops out? And I ask that because when we had the announcement for the Rapid TO line with the mayor and the general manager, Rick Leary, it was at that stop at Cedar Drive where the stop was removed. So I'm trying to understand that you just say you don't have the data to put it back in, but what data did you use to take them out?
Sorry, I'll be clear. That we have data prior to the pandemic and usage at all stops along the corridor, and we use that data and the plan for the Eglinton East LRT as a guideline for what stops should be put in place. What I'm suggesting is now that the Torrance, Beechill, and Cedar Drive are in operation and customers are using them, we can go through that same process where we evaluate usage at those stops, and we can collectively, through the consultation process, determine whether or not to maintain them based on data.
Okay, and I guess, Mark, so as we're looking at doing future lines, so one of the concerns, and I think you heard from a number of the deputants that the flyer that went out in English only. It's a neighborhood improvement area. You took, my understanding of the Rapid TO was one of the main platforms or pillars was to make sure that neighborhood improvement areas were taken care of, and a flyer went out English only, removing 2 of 4 stops in that neighborhood.
I think we've
improvement. Are you going to be doing more of a multilingual?
I think it's an excellent point that you make. Yeah, I think it's an excellent point and a lesson learned for our team and the city, and something that we should act on in the future.
Okay, and that'll include your social media platforms as well?
Yeah, we could do it that way as well. We can investigate what that looks like.
Okay, and then I'm asking about statistics around travel time. There was a comment earlier that there was 766 trips per day, became 919 trips once this lane was put in. And I'm trying to understand how the TTC measures that increase in travel time. Is it because you have a dedicated bus lane that you can have more trips? Or is it because you've taken bus stops out that have increased the travel time? Or is it a combination of both?
It's a combination of both, Councillor.
Okay, and can you differentiate?
I would have to look into the data to differentiate. I think it's, I'll have to get back to you on that, maybe perhaps through an email afterwards. But we do know that when comparing the bus lane to October 19th, immediately a year prior, we see a 12% increase on travel time in the corridor, so that's good news. And when we compare it to the week immediately prior to the implementation of the bus lane and the signage, essentially, we see a 7% improvement in travel time. And as the lane gets painted and things continue to progress with implementation, we expect that to increase. I can also share with you one more step because I'm particularly proud of it. Prior to the weekend, couple of weeks prior to the implementation of the bus lane, we had 125 instances where there were more than 25 customers per bus at any given time. After the implementation of the bus lane, we cut it in half to 69 trips with more than 25 customers at any given time. That's a 16% over capacity overcapacity to 7.5% drop. So we cut it in half essentially with adding the additional service, partially made possible by faster travel and reallocating resources.
Thank you very much,
and then
both
can you
of you.
just
That
address
was your
the
final
clumping?
That was your final question, Councillor. It's 5:19.
Sorry, Mayor Tory, he spent 40 seconds of my last 5 minutes.
Well, I don't
giving
control
me
the question.
something
All
that
right,
had
I
nothing
tell you
to
what.
do with the question.
I don't control the questions or the answers. There have been questions this morning that have been very long too. Maybe even including some of yours. I haven't been keeping track, but maybe if you want to ask one short question just this time, go ahead.
Yep. So Mark, I just wanted to ask about clumping or bunching of buses, which seems to be a concern for residents that are traveling through this bus line. How's that being dealt with?
It's being dealt with at Transit Control. The short answer is once we understand what the travel time is, the actual travel time, we can adjust schedules to improve bunching. It's a two-step process. Understand the time and then fix the schedule, and then it's more reliable.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Nunziata, I have your name on the list, so we're making our way there. And that would bring us next to Deputy Mayor Denzil Minnan-Wong.
Great. Thanks very much. First, this is more of a procedural question. This matter came up at the TTC, and a number of motions were moved at that time. Is Transportation Services taking those motions and accepting them as direction?
Through the mayor, yes, those motions are still on our plate to deliver through this process.
Okay, thanks. My second question is the consultations that are in this report. You know, from the discussion, it seems there's a more of a general approach to consulting with regard to the routes, and then there's more a granular discussion with regard to, you know, taking out stops. My question is are you doing both at the same time, or is this the more general discussion and then there'll be a more granular discussion moving along?
Through the mayor, so we will have a more granular discussion as we come back and look at each corridor individually. So part of providing that data related to the engineering studies, we do that in partnership with the TTC. We will come back and understand what the critical issues are for that corridor, and then we will bring the resources to bear to do adequate and appropriate consultation, hear from the community and the broader community about that corridor, and then that will inform the design.
Okay, so this is the more broader consultation. So
this report is, yes, this is not the corridor-based piece.
Fair enough. Okay, so can you tell me how many people drive in the city of Toronto?
I probably can, because I anticipate that question. I don't have it in front of me, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah,
but if you ask me another question, I'm sure someone will tell me what it is in a moment.
Yeah, it's fair to say, like, I was looking at some statistics on the web, and it said about in the suburbs, 1.5, there are 1.5 cars in each driveway.
Mm-hmm. I would believe that.
Okay, so is it fair to say that if we just exclusively, you know, consult with, you know, TTC riders and attend bus stops and ask them if they're in favor of this, leaving aside the technical nature of it, it's kind of asking Santa Claus if he's in favor of Christmas?
I think it's very important to note, like I mentioned, I believe it was to Councillor Carroll, that transit serves as a network. There's lots of different modes who use that network. And I think when we do these corridor proposals, we have to go beyond just the local community when we do that consultation. So it is pretty extensive consultation that's necessary. And I don't want to imply that the local issues are not critical and important. They are. It's a balancing act. So it's the local issues, but the transit connects a place to a place, and lots of different modes use that corridor as well. So we have to look at it all.
And I guess my final question is there, you know, some of the speakers or the deputies brought up issues as it related to the pandemic and essential workers. And my understanding is that, well, we all know the transit use has plummeted drastically, and we're all trying to get it up. And notwithstanding the fact that there have been no cases that have been found on the TTC, the numbers are horrible. And, you know, you can take away that a lot of people are working from home right now, but a lot of those people, is it not fair to say, are now these essential workers are now using their cars because they feel safer in their cars to get to work?
Through the mayor. So first off, I just wanted to say that there are 1.7 million people who commute to work by every day by car in Toronto, just to close the loop on that one. Okay. And so certainly people are using a variety of different methods depending on their travel. So you're right, some of them are staying home. Some of them are definitely using their car. Others have no other option but to use transit. Some of them, depending on how far they have to go, are cycling or walking, depending again on how far they need to go. So people are being creative in their solutions and how to get around, but certainly the network capacity is not being stretched because there's not as many cars on the road, but people are driving as well.
And I mean, it just stands to reason. I'll just get your confirmation on this. This plan will increase congestion for motor vehicles, yes?
One of the things we look at is travel time for all modes. So we can tell you how much changes that we make are going to impact travel time for vehicles as well. And in some cases there are increases, in some cases they stay the same. And if the increases are significant, we'll usually go back to look at what we can do through signalization or other changes to improve that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Min Wong and Ms. Gray. And that would bring us next to Deputy Mayor Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on these consultations. So 2 consultations per ward are going to happen on the plan as a whole. And then for whatever wards have specific routes at the point that you're starting to go into detailed design of these routes, you'll come back to those communities to involve them, correct?
Through the mayor, so we will actually do consultation at for each corridor, depending on the needs of that corridor. So I'm not going to say it's a blueprint for each one. The plan that we brought forward right now, the plan is to give us the opportunity to go out to do consultation with this approach. And the corridor-based analysis is something that we will do individually, and we will bring back in the subsequent reports for each corridor. So like we'll do one for Dufferin, and then we'll bring back a report for Dufferin implementation.
So will the consultations that you're starting now, that you're basically telling us with this report you're going to start, are you going to go to my community with a consultation on the plan, or are you going to specifically talk about just Dufferin?
I believe we're just going to talk about Dufferin. When we get to Dufferin, we're going to talk about Dufferin, which doesn't mean that when we have the conversation about adjacent corridors, parallel corridors, perhaps saying that we won't be reaching out to people in your community as well.
Okay. And how do the numbers, and I'm just trying to follow up on Councillor Min Wong's question, because he was wondering if this is going to increase congestion, but I'm concerned as well as how are we including the growth of the city? Because people need to move, they're growing. We're going to get 1 million people over the next, 20 years or 25 years. How is that growth being accounted for these corridors to make sure that, we can't have all these 1 million people in cars, and we have to be more effective. So how is that growth being taken into consideration with these studies that we're doing?
So we work very closely with our colleagues in city planning to ensure that we have appropriate growth information when we do this work. And the chief planner is here, so if you would like to talk more about that.
I'll just add to Barbara's comment that we undertake our annual employment surveys. We do projections for the city's official plan review, both population and employment growth, taking into account all applications out to 2051 now. So that information is fed into the analysis that the transportation and TTC are doing.
And planning applications in the pipeline? Because there's some of these corridors that have a lot of planning applications. Okay.
Yes.
So, and for some of these corridors that are not starting right away, is there any way that some improvements could be done in the meantime? Because, there are corridors that people have been crying for improvements for years.
Through the mayor, so this approach, this toolbox approach implies that we can phase it in. And I think one of the really important things that we need to do through consultation is understand what the demands are and what the current impacts are, so that we can take some steps to phase in some of these changes that may be a little bit less impactful. So it doesn't have to be all at one time. And I also think we also have the opportunity to move some of these corridors around based on the kind of feedback that we get for the plan overall. And Deputy Mayor, we are in fact doing a couple of consultations on the plan overall before we move into the corridor piece.
Okay. And so one of the projects that I keep thinking about was the King Street, right? It seemed like it went pretty fast. How long did it take when we think about King Street? How long did it take you to plan and execute that project?
So I think that project, because it started before I arrived here in Toronto, was about 3 years from start to finish. So there had been a lot of analysis and community consultation through the great work that the teams had done through the TO Core program around King Street. And then we further, the implementation was quite brief, but that's because we were ready to implement it. Similar to Active TO, the implementation was quite quick, but that's because we had done all the analysis and consultation in advance.
So are you using that model to put forward this plan? Did you use those best practices and how it worked there to create this model? Is that why you're asking for all this time, which to some of us seems like a long time, but are you using that as a guiding?
Final question.
Yes, and in many parts, I mean, it has helped to influence in part some of the structure of timing and what we're doing and when we're going to roll things out. When we have information that we can bring to bear, those things are easier to move forward faster. But typically that 3-year time frame is about right. If you really want to do appropriate, intense consultation and you want to do the detailed design work that's going to really help to integrate these corridors into neighborhoods effectively, and all the other pieces, you really need a little bit of time to do it.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And then I think the last person I have at the moment on my list is Councillor Nunziata for questions.
You're on mute, Francis.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple questions. So when the motion went through the TTC board, on the corridors, and I'm talking about Jane Street in particular. So was part of the recommendation and the motion that was passed at the board was to consult with the local councillor before any posting is done on the website?
I believe there was, through the mayor, I believe there was motions that were at the TTC board related to consultation, not only with the local councillor, which of course was critical and important, but also with the local community more thoroughly.
Yeah, but when we spoke and we had the briefing about Jane Street, it was on the website on what your intent was as far as eliminating one lane before we even did consultation.
So
why was that communicated when we haven't had any consultation meetings?
So through the mayor, the first 5 corridors that are in this surface transit network plan were also the first most highly ranked corridors that were in the TTC's 5-year service plan. And we did get some feedback that people were very interested in having us move forward pretty quickly on these projects. So we started with the first 2 to really look at what we could do there. I just want to reassure you, Councillor Nunziata, that the message that we got through the discussion of Eglinton East back in July was that there really needed to be much more thorough and deliberate local consultation and corridor by corridor consultation, including a broad set of data and information with and consultation with the local councillor for each of these corridors. And so that's why we have come back with this plan, which looks at the top 20 corridors, but it asks for concurrence on an approach to consultation. And so we are not coming forward today with any kind of implementation actions on Jane Street or any other corridor at this time.
So as you know, one size doesn't fit all. Now, as far as the consultation, we've heard when flyers are dropped into mailboxes as part of junk mail, and do not agree that when we consult, we not only consult with the TTC riders, but as well as the communities where residents are living off the corridor of Jane Street corridor. They need to be consulted because it affects them if there's any road alterations on Jane Street. Do you not agree that we need to consult every person, but not by flyers, by mail?
I absolutely agree. I think we need to consult with resident associations, BIAs, the people who live along the corridor, and the people, as I said, who are connected from one end to the other. So it really is a critical route for many, many people in the city and in the community.
Okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. I think that brings us to the end. Let me just see everybody come back up on the screen there and see if there's anybody else. I think everybody seems to be satisfied. Okay, we can then move to speakers. And I know Councillor Carroll wrote me and said she had to go off to another meeting and thought that if we were doing, if I'd written in bus stop consultations to my motion, she was happy. So those members who are here from outside of the Executive Committee wishing to speak, are there any? Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Perruzza, I see you, two of you there. No? Well, okay. You want to speak, Councillor Perruzza?
Please, yes.
Okay, you're up. And then we'll just, why don't I just take a list then while you're just getting ready? The members of the committee want to speak. I see the Deputy Mayor, Ainsley, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Pasternak. Okay, well, that gives us a good start. And that then over to Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson. Okay. So over to Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I just want to start off by saying that I'm an advocate for transit and for better transit. And there's no question about it. But the consultations, the changes that are being proposed, primarily for Jane Street, in my view, don't enhance or don't move forward a transit agenda. What they do at best is create some confusion and to some degree a great deal of upheaval. So we heard from folks this morning talk about how eliminating bus stops, especially for heavily used transit routes, is a big problem, because what you're really doing is you're increasing those distances that people have to walk to get to those stops. I understand the operational efficiencies that the TTC is looking for. Fewer buses, fewer bus drivers, faster moving buses, fewer stops. And you do that and you shave off 5 minutes off a bus trip. But operational efficiencies don't make necessarily for better transit. In 2008, for example, Jane Street was one of the high-ranking streets for an LRT line, properly done. A widening of the street, maintaining, the travel corridor, and enhancing transit. So what we have now in front of us is a proposed, expanded transit plan. You call them transit corridors, or they're calling them transit corridors. But what it really means is a reduction in the road, fewer stops. That means that the 30% of transit users, the commuters, have large part of them have greater distances to walk to get to bus stops in the snow and the rain, in adverse conditions, and usually carrying stuff. Because people who use transit, who need to use transit on a regular basis, have to do all the things they do on transit, and to go shopping and those kinds of things. But what we're also doing on Jane Street in the TTC's desire to gain an operational benefit is you're also reducing the road, because you would be taking away a lane of traffic. Jane Street, at least in my part of the ward, and Councillor Pasternak's part of the ward, Councillor Nunziata, I believe, is affected by this too, is bounded by Jane Street is bounded by employment districts on either side of the street, which generally generates a lot of truck traffic. It sort of runs parallel to the 400, with only one real access. Well, two real accesses to Highway 400. The one at Finch, 400 and Finch, and the one at 401 and 400 and Jane, where the Highway 400 and Jane Street merge. So a lot of the employment district traffic that's generated, the truck traffic, now using that street, would be funneled into one lane, and as as well as all the automobile traffic. So I don't understand what the objectives are here. And if you really want to make it work, and I'm all for making it work, and I'm all for bringing in better transit, then that plan needs to have a street widening, so that you can have transit on its own dedicated lane, so that you can try to maintain all of the bus stops that are currently there, so that people have access to that transit. So you can increase the number of buses, you can increase the frequency of buses, and you can move people through that corridor, the number 2 ranked corridor on your list in terms of importance and ridership, and make it work. You can add, properly separated bicycle lanes. You can, you can make the work street. You can make the street work for pedestrians, for cyclists, for transit users, and for people who need to use Jane Street either by their car, or the employment districts that need to get their goods to market, in and out of the area. So while I understand from an advocate's perspective what the push is here, and I understand why the TTC would want to do what they're proposing to do here. But regrettably, I think that what you're going to find when you get out there and you start talking to people and you start consulting folks, and you explain to them what it is that you're doing, I don't expect that there will be a great deal of support for this plan. I'm a transit advocate. I'll
have to ask you to wrap up there, Councillor.
Perfect. And I also want to say this. There's some good things here. In terms of giving users masks, more masks, and allowing them to go. Anyway, I will wrap up. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much. Any other? Let me just have a look here at the full screen. And I don't think I see anybody else from council that's not on the executive committee wants to speak. Okay, I will, if I can, speak first, just because. I'm sorry. Yes.
I'd like to speak.
No, I'm speaking. As I said, I'm going to speak first if I can. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Carry on.
I'm going to speak first only because I want to put my motion on the table to do with consultation so you can see what it says. I think it may have been circulated. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. So let me just reset the clock here. Okay. So I have this motion here, and it's meant to address, we've been doing some chatting on it in the context of some of the discussions before the meeting, just to sort of flesh out what is really in front of us today. And I should take note of the fact that what's in front of us here is a consultation plan and a consultation process as opposed to the details, the operational details of any of these corridors themselves, including the one that's already in place. And so this motion directs the General Manager to bring a consultation plan for this network plan to the Executive Committee in the first quarter of 21, and that it should include options for local councillors to request additional meetings, presentations on the impact to traffic times using pre-COVID traffic arising from the changes, consultation through multiple media, including in person if possible, and then I've just written in here consideration of bus stop consultation to be included there because that's been discussed quite often this morning, and then a requirement that there be notice of consultations issued to all residents within 500 metres of the route where transit priority improvements are proposed. And I think what this does is gives a more explicit direction to the staff as to the kind of consultation plan we want to see, because I think it's been fairly evident both from the deputants and also from the councillors who have spoken that there's been some shortcomings in that consultation process. I will say that I think there's a bit of a response here as to why that is the case. I think it starts with that old habits die hard, and sometimes it's just easier to send out a flyer and be done with it. But I think also, if we were being fair, we would acknowledge that in some cases what's happened is that we've put the hurry up onto the staff. The staff have in turn then sort of reverted, because we've told them we're in a hurry, to a consultation process that consists of, here's what we've decided to do, what do you think about it? And of course then we all conclude, I think from that, including especially the public that we serve, that that's not real consultation, and I think that would be correct. I think as well sometimes the consultation has turned out to be too narrow, where it's kind of a design that's presented to people as opposed to looking at a lot of the underlying statistics and numbers and impacts. And I think people like Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Deputy Mayor Menard-Wong and others have spoken to that as we've gone through the day today, and some of the deputies spoke about it as well, some of the underlying facts and options and so on that are on the table. I will just take note of the fact, because this is all about consultation today, this report. I will take note of the fact that the very last answer, I think, given by Ms. Gray was that, and this is not making excuses or trying to in advance say that we're going to be taking even longer than this report suggests, because I think there is evidence in front of us that some of the timeframes set out here are quite long, and maybe too long in light of the service requirements. But I should note that she said that 3 years was not an unreasonable period of time during which you would do a robust, proper, full consultation process, including with the community first, of course, but also with the councillors, and then do the design work that would result from that consultation. So in that sense, I didn't cite that time. I don't think anybody put it to her. She just came back with that time herself. And that's not to say we can't find ways to do it faster than that, but I'm just saying that was the time frame she set out. I think a number of members of the public were critical of this plan in that it contemplated some of these corridors being addressed out some period of time. And I think, while it's possible we could deal with more than one of them in a given year and thus accelerate that timetable, it is interesting to note that Ms. Gray said that, and I don't think I'm misquoting her at all, that to do it properly, I think was her word, that it would take something around that kind of period of time. It's not something that takes 3 months. So those are my comments. I do think this is a project, or it's a plan that has to move forward. It is a plan that has to move forward in a priority order that has been set within the plan itself based on evidence and facts and figures. It is a plan that we should be looking for ways to accelerate, but not at the expense of doing it properly, meaning with proper consultation, with really rigorous design work, so as to make sure that what we can do is not solve one problem and create another, or create a number of multiple problems. So I commend this motion to you. I know there are going to be other motions, including one moved by Councillor Nunziata, and so I think together all of this will give more explicit direction to our staff as they go about bringing back this plan, which will now come back to us, which I think is also a step forward. If you approve this motion of mine, it will come back to us in the first part of next year. Those are my comments. Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Otherwise, we can get on to the rest of the list. Seeing none, the first person I have on the list to speak after myself is Deputy Mayor Menard-Wong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fully supportive of the motion that you moved, partially because some of them encapsulate many of the ideas that we discussed in terms of improving the consultation process, and also getting proper data to tell the community. And by community,
Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry. Just you had a motion, I believe, and I just want to make sure you.
Oh, I did. Yes, I did. Sure. Might put it up there.
There we go. Sorry, I just want to make sure you.
Oh, this motion simply asks the TTC the staff to report back on if these plans are implemented, how many additional transit users we'll get, and that's it. I think that's a useful piece of information to get. So I'm just going to go back to what I was saying before. I think that we need to talk to the entire community, not just transit users. I think that's critically and fundamentally important. You know, I fully agree with the mayor's comments that we shouldn't be going to this saying, this is our plan, we want you to support it. Behind that, I think, in my view, is there is no predetermined outcome in this. That this is not something that we're announcing and telling people to get on board. And within that, in my view, if the data does not support it and the community is opposed to it, I believe we have to have within there the capacity and the understanding that it's okay to say no to parts of this. That is part of a genuine, authentic consultation. And I like the idea of being able to have local communities discuss these plans because a lot of this will affect local communities. So for example, I don't have a lot to say about Jane Street, and my constituents don't have a lot to say about Jane Street because quite frankly, they don't drive in it, they don't know what the problems are, they don't know what the implications will be. Similarly, I think the people from Councillor Pruitt's ward don't know a lot about Lawrence Avenue East, and they don't know a lot about Victoria Park. And that's why we need to have, I think, at a councillor's discretion, to have local community meetings where we inform not just the transit users, but the entire community. Because you know, most transit union users will be supportive of this, but I can tell you, you know, having not consulted with my community directly, but my feeling is when you take out half of the capacity on Victoria Park Avenue, my residents will have something very strongly to say, an opinion on that. And it's not likely to be positive. When Lawrence Avenue, you know, if you have to take your kids to school and you have to travel on Lawrence Avenue in the morning, a journey right now that should take 5 minutes takes half an hour, and the TTC is proposing to take out half of the capacity on part of the road. They're going to have some things to say about that too. They'd like to know about it. They'd like to know the pluses and minuses, but they're going to have an opinion, and we're going to have to listen to that opinion. So I think this meeting was very useful, and these motions are very helpful. I look forward to organizing and attending these meetings and getting all the proper data that we need to inform all of our residents to make a proper and informed decision.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Any questions of the mover? Okay. Seeing none, then we would go along on the speaker's list next to Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I did have a motion to move to request the TTC to reinstall the stops at Beechell Street and Cedar Drive, but I've been told by the clerk that motion's out of order, so I guess I'll have to find a way to move it at the TTC. And part of the reason behind that motion, Mayor Tory, and to my colleagues on the executive committee, has to deal with what we've been talking about today is all around consultation and how the consultation has been done. And I have to say I'm a big supporter of the rapid TO. I was very happy to see on the list of the 17 routes, the Eglinton, Kingston Road, Morningside route was at the top of that list, because I have 5 neighborhood improvement areas along that route that their number one priority after jobs and employment is transit to get them to their jobs, to school, to shopping, which has led to over half the deputants this morning that use the Beechell and Cedar Drive route that don't feel that they were properly consulted. The TTC put a process in place for consultation, unfortunately, in English only in a neighborhood improvement area that has a very diverse population demographically that you've heard from the deputants. Many of the people that you will talk to that use those routes, they saw a flyer in the bus shelter in English only. They really feel that it was a done deal, that the TTC had already decided to take these stops out. I haven't seen any data on why these stops were taken out. I've been told they're going to continue to study them for the next 90 days, which I appreciate, but I would really like to have those stops put back in place. I have some further concerns around the data. There was a comment earlier about from TTC staff that the Rapid TO line has increased 766 trips to 919 trips, which is great, but at the same time, the TTC reinstalled 2 express bus lines, and I think that accounts for the vast majority of the increased trips through this corridor is from reinstalling 2 bus lines. And, you know, I really think there needs to be a balance as well in that consultation process between people that are using the TTC and drivers in the community, because this was put out there as a balanced plan. Often I get people that complain about the route that they drive, and I have to explain to them the rationale and the high ridership of the TTC lanes that in some areas almost equals the number of car drivers through this area. So I think as we learn there's 16 more routes that are going to be done, I think the TTC needs to do a lot of work on their consultation process, both in how they engage the community and how they engage councillors as well. Because I think we want to make sure this is done thoroughly. I think it's a great plan, but it has to have that balance between TTC users and drivers, and also make sure that everybody's properly consulted and that the feedback that we hear from people is taken into consideration when these routes are finally put in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Nunziata is next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. So I do have a motion, and if staff can put it on the screen. I won't read all of it because where it's City Council Director, General Manager, Transportation Services, been consulting on the Service Transit Network plan to consider other options. And that's all part of the motion. You know, as far as HOV lanes, other options as well. I think it's very important that that when we go out to the community and consult with the community, that we're not going out to the community saying this is a done deal, this is what we're doing. We should have options and have the community consult on the various options. And I do agree, and I've said that in other councillors, that we need to consult with the entire community. And in particular, I'm going to speak on my ward, which is Jane 400, Jane 401. So as Councillor Perruzza mentioned, we have thousands of cars that get onto the highway or get off the highway, and right at the intersection of Jane, Maple Leaf, Jane and Church Street, that it's congested bumper to bumper now. It's an existing problem that we have and we continue to have. And I have complaints from residents on the east side of Jane, on the west side of Jane, on cars going down the residential streets as a shortcut. And that's why at Community Council, at Etobicoke York Community Council, I have so many requests for speed humps because of the volume of traffic that's going down these streets, asking for turn restrictions, speed humps, one way, because of the volume of traffic. So we need to consult with the whole community because it will have a huge impact on these communities in that area. So it's very important to me. I will be supporting, of course, the mayor's motion, and I hope members, and also Councillor Min Wong's motion, and I hope members will support my motion as well. So thank you very much to staff, and thank you to members.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nunziata. Next, that brings us to Councillor Pasternak. Just so I have note here, I have Councillor Pasternak and then Deputy Mayor Thompson, and are there others that I missed on the way through that want to speak? Okay, so we've got Councillor Pasternak next, and then Deputy Mayor Thompson. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for staff for the investment of time in this initiative. Part of my motion was incorporated into Councillor Nunziata's motion, and I fully support, obviously, because part of it's mine, I fully support it going forward because we have to look at alternatives to speeding up our bus routes. Just closing down a lane and making that an express route with taking out stop signs, bus stops, and potentially creating unintended consequences. It's important to remember that when you have express lanes, you are affecting just-in-time delivery to small stores, you're affecting parking, you're taking away the bus stops. And there's a question, the report barely mentions the adding of new buses. Now, if capacity issues are really prevalent in this discussion together on a single vehicle during a pandemic, then I'm surprised at how little mention there is about adding more buses onto these routes to make sure there's less people on the buses. Councillor Nunziata is correct about cut-through traffic along Jane Street. We are flooded with people who are trying to get off Jane Street and cut through various neighborhoods because of the congestion there. When it comes to express, we had that experience on Dufferin Street, north and south in my ward. And my office was often flooded with complaints that the lanes would remain empty 90% of the time while everyone was stuck in traffic. There was almost no enforcement. There's no indication that new buses were added. The out of service and empty buses were using the route to get back to the Wilson Yards. And it seemed to me that those lanes could better be used for multi-person vehicles, taxi cabs, motorcycles, and cyclists. And that's exactly what we did. We changed the usage slightly, so we were able to accommodate the TTC buses, and we were also able to use accommodate other road users. Taking away bus stops is perhaps an active cut. There are few worse things than knowing that your bus stop that you regularly use to get home, to shop, to move around, particularly up Jane Street, where there's marginalized communities, racialized communities, a lot of poverty. To take away bus stops is really one of the worst cuts you can imagine. The lanes themselves, as mentioned earlier, there's a lot of confusion on who can go in them and who cannot go in them. School buses were mentioned, vehicles, and so forth. So there's an information gap with that. Going forward, I think this is a lesson that when you rush things, you make mistakes. And based on the discussion offline, there's a enormous pushback from councillors who understand the local communities, understands that you can't hurt retail anymore, taking out the parking or taking out the ability to pull for curbside pickup. You have to think this through and make sure that we're investing all their smart spending tens of millions of dollars, actions such as in Nunziata's motion and Mayor Ford's motion, Mayor Tory's motion, also describe. Closing down lanes is not always the best to get people from A in the most efficient way. And new technologies, traffic management, right-hand turns are using some of the technologies that we're piloting and trying to sort out. Those are the vital things that we must discuss, that we must implement, because people have a right to get from A to B quickly, safely, and efficiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. And then the last speaker that I have here would be Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I want to start off by saying that thank the staff, Ms. Gray, the TTC, and all the amazing staff teams that are, and planning and so on, that are responding to our request to move things faster, to get things done, to be able to move our citizens around this city in a more efficient way and so on. Ms. Gray and team are attempting to do this. You know, when I'm listening to the members of council speak, and I appreciate all that's been said. I appreciate the motion, Mr. Mayor, that you've moved forward, the motion that Councillor Nunziata, Deputy Mayor Min Wong has moved forward, and I will be supporting those. But I get a bunch of push, pull, tug component as part of the discussion here. What's in front of us is a network framework that staff are planning to bring forward so that councillors and members of the community and so on will be able to discuss and consult. And the ideas and the concerns that members of council have been raising around, you know, either removal of bus stops and what have you, and the concerns that we have about utilizing the lanes and so on. Those are all part of the process in which we're able to add in. I mean, it's the scrambled egg breakfast approach. What do we want for breakfast this morning? Is it the scrambled egg, or do we want an omelet? What do we want to put in it? How do we want it to be seasoned? And all of these things that we want. Clearly, it's a preference thing. And I think that, as Deputy Mayor Min Wong has indicated, that it is not just a situation where we are going to look in isolation of a specific corridor, a transit priority and so on. Is what may be important for the folks at James Street, may be something different for Lawrence or Eglinton and so on. I think the staff know this. They're fully aware of this and so on. And I think what we really should do is recognizing what they're trying to do with respect to the criteria that they have in place. You know, the 5 criteria that they look in terms of looking at the transit corridor priorities are, you know, existing transit ridership, the equity, connectivity to higher order transit, population, employment growth, and ease of implementation. I mean, those are all some of the things that they're looking at, and it really, in a large way, encapsulates and brings into view the concerns that everyone has raised here with respect to, you know, how do we plan it? Do we expand the roadway? And don't forget the cars and so on. We are not going to forget any of those things as part of what I'm seeing that the staff is bringing forward, which is, what's the aim of the service transit network plan? It's aimed to develop a comprehensive network of surface transit priority along the corridors and so on, along the arterial roadways, through the tools that they, as Ms. Gray refers to it, the tools in the toolbox. Well, the tools in the toolbox are there for us as councillors and members of the community and so on to utilize to our best advantage to ensure that we have efficient, high-order transit that actually addresses the concerns that people have and have mentioned to us this morning about overcrowding and, you know, buses being efficient on time and so on. You know, some members of council said, well, you know, you haven't talked in this report about how many buses are going to be on the corridor. Of course you wouldn't at this point, because this is not the place to talk about it. Certainly it's a matter of being aware. I'm sure that every member of staff is aware that if we build these corridors, we implement them and put them in place, there's going to actually have to be the necessary equipment on the corridors, which is the buses and of course the drivers and all of the other things that we need to implement to ensure that it's safe and it's a priority and so on. So I really want to thank Ms. Gray and the staff for their leadership. We put them oftentimes in a very difficult situation. We say, hurry up, bring the most efficient plan in place. By the way, we're going to criticize you, and I'm not being critical as a member of the council. I'm just simply saying there's a place and time for us to provide our input so that those inputs could be recorded as part of the process of the consultation that will ensure that we get the best transit opportunity as part of our corridor plan. And so I'm suggesting to members that in as much as we may have concern about whether or not there's appropriate communication and so on and so forth, these are all things that are being done and should, and the TTC, Mr. Leary and others are very aware of. And so I ask us to support what we have in front of us, because there's opportunity for us to be able to be heard from the staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And Deputy Mayor Valley, go ahead. Did you speak already? No. Yes? Yes.
No, No, I haven't.
Oh, you had a
spoken,
question on the
Chairman.
mover. I'm sorry. No, there was no motion. Oh, so you didn't speak. So you want to speak now? No, please go ahead. I'm sorry, I just get mixed up. I know you'd spoken earlier on questions. I was watching intently, but go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, these are some of the busiest routes that we have in our city. I think many councillors, I know that I represent one of these corridors, Dufferin Street, and if you look at my record, there's been many motions, many rides that I've taken you, CEOs of TTC, chairs of TTC boards to try to improve the service for the riders, but also for many of the constituents in the community that feel very frustrated when driving or walking and see all the buses bunched up, and they realize that, you know, that's not the most efficient way to provide a TTC service in our city. We also have a city that, you know, is growing by 1 million people in the next 20 years. And I think that this is a plan about moving people. How do we move people? We can't just keep the status quo and think that, you know, the systems that we have today are going to serve a city that is going to be increasing in population by 1 million people. We need to give options for people to use. And I think if you don't have a network, a transit network that is reliable, that is convenient, that is accessible to people, it's going to be very, very, very hard to have people to leave their cars and to think of other ways of going in transportation. At the same time, I think that we always have to recognize that our people and situations that will need to use their cars. So this is about actually creating movement and dealing with the congestion in the city. So I appreciate the work that city staff have been putting forward. I think that there are some routes that we need improvements sooner. I do understand that these dedicated bus lanes require close attention to it and require the involvement of the communities. And these are complex projects. I was surprised when I had a briefing with staff and they told me that Keele Street took them 3 years to put together, because, you know, you thought it was, you know, 6 or 7 months that the public side of it became so obvious, and it's not. These things, you need to ensure, as you said, Mayor, that you're just not taking the problem from one street to the other. These are, it's about car movements, truck movements, TTC movements, and we need to ensure that the city continues to move in these different modes of transportation. The needs of people are addressed. There's no question that this investment, which actually has a great ROI, you know, we know that bus routes produce, and these kinds of investments have a great return on our investment. We know that we're doing a lot of investment in transit, but these investments, compared to some of the other transit investments that we're doing in the city, are actually a great return on our investment. And when we have, you know, very finite resources and such a great need for improvements in our transportation system as a whole, I think there's no question that we need to effectively look and work with our communities to make sure that these projects are a success, and that they address the needs of the TTC and address the needs of the communities that have these routes going by. So I'm looking forward to having the conversations with my community. These conversations are never easy. But I think it is important. I think that people realize, especially in some of these corridors where they're under a lot of development pressure as well, that it is important to increase the accessibility of ways of people to move around in our city.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. Any other comments? I think that exhausts the speakers list. We're ready to move then to deal with the motions, and I think we'll just deal with them in the order in which they were put. There's no reason not to. And the first motion which we'll put up on the screen is the motion that I moved concerning the consultation plan to be brought back to us. And if there are no further comments, questions, or otherwise, I'll just call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Second motion is Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion with respect to reporting on additional transit users who will be expected to go to TTC and out of their cars as a result of the implementation of this plan. And I'll call the question again. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the third motion is Councillor Nunziata's motion that has some further direction with respect to other options to be considered as part of this consultation and when they're put forward and whatnot, and present the results during the public consultations. And so I'll call the question on that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And so then, item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Now, we have about 17 minutes. We could start into modern TO, which is the next item on the agenda, or I don't know whether the items that don't involve deputations, 18.8, 18.10, whether those are capable of being dealt with a single question or a single speech. I didn't know why they were held. One was held by Councillor Ainsley and one by Councillor Pasternak. Are either of those able to be dealt with in the 15-minute time frame if there's just one question or one comment or something? Councillor Ainsley?
Mayor Tory, I can 18.8. I think I only have a couple of questions of staff. One of them, I understand the intent of this program. I'm just trying to understand how it's going to tie in with programs that are being led in Scarborough, for example, already by Native Child and Family Services. They're working on putting a crisis team in place. I'm just trying to understand what's before us today is going to tie in with groups like that already have programs in place across Toronto.
All right, that question has been put. Is there a staff person on the line? I'm just not sure who would answer that today. Is there somebody that's prepared to answer? Selena, you're there. Thank you for being here.
Yep, through the mayor. Hello. Thank you.
Go ahead and if you have an answer, that would be great. Thank you, Selena.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Yeah, very much so. What's proposed by the Aboriginal Affairs Committee is connected to work that's already underway. It's connected to work that's underway in Scarborough, downtown, as well as work that's happening in the city writ large around community safety and well-being and mental health. So we're all getting together to make sure that it's connected and seeing what else can be done based on what the Indigenous communities have asked for.
So Selena, there'll be a table of organizations that are involved in crisis management and assistance are going to be meeting regularly, including Native Child and Family Services?
Potentially. We aren't quite at that point yet of determining that, but the Aboriginal Affairs Committee didn't want to lose sight of the importance of the work and so much going on within the city and beyond. So that is very much what might happen. There could be such an Indigenous-led table circle. We're not quite sure that that's the process yet.
Okay, and one of the concerns that I've often heard from people is that when they're in crisis and they're trying to figure out who to call or who to deal with, they don't always want to identify themselves as being Indigenous. And I'm just wondering, like, to me, that's a huge hurdle, and I'm trying to figure out how we deal with that.
Yeah, it's very astute and kind of you to acknowledge that. I don't know that I have a good answer. As somebody who myself didn't identify for a long time, it's a really personal choice to identify as First Nations Métis or Inuit or a particular band or community member. But hopefully through the work that we do with community, we can create enough support that over time, if not right away, people do feel safer in identifying and accessing the supports that they need.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Selena. I really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to the progress on this. It's very important to my community in Scarborough. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Did you want to say a few words on this, or the questions are answered to your satisfaction, Councillor?
I've asked my questions, Mayor Tory. I'm more than happy to move the recommendations and see this report go forward. As a councillor in the southeast corner of Scarborough, I have the second highest Indigenous identified population in the city of Toronto, and I often hear about concerns with people or their family members that have been in crisis. They don't know where to go. Sometimes they get scared by knowing that the police might show up at their door. They sometimes don't even want to identify as being Indigenous. So I think this is a very important program. I look forward to the ongoing work that's going to be done in this area, because I think there's a huge need by not only the residents of my area, but across the city, and I'm fully supportive of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Ainslie's moved the recommendation, which is to ask the director, and it'll go through to Council of the Indigenous Affairs Office to work to prepare a report on funding needs and so on to deal with community safety and mental health. So I'll call the question. Do you have your hand up there, Councillor? I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And then Selena, if you're still there, thank you very much for all the work you do. We don't see you as often as we probably should, but you're doing excellent work, and we appreciate that, including, I'm sure, this report. So thank you very much. All right. Let's see now, it's just about 18 minutes past. So similarly, I don't know if 1810, Councillor Pasternak, is that something that can be dealt with quickly, or was there going to be longer? What's the deal on that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just have a couple of questions for staff and a motion.
Okay, well,
it's up
I
to you.
think
We
if
can
it's just
try.
a couple of
I
questions
think-
for staff and a motion, we can probably deal with that. So why don't we just do that? Go ahead.
All right. Through you to staff, it's regarding the administrative inquiry that I guess originated at council and then was referred to executive. There's a number of items that were moved. I guess as chair of Community Development and Recreation last term, I spent a lot of time on the first iteration of the poverty reduction plan, and there were a package of motions passed at Community Development and Recreation on September the 17th, 2015. Now, a number of these, I guess 5 years later, and I'm trying to be as nice as I can, were not implemented. And I'm wondering, first of all, on the response to the administrative inquiry, it said action on this item was not included in the council adopted 2015 to 2008 poverty reduction strategy action plan. This was adopted by committee. Who made the decision not to include it in the plan going forward? Where was that? When was it pulled out?
Hey, the sun's trying to come out.
Oh, that's good news. Who's answering the question on behalf of the public service on the poverty reduction plan?
So it's Chris through the mayor. Julie, I see you're on this call, so I would expect Julie would have an answer.
Did you pick up the question, Julie? I can't see Julie myself, so I can't see if she's muted or whether she's just not there. Or...
You want to hold the item down?
Well, we can. There should be people able to answer for it, so I don't want to give up until we know for sure that there's no one to answer. You see Julie there? Okay. Julie, is she muted? Is she just not able to speak? Can we unmute her, or does she have to do it herself? Oh, I think we're starting to pick you up. There's faint signs on the horizon. What's happening here? Just not picking up the audio. Or is she...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if Julie isn't available, then I think Denise may be able to help with
Okay, it's perfectly fine with me. Denise, are you there? We're just going to give this another 30 seconds, then we have to move on. There's Juliana.
My apologies.
No problem.
Sorry, I missed that. I was trying to deal with a different issue. I thought we were on transit.
We were, and I apologize because I was just trying to clean up a couple of items that may involve short questions. Did you not hear Councillor Pasternak's question then?
No, my apologies.
Okay.
Okay.
Just to try and give us the short précis, Councillor. It doesn't have to be that long. It's really essentially some elements that you'd like to see in the plan that somehow got taken out of the plan between the recommendation and the council. It didn't.
Well, yes, there was some of these were deleted and not put it in the 2015, 2018 plan, and I don't see them in any plan going forward. So the only reason this, I wanted to take a look at what actions were taken on these is number 5, identify based on existing studies, medical conditions that are prevalent in low-income or racialized groups, and identify code blue strategies that can be implemented on a local basis for early detection, education, medical intervention. In other words, the pre-pandemic work on this, and it's what we're talking about a lot now. And I moved the motion 5 years ago, and I was wondering what had been done. The response at the bottom of the administrative inquiry is action on this item was not included in the council adopted 2015-2018 Poverty Reduction Strategy Action Plan. So I was wondering what happened to it.
So I can, and I think Denise may have joined. We can take a second look at this, but a lot of this is in the provincial realm in terms of healthcare. So we just have to balance it off and not set up expectations on something the city can't deliver on. But I'm more than willing to take it back and relook at it to see if we can come up with an action that the city itself can take.
Well, it's certainly embedded in TOR, in the Toronto Recovery Plan that was adopted by council a couple weeks ago. I was reminded. And there's other measures that were also not included. So when is this a delegated authority to take out items? Just you have to pick and choose, or how does it normally work? What gets in and what doesn't?
So when this was referred to staff, it was for consideration, for us to consider whether it was appropriate to bed in the poverty reduction strategy. We can revisit it given everything, the impacts that COVID has been having on our more vulnerable communities. But I would take, my focus would be on bringing forward actions that the city itself, that are in with the city's mandate, that we would be able to advance.
Perhaps I can just add to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor Pasternak, I was having audio trouble. Just to add to that, so we spent a year obviously doing engagement, and then as you recall, the interim action plan went through every standing committee and through lots of conversations with various committee leads and councillors. And I do remember the original set of actions being part of discussion. We were directed to look at it from the lens of feasibility and which things are most aligned with the city's mandate to be able to achieve. The final action plan that council adopted did not include these actions because they were sort of screened out in that further due diligence that committees and executive committee asked us to do before bringing back the final plan for approval.
Mm-hmm. Now, when I tried to follow the paper trail here, this package that was adopted by committee was actually referred to the city manager at the time. I guess it was Peter Wallace, for consideration, and that's where the trail runs cold. But some of this is clearly city responsibility, TCH, and some other elements here. They're taken out, so we can't really blame the province for that.
No, I can appreciate that, Councillor Pasternak. There are hundreds of actions connected to this action plan, and I think one of the feedback we got originally was that there were perhaps too many things, and that we needed to try to choose the most high impact actions that the city could advance. So the ones that were in the final document that council approved are our estimation of those most high impact actions. We certainly can relook at some of these, but I think, given the overall context that we're in, where we're asked to continue to choose the most high impact actions that the city can move, as opposed to ones that perhaps are best for other institutions. I would still stand by the set of actions that we've chosen in the plan and that council approved.
All right, Councillor Pasternak, I gave you lots of extra time to take account of the waiting time for the staff. Now, I'd like to ask, I'd like to entertain a motion to extend if you're the only speaker and if you're just going to take a couple of minutes on this.
I'm just going to move my motion.
Okay, well, that's fine. So are there any other people wishing to ask questions then? Okay, I see nobody. So we'll move on then for you to speak, and you can move your motion, please. Put it up. Can we put it up, Madam Clerk? Thank you. So it's asking that these two items be considered in a report to come back in Q21. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is get them to be reintroduced. Obviously, it's a vital the poverty reduction strategy. In July of 2015, we had a new city manager. We were transitioning.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I thought you were just going to move your motion. May I just get a motion to extend just to complete this item? All in favor? Carried. Go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry to eat into people's lunches. So I understand. I think I understand what happened here. In July of 2015, we brought on a new city manager. In October of 2015, these motions were moved at committee and adopted. Then it was then referred to the city manager for consideration. And I think somewhere in there, it didn't get to the council floor, or if it did get to the council floor, it was not implemented by staff. So I'd like, in the next iteration of the Toronto poverty reduction strategy, I'm asking staff to take a second look at these.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments and for that motion. And we have that motion here, and it would accompany. Actually, I guess there is no recommendation here, so we just pass this motion, and it will stand as effectively how we dispose of the matter. So it's moved by Councillor Pasternak. Any questions of the mover? Any other comments? All right, then I'll call the question on the motion, which is about to be shown to you. Again, there we go. So ready to go? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so we will stand adjourned until 1:30. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Thompson, Ainsley, Ben and Wong, so that's 1, 2, 3. I'm not counting you, Jennifer. You're just not on the committee, so it doesn't count towards quorum.
And then
There's
how about
Francis.
the
So
whole
we've got
rest of my area. I think it's pretty good. Everything okay at Blake Boltby or Walpole? Walpole is the one that actually.
Paula, you've got your mic on there. It's good thing Paula's not carving us all up. Hey, well, that Thompson, he's a such and so. That Ainsley, I've got no use for him.
I'm recording it anyway, Mayor Tory. You never know.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you're soon to lose me to go to the COVID press conference, so that's why I want to make sure we have a solid quorum. We need 5, so we need 1 more to join, so that when I leave, we're not losing it. So
Go ahead.
there's Anna. So we now
Preview of the
have
numbers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Good.
6. So we have 6. So we have 5 if you all stay, and I'm sure more to come. So let's call the meeting back to order and resume our work. Just so you know, members and members of the public, I will have to leave in about 10 minutes to go to do the COVID-19 update with the Medical Officer of Health. And so I will do that, and the Deputy Mayor has agreed to sit in the chair. And so we'll proceed from there. And I think we're ready to proceed with the next item of business, which was 18.2, the Modern TO Workplace Modernization, on which we did have a deputant. And I'm going from memory, I think it was, here we are. Miroslav Glavic. So, is Mr. Glavic not on? Has he been on all day or not? No. Okay, so we haven't seen Miroslav today, so we don't have a deputant. So we can proceed then to questions of staff. Who would like to be on the list for questions of staff on modern TO? Councillor,
I have one question.
Deputy Mayor Thompson does, and I think when Councillor Crawford returns, he will as well. But go ahead, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Ainsley, and so we've got 3 on the speakers list. Then Messrs. Thompson, Ainsley, and Mendenwall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. What exactly is the objective that you're trying to achieve, and in terms of implementation, and bringing forward this report regarding modernization program for the workplace?
So thank you, through the speaker. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's Josie. I'll just, oops, hold on a second.
Thank you, Josie.
Hopefully you can see me now. Let me.
Can't see you, but I can hear you. I can see you now. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. The intent here of this particular report today is an update to the report in 2019. When we came and we talked about looking at the overall portfolio of our real estate, we focused on the office piece in particular. And we talked about 2 things: modernizing office space as well as unlocking properties, right, that were office. So the intent here is to actually utilize our footprint appropriately from a city perspective on an offsite, so really making sure we're efficient and effective. Also creating a remote working from a city perspective around that. COVID actually is actually accelerated that to no end. And there's many other objectives, but I'll just give you some of the stats right now just to help everybody. There's 55 buildings today that we own and lease. 22 we owned and 33 we leased today. And what that incorporates about 3.1 million square feet and about 14,700 employees, about $150 million of costs today. And that includes TPA, TCHC divisions, as well as TTC too. And the intent here is to look at that portfolio. So Pat and the team, as well as Creatio, work together and we'll come here and said we can reduce our footprint from 55 buildings down to 15 at the end of the day. We will keep 1 lease at the end of the day. That's what we're saying overall. And the intent here is actually we're going to be able to reduce and we'll modernize our space within the next 5-6 years. What we're saying here is that we're actually going to reduce quite a few of our building requirements. We're going to, by 1 million square feet. We're actually going also, which is about 33% of our portfolio. And we're also going to reduce our cost structure, which is about $30.5 million between leases and operating costs over the next 5 to 6 years. But there's an investment of $225 million required, which we've already done a portion of it with, $20 million with swing space we built in Union Station, which was approved last year when we came to committee. So we built the swing space. What you're seeing here is about a 12 to 13% return on that particular investment that we're talking about over a period of time. The other thing we're also talking about is unlocking 8 buildings of office that we own today. And we will be bringing that report Q2 of 2021 to council and committee through Cratio that will talk about the 8 buildings and for city building purposes, which will be housing and other requirements that we have, and there's some commercial. But the intent is to basically come to actually unlock, come down to the 15 buildings, create a remote working space, which I gave you the financial side. On the city building, it's housing, creating green, upgrading our civic centers, as well as we're also with our civic centers, because of the TOR report, we're looking at creating the first floor of each civic center for more public space too. So we're actually looking at that opportunity too. And that would not have been something we would have thought about. With COVID, it accelerated the thought process. And obviously the other things too is we're going to be pushing a greater opportunity of jobs in Scarborough and Etobicoke, because people will be closer to their homes and they can actually work across the city. And we will not have dedicated offices for staff. There will be offices that they can book, and it becomes more of a remote approach, and we'll have the proper tools and all that. So all in all, the intent is reducing the footprint, allowing for unlocking of land. And I say the most critical thing that I would say to the group here is if we cannot unlock the real estate we're talking about, those 8 properties or leases, if we do not modernize our space to be able to do the remote working that we're talking about. So hopefully I gave you a big view of the whole thing.
Sure, that's very helpful, and thank you very much for that. But I would ask you this question. So many in the city who may be listening to this presentation and reading this report, they would say, why now? And you've given us some examples, but they want to, recategorize that and say, why now during this very period of COVID and so on? Could you speak to that? There are more people working at home, so I would argue that we're ahead of the this whole perspective in terms of people working from at home and the new dynamics of work. So the question is, why now? And do we actually have the money to make this investment? And is it worthwhile? Perhaps you can just restate some of the points that you made on the ROIs.
So why now? With COVID, it actually is. I mean, we were doing it anyway. With COVID, it just helps us accelerate what we're trying to unlock and utilize our space. One of the averages that we had seen around utilization of space, especially some of us, we don't utilize space maybe at 36% of the time of our offices. The time is the right time. And how we actually fund this is what you're getting at. We have about $30.5 million that we will reduce of leases and operating costs that will contribute to this investment that we're talking about. So that is an important part. That's how we'll be funding it. And the CFO is on the line. She can talk a little bit more about that. We are not in any way going to be touching the whole tax capital and operating, but I'll let the CFO talk about that because her and I had talked about that. So the funding of this over a 10-year period of time is there just on the savings that we're going to get for operating and leases. And then the unlocking of the 8 buildings will be something else that will be an important part for the city based on city building. And I think that's important to say that there's an opportunity here to do something for the public as well as for obviously for the staff too. So I don't know if the CFO wants to actually state any further. I don't know where she is, but if she wants to say anything further.
Hi, Deputy Mayor, it's Heather. So just to build on what Josie mentioned of the savings, that's on an annual basis. So we have annual operating costs that involve leases, external leases that we pay, which are just over 20 million. And then on top of that, we've got state of good repair expenses, as well as just typical operating costs. So that's where the just over 30 million comes from on an annual basis. And then in addition, as Josie mentioned, as we unlock the values from some of those properties, which is still to be determined, that will also help be a funding source for this particular initiative.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. And I'll just tell you as I prepare to depart that we have a speakers list consisting of Ainsley and yourself, and then I'm sure others that may follow. We didn't see, just while I'm at it, before I go, Councillor Carroll is there, and Councillor, I think that's all from outside of the committee. And Councillor McKelvey's there. Did either of you want to speak on this item because we didn't, or ask questions rather, because we didn't, No, okay.
Sending it.
Neither of you.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. I had
Okay.
a staff briefing.
Very good. So it's Councillor Ainsley then, and I'll turn the chair over to you, Deputy Mayor. And they've indicated they're prepared to look after the timing of speakers from here, if you wish. And you can deal with that. And the clerk is here, of course, at your disposal. And then yourself. And you can pick up the list from there. Are you okay there, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm here.
Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Ainsley, I believe is the next for
Okay,
questions.
all right. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Ms. Cioli. So when you say unlocking, and we're trying to unlock real estate, we're really trying to get the best value for what we own, correct, when you say that?
That is absolutely correct.
And we have, and so just to kind of rehash what you were saying, the Deputy Mayor a moment ago, is that so we currently have 55 buildings that you really feel are being underutilized, and we can either move out of those buildings completely, consolidate staff into other buildings. At the same time, as we move out, we're investing the savings from not using those buildings into modernizing them to unlock their values, you say. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. And then I also heard you say that our return is going to be 12%?
We were talking about the, through the chair, sorry, what we were referring to, Councillor Ainsley, is actually the return on the investment of 225 million based on the actual costs that Heather and I were talking about regarding the leases, no longer having to pay for the leases or the operating costs of the buildings that we would unlock the 8 buildings. Yes.
Yeah. And so I did pass this report by some commercial real estate people, and they were quite impressed that we were going to see a 12% return. Like it's pretty good right now to what we're seeing out there in the private sector, correct?
That is correct, and that is the feedback we've received from quite a few people, plus the unlocking of our 8 buildings on top of that, depending on what we actually choose to do through city building.
Yeah, so I know that some people would like to see them all go towards housing and affordable housing in the city, but we really need a return on our investment, and we're not going to fully see that if we put these all in the housing stock, correct?
I think the one thing that we did outline was that the $30 million is related to the operating the lease and the lease costs, right? The $450 million, it depends on the market, Councillor Ainsley, as we know, right? The market with the 8 properties. Those will obviously be determined in Q2 when we come back to council with what Craighill will put forward will be city building. And some of the properties actually can't be done for affordable housing because they're actually in the commercial side, right? So we will put that in front of you. You guys will decide what to do with it. But what we're saying, it's really important to look at the whole gambit of things. And those 8 properties has an opportunity to also support other city building and also other city requirements overall.
Okay. And I guess when people talk about, as we're moving forward on this is, I know that we worked at modernizing Metro Hall, and that's still ongoing, and that now we've taken this into the next phase, and there'll be continual reports back to council as this moves forward. It's not something that just you created during the pandemic to move our real estate forward, correct?
Through the chair, that is absolutely correct. I just wanted to say 2017, you gave us direction, approved the new real estate model. This is our first asset type that we're actually being very clear on as to how we want to actually move forward with this, which is the office piece. And we've been doing modernization of space in pilot mode. And what we've said, in order to get the scale that we need to be able to unlock what we've talked about, whether it's dollars or properties, we need to move forward with this particular plan to go aggressively. We will go through a budget process. This will go through a budget. What you're getting here today is for an information report that will go through the budget process. Thank you.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody up? Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. So what processes is going to be used for the to identify the deposition of the buildings?
So I will, through the chair and deputy mayor, I will turn it over to Craighill, who's actually managing the process, and it's Peter. If I could ask Peter to comment on that. Peter, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Do you want, maybe one of your colleagues can actually take it on, Peter, until you get on? Maybe Ashmead or Stephen can?
Ashmead, do you want to talk about that? Sure, happy to. Deputy Mayor Bilo, there is a process that we outline on page 19 of the report. There's already been consultation with city planning and the occupants of all these major buildings. What we need to do as a next step, and what has delayed this process because of COVID, is the community consultation component of all this. We have 2 community consultations that we're preparing for the new year. We're going to gather input from local communities, pair that with the input that we receive from city planning, local councillors, the occupant divisions, and discover what the needs might be on these 8 sites before we produce any recommendations back to city council.
So the city has already done, from secondary plans to having several city building priorities in all kinds of areas. Parks and Recreations had that plan. Will that be taken in consideration, given that council has taken a position on several of these areas with several of these plans?
Absolutely. Yeah, city planning generally will outline what plans were adopted in what areas, and those serve as important guidelines for us and the recommendations that we put forward.
Okay. Is the modernization plan, so in order for us to do all this work on the civic centers, modernize our workforce, and do and make these 8 buildings available for city building purposes, is this dependent on any financial return from these 8 buildings?
Well, I mean, as the CFO mentioned, the funding model, the precise funding model is still to be determined, but I think what we know is that there's significant cost savings in the realm of $30 million, or a little bit more than $30 million, that can potentially support the initial funding need of $225 million. Whether or not some of that needs to come from the $450 million in the 8 sites is to be determined still.
So how do you balance that with a city building? What's going to be the priority? Is it city building, or is it the finances?
If I could, it's Josie, Deputy Mayor. What we're saying is that the $30 million that Ashmead was talking about, that I spoke about, it is funding this 225. It can't fund it based on the 6 years. It can't do that. We will bring a report back in Q2, early Q2, that will have the city building requirements that were asked of us, and that will be up to council to do the final decision, but it will have the city building requirements based on what we were asked to do, for sure. Okay, so I want to differentiate them, but what I'm also saying, and I said this earlier, we must do the modernization to unlock the 8 buildings, or we will not be able to do that. Okay. Thank you.
You finished, Councillor Bilo? Finished. Any further questions? I can't see everybody in the, I've just got my 9 squares, so put your hand up if you want to speak. And no? I see it. Michael Thompson. Is that Councillor Thompson?
Deputy Mayor, questions?
Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Ainsley, have you already asked? You've already asked questions, though.
Sorry, I thought you were asking for speakers.
No, these are for questions. Councillor Pasternak?
Just very quickly, and I must apologize in advance in case this was asked before, because I missed the first part of it. But at North York Civic Center, we rely on the unused space for dozens of community groups that hold meetings and events and other types of gatherings. Has any thought been given to how to accommodate those groups if we renovate and open up and put a lot of people in there? Will we lose that space?
So, through the chair and Councillor Pasternak, I think I heard most of you got cut off a little bit. It's Josie. Are you asking about the folks that are using the community space there? Is that going to go away? Is that what you're saying? Is that the question? Okay.
Yeah, so, okay, go ahead.
The intent is, and part of our work across all the civic centers that we're modernizing is to actually open up space for the community. Based on the tour report, we want to look at the opportunity to continuously open up space for folks to actually use it for public requirements, right? Collaboration, all that. So Pat, who can talk a little bit more about it if you'd like, but we are looking at that. So we'll look at all of the civic centers based on who's using them today. And if anything, we're actually looking for greater opportunity to utilize more of our space that's going to be more open to the public. Especially the first floors, we're looking at that opportunity too. Hope that answers your question for now. But we'll definitely come and talk to you, to your point.
Yeah, because they currently use the old committee rooms and council chamber.
We're not taking stuff away from people. That's not the intent, or hopefully enhancing the opportunity to utilize more of our space.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much.
No further questions? I did have a couple. The first one was, so one of the principles behind this report is to get rid of we won't need as much space for staff to work. They're going to work at home, et cetera, right? Is that correct? Is that the idea behind this, or some members of our staff?
That is correct, Deputy Mayor. We're actually looking at a remote working. They can have a hybrid. They can work at home. They can work in the office too, both.
And this is taken from the pandemic sort of situation where people are working from home, yes?
It's actually, it's been accelerated because of the pandemic for sure.
So I don't know who answers this question. Okay. Foundationally, and this is my city manager, foundationally that is based on the assumption that productivity working in an office as opposed to working from home remains the same. And I'm wondering, I mean, you've got to make sure if people are working from home and productivity falls, that becomes a real challenge. You only move forward from this if productivity is actually either the same or it increases. And I'm wondering whether there's been any analysis of productivity during COVID and people working from home.
So, go ahead, Chris, sorry.
Sure, I mean, through the chair, the no corporate-wide analysis has been performed in the manner in which you're talking. I mean, anything I would say would be somewhat anecdotal. So, but you know, you should, in positioning your question, consider the fact that maybe there's increased productivity as well as a result of people not having to travel between meetings and do things of that nature. So, but in terms of a kind of a corporate-wide, robust analysis of this, that's something we haven't undertaken.
I only ask that. I mean, I don't mean to throw a spanner into works, but I think it's pretty foundational that you don't get people working from home unless you've actually done an analysis to understand whether, you know, whether productivity will remain the same. Doesn't that make sense? Because you don't want to have people working from home and then find out that actually it's a wrong decision because your productivity is falling. And I'm not making a decision that's going one way or the other.
I mean, you obviously our current situation is being driven by COVID. In terms of once the vaccine's in order and we're able to resume kind of more normal, if you will, face-to-face interactions. I mean, I think what we're talking about here is a hybrid of both in-office time as well as work from home, and what that final balance will be. You know, that's something that you know, that we can easily establish. But you know, I still maintain that, and again, we can certainly look at what others have done in the private sector, and I mean, the teleworking is nothing new, and so the fact that government is starting to do it is that's what's different, obviously, but you know, there is a certain reality, I think, that we're experiencing right now, and if we go just by the surveys that we've asked of staff about, you know, how they want to continue working. I mean, certainly most people are telling us that they would expect a hybrid, some form of flexibility to work from home, but also expecting to be back in the office for some set period of time.
And Chris, it's Alma,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to add to that Chris is correct that we have not done an overall analysis. It's Alma, Deputy Mayor. but we are emphasizing for our managers and our leaders in our organization that our expectation is that performance will remain the same. And we're also looking at data across various sectors, including by the Canadian boards, and the indication is that productivity has not, there's no evidence that productivity has reduced, even though across the board there's more remote working. And we know that in many areas within the city, employees are working really high volumes of work in public health, our division, many other divisions, and are managing to maintain that level of work at home. So we don't have any reason to believe that productivity has decreased, despite a vast majority of our workforce working remotely currently. But we will continue to measure it, and you will see in the report that the expectation is that as we move into a hybrid environment, that the expectation will be that we will monitor productivity and ensure that productivity remains at an acceptable level, if not increased.
Okay, I've got more questions on this, but I'm not going to sort of go down that rabbit hole any further. I just have one other, and this is kind of, I'm going into the weeds a little bit, but I do want to bring this question up. You're doing this, an analysis for all our agency boards and commissions, or no, pardon me. Is the Board of Health considered in your workplace modernization?
Chair, yes, TPH is in our work that we're doing, yes, that public health group.
And can you explain to me why they have a software package to measure office space when this is supposed to be done corporately?
So Deputy Mayor, I can't answer that one. I'm going to ask anyone else around the team that may know that answer, because I think you've asked us that before. Pat, do you know of anything, or Lawrence? You're both on the line.
It was in Lawrence's report.
Yeah, so maybe you
So
can.
I think it was, sorry, Deputy Mayor, it's Pat Matozzo. So if I recall, it was a facility management application that they were using. It's probably more of a smaller scale application. Part of what we're doing in corporate real estate is part of the citywide real estate mandate. When we harmonize all of the real estate citywide, that'll be under CREM operationally. We'll consolidate any technologies and processes under our organization.
Okay, I think I'm out of time. I can't see my own clock, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions?
To speak.
Thompson? To speak.
To speak.
Okay, so I've got, Francis, did you have questions, Francis?
Yes, I just have one question.
Okay.
Are the accountability officers part of this as well?
Through the chair, right now, Councillor Nunziata, we actually have the AG's part of definitely as part of the process, because the AG is actually sitting in Metro Hall. The accountability officers, the other three are not at this point in time. That's the one lease that we're keeping based on the requirements of just that we were talking to them really about their needs and how they have to be kind of, I would call it, separate from the structure. And that's something we should look at some point, but we at this point in time have not included them. That does not mean that they can't be included. We can do that in the next 3-4 years. We can talk to them further, because this thing will go on for a little while, but it's a good question.
Just one other question. Are the counselors going to be surveyed as far as if our staff are being productive or not, working from home?
That was my question.
Because it's the counselors that receive the calls. So why are we not surveyed?
So through the chair. So just so if I understand the question, Councilor Nunziata, are you asking whether we're going to actually survey you guys based on your productivity of your own staff? Is that what you're asking me?
No,
Okay,
from city staff. You're saying that all city staff are, they're being productive, working from home. I'm talking any department, park, transportation, planning. You're hearing that they're very productive, but shouldn't the counselors be surveyed that, in fact, are we getting the service from staff because they're working from home?
I could say we should have conversations with you, and that's a fair question. We can ask you those questions. I'm assuming if there's any concerns, you would bring them forward to the city manager, to ourselves, but we will take that definitely under consideration based on your comment.
That was Denzel's question, right, Denzel?
It was.
Okay, so I will take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Thompson to speak. Because I can't see all of you, can you just shout out if you want to speak? So I'll take Councillor.
Denzel, I want to speak as well. It's Anna.
Anna, okay. All right, let's start with those. We'll start with Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm fully supportive of the recommendations in this report. I think this is the proper path forward. And I'll take us back to a few years ago when we were looking at modernizing Metro Hall and how to make the best use of Metro Hall. And we started with that as a pilot project. And prior to that work being done, I'm sure I'm not alone. Many of us heard comments about how crowded Metro Hall was, that staff were working on top of each other. And, you know, there's talks about selling the building. We put an office modernization project into place, unlocking the floor space, making great use of it, sending people out to work, having shared workspace. And it's very complementary. It works very well. And when I look, I'll direct everybody to Appendix A. And Appendix A is the list of the buildings that they want to lease and or get leases. And some of the buildings on that list were very surprising to me. I'm sure in their day when those leases were signed, like the number of buildings or office space the TTC has, for example, on Yonge Street. We have office space on King Street, University Avenue. A lot of it is very underutilized and worth a lot of money. And I think by going through this process, using Metro Hall as an example, moving properly using that space, moving staff into cheaper space, whether it's in Etobicoke or Scarborough, and properly unlocking the value of it and getting the best bang for our tax dollars and what we pay for this space that we occupy is the proper way forward. I'm fully supportive of this report. I want to thank Josie Scioli and Pat Matoso and their team. They're doing a great job on this, and I think we should all be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I too want to speak to this issue, and I first of all want to say a big thank you to Josie Scioli and her leadership, and Pat Matoso, and all of the others as well as our CFO in terms of providing the overview to us on finance. And I think I'd like to say that this report is probably 20 years late. It's something that we should have had just after amalgamation had taken place. How many conversations have we had around this issue around modernizing and being more efficient with respect to our assets and unlocking values and so on? And here we have a report that we've already endorsed, and we've given staff direction, and staff is going through and following the process that we've already laid out for them. They're coming back to us now, and of course I want to thank Steve Trumper as well and the folks at Create Teal, and I forgot them for a quick moment because we've actually modernized in terms of how we brought those together, and see my good friend Vic Gupta and others there as well, and thank them for their great work. But I make reference to this because when I look at Table 1, because I think it's extremely important to us, when we look at the financial there, it shows that a straight line savings over a 25-year period to be about $1.2 billion. And what we are actually being asked to do in terms of the realization, and of course, this process started well before we knew what a pandemic of COVID was or knew anything about that and so on. We had already decided that we were trying to finally, I guess, come to the realization with respect to which came first, the chicken or the egg. Do we invest in order to save, or do we save in order to invest? I mean, we have to figure that out. And so as part of this report, we're being asked to invest $225 million as part of the realization that we would look at a savings. We would, in terms of unlocking the values of about $450 million, also on the straight line savings over the 25 years in terms of what that accumulates and comes to, which is some $760 million, I think my math is correct. And I think it really speaks to the fact that we have a plan, we have a process. Yes, COVID is in place, but at the same time, we're looking at the future of work, which is a report that we're working on in economic development. And I can say this to everybody who's listening here, the city manager and all of his staff members. I can tell you, I can talk to city staff members at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, or at 7 o'clock or 6:30 in the morning, with respect to issues that we have through the series of department that reports through to economic development. I can tell you that the staff are actually working more than they're actually sleeping. It's my view. And I can tell with respect to those who are asking whether or not they're being efficient, I'm finding that it is very efficient. In fact, when you look at some of the things that we have been able to do over this pandemic, how creative we have been, I mean, I'm really charged and hopeful that we can continue this through when there isn't a pandemic and so on. Of course, I know there's many staff members who need some time off and so on to rest. But I can say to you, without a doubt, the response I'm getting from my community is very strong about the work and the appreciation of the staff that the staff is actually doing. When I look at what's actually being suggested to us is that we're looking at reducing, and Councillor McKelvey, this will be up your alley in terms of reducing the city's greenhouse gas emissions as a result of the reduction in terms of obviously better ways in terms of engaging our workers and utilizing our facilities and so on. But also we're talking about streamlining government. That's actually what we're actually talking about in terms of reducing the size and the number of people as part of the footprint. So I think this is actually a very good report. It's very well thought through. I've spent time with Ms. Scioli and her team. I've questioned in depth and beyond the 5 minutes that we are allowed here as part of committee and so on. And I can say that I can take this report to my community and defend it based on what's being put forward to us, as opposed to this, view that, well, we are required to spend $225 million during a very difficult time period. It is all difficult. We have to prioritize how we do things and what is our process. But I also say this, and I'll leave this, and thanks to Lawrence Etta, because I think it's really important. We had some thousands of people that we really need to get online. We got them online within months and weeks, if that's not the accurate thing, but within months. And this would have taken us years to do. And I think we have to be very proud of that. So, Mr. Chairman, I will support the report wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have a motion, which is actually to also forward this report to CreateTO. As you heard from our team, CreateTO is also very involved in this work, and I just think it's important that the board gets the same information that we're getting here, so we're all on the same page, getting the same kind of information. So I hope I can have your support so that board members at CreateTO can assist us in doing this work. I am very supportive of this report as well. I think that there's several benefits that we'll see in here. I think that the modernization of how we do the work in the City of Toronto is well overdue. I think that we need to create the environment to motivate people at work, to be efficient at work, to be cooperative at work. And I think that's what we're doing in here. I think there's great city building opportunities by not also having all our offices concentrated in one part of the city and actually moving it to former city centers. I think this could act very much as catalysts to develop those city centers to even attract more jobs, more interest into those areas, which I think is extremely important. I think we're all looking forward to have that. I think the buildings, as we are working to see what other opportunities, once they become available, they could be great city building opportunities for those communities as well. So I think there's very positive things coming out of the report. Like my grandmother used to say, sometimes you have to spend money to save money. That's how I see this here. We are spending, but we are saving. We are becoming a lot more efficient. Instead of spending money with leases, we're actually having spaces that are more appropriate and more conducive to the way that we work today, and actually taking advantage of use our real estate as an asset to create city building opportunities. So thank you to staff, and looking forward to continue this work with them.
Thank you, Councillor. I usually think if you want to save money, you should save money. Any further speakers?
If it was all that easy.
Anyone else want to speak on this item? No? So let's take if no one else wants to speak.
No, I do.
Oh.
Denzel.
Oh, Francis, sorry. You got to speak up because I only see 9 squares and I didn't see you there. So go ahead,
okay.
Francis.
Just briefly, first of all, I want to thank Josie for the report, and I do support the recommendations. I don't agree with 100% of what Councillor Thompson said, but I'm not going to get into that now. But I know that after amalgamation, when we were at Metro Hall, when we first started council, and we moved to City Hall, we talked about modernization then, and on Metro Hall and as well City Hall, and then and even with 931 Yonge Street, the Toronto Housing Building, we talked about that a few years ago. So this has been in the works, and I'm pleased that we're proceeding, and want to thank staff for this report. And I do agree, and with Councillor Thompson that says reducing government and saving money. And I think there is a lot of savings, but if we want to reduce government as well, we need to reduce the number of staff as well. So hopefully we'll get to that point as well, because if we're reducing, we should also reduce staffing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, point of something, personal privilege, I don't know.
Sure. What's your point of personal privilege?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not often that the speaker disagrees with me, but the speaker did say that she didn't agree with me 100%. I wanted to understand what's the 50% disagreement that we have. Is it a staff performance or it's something else? And I say that in jest, Mr. Chairman, because the speaker is a lovely person.
How do you know it's 50%, Michael?
Well, there you go, Paul. I need clarification.
Not a point of personal privilege, but you could take that up with her later. I
think she's actually speaking, Mr. Chairman. I just can't hear her. She seems to be muted. Or maybe she doesn't want me to hear her.
You have to unmute.
Let's, so I don't see any further speakers. So let's, I think we only have one motion from Councillor Bailão. So let's vote on that, please. There's the motion there. I can't read it. Can everyone see that? All in favor? Anybody opposed? That carries. And then on the motion, on the report, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so that we've dealt with 8.2. We're going to move on to 8.3. Update of Metrolinx transit expansion projects, fourth quarter 2020. We have 4 speakers. The first speaker is Shelley Klein, Lakeshore East Community Advisory Committee. Ms. Klein, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Mayor and Executive Committee. My name is Shelley Klein, and I'm the Riverside Muscadel lead for the Lakeshore East Community Advisory Committee, representing hundreds of families who live in proximity to the Lakeshore East GO Rail corridor. Our community has some specific concerns in the background file on the Ontario Line updates. Primarily, Metrolinx's lack of candor in the Table 1 cost figures, their rail safety answers and examples, and their main noise strategy of putting a wall through the heart of our community. Previously, we have asked the committee to reinforce your amendments in EX 9.1, and I will ask it from you again today. It is clear that Metrolinx has not answered the questions that the city has asked of them. And that speaks volumes to the evasiveness Metrolinx is offering here, not just to our communities, but also to the agreements they made with the city. What Metrolinx has yet to provide us with is a reason not to put the Ontario Line tracks underground in Leslieville. In one example, the city asked them to report back on the handling of rail safety standards as they propose to run mixed heavy rail freight with passenger GO trains that the city has asked for an analysis of the crashworthiness of the proposed Ontario Line technology, verification from TSB of the safety of their planning, and the geometry of rail safety distances of these mixed trains within the same corridor. Instead of answering this, Metrolinx has provided examples of where in the world mixed trains coexist on the same corridor. But when we looked and examined the satellite images of those examples, we found that all the cited examples are rail corridors where light rail tracks are running adjacent to each other, which is vastly different than our section of the corridor, where the Ontario Line tracks would straddle either side with no buffer in between to separate passenger from the heavy rail. And neither of the examples from Berlin and England have communities in as close a proximity as we have here, with our homes literally feet from the tracks. Metrolinx is trying to reassure us that they will be creating new rail safety standards. But it seems logical to ask them, why is it that these rail safety standards do not exist anywhere? Is it because rail networks around the world are not and should not be planned like this? And if this is the reason, we strongly object to living next to Metrolinx's rail safety experiment, feet from our families, our homes, our playgrounds. Rail corridors around the world are not planned and stuffed like this because clearly it is not safe. Metrolinx is planning to begin early works construction next year without answering these fundamental safety questions. In another example of Metrolinx evasiveness, in Table 1, Metrolinx has provided a cost estimate per kilometer that compares the entire Ontario Line construction to the entire relief line, which is above ground versus below ground costs. But this is not what we were asking for. We specifically wanted to understand what the difference in cost is for our section to be extended below ground from Gerrard to East Harbour Station, and for their figures to exclude the tunneling costs under the Don River. But Metrolinx has evaded answering this question altogether. However, in Table 2, we can plainly see that spending an additional $1.8 billion to move the ECWE from above ground to below ground makes zero financial sense. And it shows that there really is no financial reason not to put the Ontario Line section of our track underground. Lastly, Metrolinx has said that their main noise mitigation strategy is to build a wall on our rail corridor. Now, this wall will be installed next year, which is before any of the Ontario Line or electric train technology has actually been chosen. So how is it possible to accurately guess what the decibel levels will be combined on 6 lanes without knowing this basic information? So we strongly suspect that because of this wall will be nothing more than a visual barrier, a wall that only has to give the appearance of being effective, and it lets them off the hook for planning any further mitigations or coming back to ensure its effectiveness.
Can I ask you to finish up?
Yep, last point. By continuing to evade our questions, Metrolinx is really telling us that there is no reason not to put the Ontario Line underground in Leslieville, and we ask the committee to tell Metrolinx to put it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shelley, for a very succinct and important deputation around the how long, I guess, I did move that motion last year asking Metrolinx to please give us the information about undergrounding the line. And since then, How many times have we asked for that information? Or has the community asked?
We've not only, we've met with Metrolinx twice since then, our CAC, and we have been very clear. In fact, we read a statement to them that we were proceeding to have a dialogue with them, but we were very clear about wanting this section of track underground and that they haven't given us a reason. We've also presented a petition to them with 5,000 signatures from Leslieville, which they have completely ignored. We've met with them. Other community groups have met with them. I think probably, Paula, it is a continual ask since they announced the route.
And just even doing an assessment of the underground, looking at the costs or the feasibility, so far they've simply refused to do that. Is that right?
They have completely refused to do even an investigation of this route. And when the city has now asked them to compare and to come up with those costs, they have evaded answering the question.
And I know that you've said you're finding it a bit strange that that at some point the track width or the right of way for the track bed is only 25 meters on the section that we're talking about between East Harbor and Gerrard. And on Eglinton West, there's some sections that are actually 85 meters, 42 meters, the shortest 36 meters, and you're having trouble understanding how that has an underground while this community has a above ground, and no one's ever respected the community to the point where the analysis has been done on the costing and any of the other feasibility issues associated with the undergrounding of it in the 2-kilometer section.
That's correct. And we were hoping to get real clear answers from Metrolinx, from the city asked us these city studies, and Metrolinx has just evaded really answering those questions and instead has offered other information that they're going to come up with new safety standards. And I think the city really needs to get clearer answers before they begin building next year about the safety of putting 6 lanes of mixed heavy rail and passenger rail on a corridor that's 25 meters wide. We cannot find one example around the world where this is actually done. And it isn't done because it isn't safe, and these standards don't exist because it isn't safe. And we're supposed to just start building this and assume that Metrolinx is going to somehow make it safe. And our neighborhood completely objects to this premise of building transit this way, which is to sort of figure it out as you go along. And why are we the guinea pigs when the answer is to put it underground? That is the safest answer. That's what communities and cities do around the world. They put it underground. We're asking for another exactly 791 meters to be put underground safely. We had a subway. It was already planned. There is simply no reason given in this report to the city that suggests that it is not possible to put it underground.
Thank you, Shelley. Sorry, 791 meters. For some reason, I've always said it was 2 kilometers, and I'm wrong. It's only 791 meters. It's not even a kilometer, that section.
It's not even. It's 791 meters. We have that from a community member who worked on the Relief Line project.
Okay, and lastly, there is the Mr. Chair, thank you. There's the issue of the Metrolinx establishing its own safety guidelines. Are you concerned that there's no real third party, that it's being set up by the, it's kind of like the developer setting up the terms for the development site rather than a proper third party? I'm hearing you worried about that.
Yes, and that is exactly what we're concerned about, that they're going to come and invent safety standards because they don't exist. And so, you know, our CAC has asked for safety standards to be ramped up since the increase in GO rail traffic on our corridor in 2018, when they announced the largest GO rail service increase in August. And they ignored us then. We sent a letter to the board. The board ignored us. And so now all of a sudden Metrolinx is coming back and saying they're going to invent these safety standards. And our community, our CAC remains entirely skeptical that this is actually going to happen. And we know
very much. You've gone a little bit, you've got substantially over time.
Thank you for that. She plays a very important role in the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Shelley.
We are going to go on to our next deputant is Mr. Floyd
Hello.
Ruskin there. Mr. Ruskin?
Oh, sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Councillor Fletcher, can you please turn off your mic?
Apologies.
Mr. Ruskin, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. 225 years ago, Lieutenant Governor Simcoe gave Isaiah Skinner a land grant along with 2 millstones to build a mill on the Don, provide flour for the fledgling town of York. It was the first industry and set the stage for the Don Valley as the site for every type of industrial activity, from abattoirs to brick making, and always a convenient place to dump our garbage. All of that industry is long gone now, because the people of Toronto realize that our ravines are one of the things that make Toronto truly unique, that there is tremendous value in the ribbons of trees and green space that tie our city together. Now Metrolinx is a plan to build a service facility in Don River Valley Park, a poorly chosen location adjacent to the historic Prince Edward Viaduct. The viaduct itself is an iconic symbol of Toronto, like our ravine system, the CN Tower, and City Hall. The location, for so many years a brownfield, has since been returned to green space by decades of diligent work by the city, TRCA, concerned citizen groups, school kids, and volunteers. The trees and meadows provide a habitat for the abundant wildlife that live and migrate throughout the area. The proposed location sits between 2 reclamation projects, Chester Springs Marsh and the Hellawells Hill wetland. If you were to look either north or south from the viaduct just after completion of the DVP, you would have seen a barren space without trees and devoid of ground cover, compared to today with the abundant tree cover, flowering meadows, and beautiful wetland habitat. Metrolinx owns the Don Branch Rail Corridor. By situating a layover site on the Don Branch, Metrolinx has advised the city that it will be able to use existing track infrastructure and minimize additional property requirements. But except for existing track, Metrolinx would have to acquire additional property from the city or TRCA. It remains unclear as to the extent of Metrolinx right-of-way, but unlikely that it extends 80 feet from the track. One of the design elements of the proposed facility include train traction servicing, which is of concern as the train traction services maintenance of the undercarriage and drivetrain with the real possibilities of spills of oil or other lubricants. The staff report states that based on current information, the estimated size of the layover area is 2.3 hectares of the lower Don Parkland's 97.4, about 2.4%. But of the 97.4 hectares of the lower Don Parkland, how much is actually accessible? Side of the proposed facility is presently located in accessible parkland. The west side of the park is not accessible to the public as Metrolink maintains an 8-foot chain link fence and there are 2 active tracks. This extends all the way from Corktown Commons north to Pottery Road, rendering the west side of Parklands and west bank of the Don inaccessible for a large stretch. Metrolinx has moved the facility to the north of the Bloor Viaduct and outside of the lands designated as an environmentally sensitive area by the city. The facility base and infrastructure is now out of the ESA, but adjacent and raised up 20 feet to be out of the flood zone. But of major concern is the trackside service road south of the viaduct in the environmentally sensitive area. Major mature tree removal, as well as adjustments to slope and necessary retaining walls, will be destructive to established reclaimed habitat, and that includes 280 mature trees and 201 young trees north of the viaduct, and an additional 250 mature and 200 young trees along the environmentally sensitive area to the south. While Metrolinx claims they will plant 3 new trees for each one removed, they cannot in any way replace the established wildlife habitat that thrives along the treat slope or meadow below. There is also no getting around the fact that vehicles will now have to interact on a regular basis with park users and wildlife. Neither Metrolinx or staff has shown any concern regarding the historic Prince Edward Viaduct. It's impossible to either disguise or not block the view of the bridge from both trail level or from on top of the bridge with a 2.3 hectare industrial facility built on top of a 20-foot high base. Historic designation prohibits this type of visual disruption. The effects of constructing the trackside service road, which is 1.23 kilometers above Hellywells Hill wetland and south through the ESA, will have a long-lasting destructive effect on the mature tree canopy, wildlife habitat, along with the safety and enjoyment of all park users. COVID serves as a reminder that we require all available park space. The city is spending $1.5 billion for Rail Deck Park to provide 8 hectares of green space for downtown residents, along with all 3 levels of government investing another $1 billion to revitalize the Portlands with 16 hectares of parkland. Why would the City of Toronto allow Metrolinx to close off our existing accessible parkland to build an industrial facility without doing everything possible to utilize another location?
Thank you very much.
The 5 elements of the 2020 Ravine Strategy
Sir.
are just about done, championed here by the Mayor and Executive Committee. Protect, connect, partner, invest, and celebrate. We are here today to protect. It is up to us to leave this green space legacy to future generations and not return the Don Valley to its former industrial uses.
Thank you. Just for everyone who's listening, I only do that so everyone gets a fair amount of time to speak. And so when people go overtime and don't listen to the chair, it's not fair to everybody else, let alone the committee. Any questions for the deputy?
Yes,
Councillor
I do.
Clutch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Floyd, for coming online today. I just wondered, has the PRCA had anything to say about this particular sighting that you know of?
TRCA's first had Metrolinx move it out of the either regulatory floodplain or the 100-year floodplain. And Metrolinx has done that by will be constructing this giant base up to track level, which is approximately 20 feet from trail level. Then they're going to build an industrial facility on top of that. They have mentioned, the TRCA representative did mention that they have very large concerns about the trackside service road above Hellywells Hill wetland.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And the 97 hectares is 240 acres. How much of that, in your mind, or do you know, that's actually accessible for people to use?
Well, anybody
Some of it's probably not.
There's a large section that is in south of Gerard Street. We have this tiny little ribbon of pavement that runs between the river and the Metrolinx fence. And so it's not accessible. And even north of Gerard Street, along the Bayview Avenue multi-use trail, again, there's an 8-foot fence, at least 2 tracks before you can access any parkland. It's completely inaccessible. So 30%? 40?
30% is only 30% is currently accessible.
No, I would say 70% is accessible and 30% is in.
70% is accessible. And thank you. Then, so this is a 20-foot berm that's going through there. Is this part of the park, and I can't pronounce it, Waskatchewatch Park? Remember the new park that was conceived in the valley? That was to mirror Central Park, and it was through Evergreen and City Parks Department. It's one of those visions, and hopefully will be realized. Is this in the same area as that?
That's correct. When Mayor Tory first proclaimed the Don River Valley Park, it extended from Corkdown Commons to Pottery Road. The city is working on their reconciliation and renaming, and wants to Conotatch. It's the same piece of land.
You'll have to teach me how to say that easily, but
I
Don,
wish I could say it properly
Okay.
as well.
We'll all learn that one because it's a beautiful name. The other thing, you're aware that Metrolinx, you've told us about this property Metrolinx owns south of the viaduct all the way down to Dundas, and that it's a strip that's inaccessible. Are you aware that they refuse to let the city put a switchback there in order to have people in an accessible way make it into the valley? I don't know.
Yes, Paul, for 5 years we've been waiting for the accessible ramp from the Riverdale Park Bridge. It's been approved by the city. I understand that it's funded by a grant, but Metrolinx will not allow a post to be placed on their property.
It's actually funded, so it's totally funded, totally designed, and Metrolinx refuses to.
As the other speaker said, Metrolinx is not forthcoming with accurate information. In fact, they're reticent to give any information. And it makes it very difficult for us to ascertain just how much damage and how destructive this will be to our accessible parkland.
Yes, well, they do have that reputation. I'm learning that from you deputants. Thank you very much, Floyd.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ian Song. Is Ian Song there? Going once?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Ian Song?
Yeah.
Great. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Ian. I'm part of a grassroots community group to save Jimmy Simpson and the neighboring parks. We are advocating to put the Ontario line underground through Riverside and Leslieville. The city planning report talks about the narrow 25-meter corridor in our neighborhood, which certainly raises real safety concerns. What it doesn't say, though, is the impact on public health. If the Ontario line proceeds in its current form, we will find in a densely populated downtown neighborhood a major railway less than 10 meters from residential homes. The recommended setback distance is 3 times that at 30 meters. The current noise levels in our neighborhood already exceed Ministry of Environment guidelines by almost 10 decibels. To put that in context, that much difference is perceived as being twice as loud to the human ear. World Health Organization warns that low-frequency components of railway noise has severe health impact and is linked to cardiovascular disease, cognitive impairment, sleep disturbance, tinnitus, and annoyance. Toronto Public Health conducted its own assessment in 2017 and concurred with WHO warnings and further suggested that exposure to noise could lead to adverse pulmonary effects, increased mortality from diabetes, and negative behavioral impacts on children. And despite these very serious public health concerns, Metrolinx has refused to carry out a health impact assessment. We don't know what radius around the railway we can expect those adverse effects. We don't know how many people and how many households will be exposed to dangerous levels of noise and vibration. Metrolinx's position appears to be just build it and see what happens. In other words, our community is being asked to pay for this transit with our lives. Health Canada says issues like health and well-being can go unnoticed by developers and be easily ignored unless individuals or communities raise them. We have been raising these issues with Metrolinx and Ontario governments, and they've been giving us the cold shoulder. The Jimmy Simpson Park, the Bruce Mackey Park, and the Clary's Playground make up the limited green space we have in our neighborhood. Access to parks has shown to contribute positively to mental health, and all of us felt this firsthand during the COVID lockdown. The 2019 city report questioned whether our parks can remain functional with an above-ground rail expansion. Canopy coverage in Leslieville is already below the City of Toronto average, and we need to preserve and protect our parks and our public green space. In an interview with Steve Paikin, former Mayor Dave Miller said the province is acting like a bully and urged the city to fight back. I was heartened to see Mayor Tory speak up against the ministerial zoning order, which cites a city planning process and community consultation in West Don Lands. We have been pushing back against Metrolinx's unilateral plans, but the province has railroaded us, ignoring a city directive, ignoring our community feedback, and ignoring a change.org petition with thousands of signatures. The city can't just stay on the sidelines while its own community is being put in harm's way. The city can't just defer to its 2019 vote and abdicate its responsibility to its residents. Mayor Tory and Deputy Mayor Min Wong, we admire your diplomatic approach to governance, but we really need you and the council to speak up for us now. We believe the only way forward is to put the Ontario line underground. Please work with us to build a sustainable transit that respects environmental standards, that protects our public green space, and that safeguards the health and well-being of every Torontonian. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy?
Yes, I do.
Councillor
And
Cassidy.
I note that there's 30 seconds left that Floyd took in his last answer from the
Excuse me?
deputy. I'm just saying the deputy left at 30 seconds. I'm not expecting him to use it, but he didn't use his whole 5 minutes. I'm just noting that.
A lot of people don't, which is great.
I know, and so that's why Floyd used just 30 seconds. I just wanted to ask, Ian, you said you're talking about the parks and Jimmy Simpson. Just remind me, how many parks? I think there's 7 parks. There's Salter Parkette, there's McCleary Parkette, which is they're planning to use as staging and take the whole Parkette out. Jimmy Simpson Parkette, Bruce Mackey Parkette, Wardell, Tiverton Park, and then of course the dog park. So I think we're up to 7 of those, are we not?
That's correct. There are 7 parks and parkets in our neighborhood. It sounds like a lot, but a lot of it is the same green space that's been split into different pieces because of the existing railway.
So really, it was the rail corridor. The rail corridor has green space along it, and they have become parks, and they're indeed city parks. I think some of the trees that are currently, some of the older trees that are along the fence line for the Metrolinx property will be, they're planning to remove them. Are you concerned that all of these things are happening? I hear you're very concerned about that. And we've never heard from Metrolinx about what it would take to put this underground. In a year of asking, they've refused to say, well, here's, it's going to cost $2 billion more, or here, there's too many impediments. We've never had the respect where we've been told that answer. And have you asked quite a few times? You have asked that, haven't you?
We have multiple times, most recently in an October 17th community submission that was endorsed by over 150 residents. We didn't even hear a word back from Metrolinx. It's been a month. We haven't heard a word back from Metrolinx. The ombudsman, who we copied on that community submission, did reach out to me, and they said to email them again and copy them on it and see if they respond. And the email address they gave me was the same address we sent it to, ontarioline@metrolinx.com. To us, it doesn't really feel like Metrolinx is interested in community feedback. It's quite clear based on the interaction we've had with them. There are 2 ways that we can send feedback to Metrolinx. One, using that email address. When we do, we never hear back. There's a second way, which is on their public website. It's called Engage website, and public can ask questions, and it's on a public forum. And we've asked a number of questions on there, particularly as it relates to safety, particularly as it relates to health concerns, the parks, and a lot of these questions that prove important to residents based on the number of likes, they completely ignore them. It doesn't really appear to us that Metrolinx is interested in consultation with our community at all.
Did you say you were in touch with the ombudsman? Were you in touch with the provincial ombudsman?
Yes, we have.
And have you heard back?
They said to copy them on a response back to them. They asked us to email Metrolinx again, copying them, and they gave me a name of the person that I should direct the questions to. We did that earlier this month. We still haven't heard back.
So just to be clear,
we will follow up with Ombudsman.
That the Ombudsman said your committee should email Metrolinx with the questions and copy the Ombudsman. And now we're waiting to hear back from Metrolinx if they're actually going to acknowledge your email. Is that right? Do I have it right?
That's correct.
And that includes the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman's
that
name
includes the Ombudsman's office, yes. And then if I'm not mistaken, a number of people in our community have been frustrated with this process, and they have individually contacted Ombudsman's office as well. It's not just us.
The provincial ombudsman, okay?
Provincial ombudsman, yes.
When you say the railway will run less than 10 meters from residential homes, and that's 6 tracks, right? It's not just, they're all together 6 tracks, and it would be the Ontario line that would be so close. Is that based on things that you've seen, or is that based on the business case design that's been available for us to look at?
Yeah, it's based on the diagram that Ontario Line, the business case included. They say it would eat into 11 meters into the existing railway. We believe it actually probably a lot more than that. We are using a conservative estimate of 11 meters, and we calculated using Google Maps from our homes, different positions from Wardell Street, from Paisley, from Booth, from Degrassi, and calculated distance and subtracted 11 meters to see what they recommended, what the setback distance is going to be. And that is in contravention of Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Railway Association of Canada's recommendation of 30 meters setback distance. And the most concerning thing for us is that the Metrolinx did not even conduct a vibration study in our neighborhood. There will be 6-lane railway, trains passing by every 45 seconds, 10 meters. In some cases, it's less than that, less than 10 meters from our bedrooms, and they didn't even carry out a vibration study in our neighborhood. To me, it really shows the callous disrespect they have towards the public health risks and the disrespect towards the local communities that will be most impacted by this. And I'm really alarmed, and I hope the city and the mayor and the deputy mayor will speak up about this.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next deputy is Maggie Redmond. Mrs. Redmond, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Good afternoon. Yep. So I'm speaking to you today about the proposed Ontario line, also on behalf of Save Jimmy Simpson. So our group name refers to the Jimmy Simpson Park and Rec Center, which are at the heart of South Riverdale, Leslieville, Riverside community. But our efforts are on behalf of the entire area, and especially the meager amount of green space within it, the 7 parks that Councillor Fletcher alluded to. So the Ontario line is the Spadina Expressway of our era. If built as it's currently envisioned, it will destroy neighborhoods completely, ours and many others along it. Specifically in the section between Gerrard Street and East Harbor, the community will be totally divided by the hideosity of an above-ground 6-track rail superhighway. The area's busy, much-needed parks and playgrounds positioned along the current rail line, as discussed earlier, will be made unusable if they remain at all. The noise, vibration, and emissions will pollute the area and negatively affect the health of our children and adults, as Ian has mentioned. We need our city to help us stop this travesty. This line needs to be underground. The city must insist, at minimum, that its requirement for costing the underground option be met. We've all seen the local results of Metrolinx's ineptitude and duplicity, the unworkable Presto card foisted on the TTC, the ongoing debacle of the Eglinton Crosstown, the bait and switch of the Davenport Diamond Overpass, the broken promises at Jane and Finch. Residents in our area know we cannot believe their assurances that the Jimmy Simpson Rec Center will remain usable. And we note that they say nothing about the park in their presentations. We are not satisfied that the huge numbers of mature trees destroyed will someday, perhaps, be replaced by spindly replantings. We have no faith that any promised noise, vibration, and emissions mitigation will be effective or even that materialize. And we already, as you've heard, have the experience to understand that however glib their promises and however many community offices they set up, Metrolinx will not engage in any meaningful consultation with the community. We don't need to tell you that the City of Toronto is being undermined by the current provincial government. The present iteration of the Ontario Line is one more maneuver in that mission. We urge you, our elected representatives, to use every tool at your disposal to support residents' struggles to ensure sufficient, viable public transit that doesn't permanently destroy everything in its path. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputy? Hearing none.
I have my hand up.
Pastor now.
Sorry, I have my hand up and I'm your visitor.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah, Councilor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to the deputy, and I know when neighborhoods go through this kind of disruption, it is not easy, but building high-level transit is perhaps the number one deficit in our city, that for generation, we didn't build high-level transit, and we're paying price. We're counting on the provincial government to build about $28 billion in high-level transit 20 years. Do you think how a better way to phrase it, just name calling and is helpful for dialogue?
Well, I think we wouldn't have to do any name calling or accusations if we ever felt like we were included in any of the discussions or our concerns were heard by the powers that be, or they were treating us equitably and fairly and truthfully.
Well, I think since this city is a congested mess is because every time we go down a road to get some high level transit built, people object and nothing gets built. Do you think this is one of those cases?
No, I don't. Our neighborhood, after a long consultation, our neighborhood came together and agreed totally on a route for the downtown relief line. Everybody was involved. The problems were resolved with people. Everybody was in agreement that, okay, we knew it would be difficult, but we would support the building of the downtown relief line. I mean, I know what high-level transit means, but I don't consider this high level. I consider it the lowest common denominator.
Well, that's why we can't get transit built.
No, it isn't.
But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor, did I hear you, Councillor Fletcher? Did you have questions?
Of course I did.
I can only see 9 squares, Paula, so I can't see all
sorry. I'm not in your square. Yes, I'd like to ask a question, please. Thank you.
Sadly, you're not in my circle either.
I'm not in your bubble. I'm not in your circle. You don't send me Christmas cards and Valentine's. I'm just going to ask Ms. Redmonds, thank you for coming. Councillor Pasternak's asked about, do we hate transit? You are aware that there's 31 acres of tracks at the Greenwood Yards, 10 acres of tracks at RV Russell, and 22 acres of maintenance and storage at Leslie and Lakeshore. So all of which have been built and operate. Half of the subway and streetcars operate out of the East End. You know that, don't you?
Me?
Yes, you know that we have those.
Yes, I do, absolutely.
So
we're a transit-oriented neighborhood.
Yeah, we're not anti-transit. We've got transit. And
we want good transit, but we want viable, reasonable transit, public transit.
Now, has there ever been a dialogue that said, here's the cost of undergrounding, here's all the challenges of going underground through this area? We'd like to present that to the community. Just a reasonable ask. Metrolinx has never done that, have they?
That's been asked many, many times by different groups and different people. And the only thing that we've heard from them is a statement about the cost of going under the Don River and how that would be impossible. But none of us necessarily think that it should go under the Don River. So that's their kind of cover for never answering that question.
So just to recap, every time the community I know is asked through the MPP, through me, on Zoom calls with all of the Metrolinx staff and said, okay, we understand you need to have the station at grade at East Harbor. And I think everybody knows, and Councillor Pasternak, you should know that 68 acres of office, and it's a major transit node where GO will meet and the Ontario line will meet and the Broadview extension will meet. And we've got a lot going on and a lot of building that creates a lot of chaos, but we're very in favor of transit. And we've said, okay, do your thing, put that bridge over the river, but then go underground. That's pretty clear ask. But there's never been an answer, has there?
No, there never has been. And I, on a call with Metrolinx, I specifically said that the neighborhood has concerns that, again, as has been mentioned, that they're finding the extra $1 billion plus to put the line underground, the Eglinton line underground in North Etobicoke on what looks from the photos to be almost a highway. And yet they say they can't afford to put it underground in our dense neighborhood. And when they were responding to all the comments that people made, that was the one they didn't even touch.
So they've refused so far to answer that. We'll continue to ask them to answer that. I think it's pretty important. And given what you said about the parks and the trees and the Jimmy Simpson Community Center, and I know when I went on a site visit with Metrolinx, it was clear they can clear cut all of the green on their own property. They can just take it all down. We know how the provincial government can operate. They can just take it all. But we have a whole number of trees running along the fences. They're probably 100 years old or more. Do you think the city should be doing its own study of these facilities, the parks and the trees, to see what the impacts are going to be?
I do. I think the city should be doing everything it can to make sure that if this is going to be done, that it's done as humanely and properly as possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our list of speakers. We will go into the questions of staff. Who has questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Even though I'm not in your bubble or on your 9 screens, yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I guess I'm asking Mr. Toigo. I've heard now, we've heard from a lot of deputants. We've also heard from Councillor that we shouldn't worry about this. It should just proceed because we don't want to hold transit up. You would agree that we have a lot of transit facilities in the East End of Toronto, wouldn't you? All of the yards that I mentioned and all of the construction, et cetera, that we've had.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. By the way, Councillor, you could call me Derek.
Okay.
But thank you. Yes, I understand that there are many rail facilities and other facilities, transit facilities in your area.
They're not just servicing our area, they're servicing the city. I'd say 83 acres, that's fairly significant. Would it not be?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So far, and we've asked you so many times, officially through the executive, and I know you've heard from me a number of times, asking Metrolinx to give us the study or at least look at what the costs or complications would be of undergrounding this section of the Ontario line. And reading your report, it's quite clear to me that they have not done that. Am I right?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, you are correct. We've received the information that you see in the report, and we've supplemented it by trying to get information from Eglinton Crosstown and other sources of information that we're able to pull together to help give you some information about costs for undergrounding.
But we really don't have a cost. The biggest cost in the past would be to leave the west side of the Don River and then have to underground that and then put the station however many meters below ground. That was considered extremely costly and cumbersome, was it not?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, it is. It is extremely costly to put in stations, both the tunnel, as well as the station boxes, as well as the emergency exit buildings, as well as ventilation shafts, and all the necessary components that are required for an underground system.
And that would be 40 meters below ground, right?
This is what we've been advised by Metrolinx.
Right.
Yes, you're correct.
I think so. That's a big cost. If that cost comes out of the picture, it should cost less to simply run that below ground to Gerard, which is going to have a. It should cost less to run that underground to Gerard, should it not?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't have that information readily available. However, if it's a shortened length of section that would be underground, it would be. The issue that arises is that the geometry associated with installing a rail system and then having it go underground later on, there is a shortened length, and there's a certain grade that you can have this train going on, or the vehicle, the LRV going on. So yes, you are correct that it should be less costly, but we don't know.
We don't know about the grade. We don't know about the cost. We don't know about anything because Metrolinx has refused to provide that information to the Transit Expansion Office, if I can put it like that. Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Now you've heard about thank you. You've heard about the trees. I know I've spoken to you about that. Would it be in order for the city actually to look at that impact on our own property? I know we've asked about the impact for the bridges and the roads, and that will be quite impactful for the businesses and others to take 6 bridges and expand them, 100-year-old bridges, and expand them in whatever way they're planning to do that. But I don't think that we've actually done our own look at the trees, the community center, and basically our green infrastructure that runs all along these tracks. We haven't done that yet, have we?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I know that our colleagues in Urban Parks and Forestry have been working with Metrolinx on the impact to the trees along the corridor, both in their right-of-way and any of the other ones that are outside. But again, maybe I should let my colleagues in Urban Parks and Forestry speak to that if they're on the line.
Yeah, I'm not actually asking about working with, consider that it's your office that's in charge of transit expansion and they'd be working with you. But it really has to do with, you're not working with Metrolinx, but the city would look at its own independent analysis of the impact, not using Metrolinx analysis. We have not done that, have we? That you know about.
Well, through the Deputy Mayor to you, if we are directed, then we will do that.
Great. Thank you very much. And there are a number of, you were on a call yesterday with the businesses, or some of our business improvement areas, and they certainly rang an alarm about what's gone on in Eglinton for small businesses and the difficulties of managing and working with Metrolinx. Will you be able to assist in looking at a good program for dealing with Metrolinx from the BIA side, perhaps for the council?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, as we talked about in the meeting with you the other day, we will be working closely with economic development, who I think are the principal folks that deal with the BIAs, but we will be working with them, and we will be working, advocating on behalf of the residents of Toronto to make sure that their issues that were raised by the BIA folks have been addressed within the performance requirements that will go out to the bidding communities.
Thank you so very much.
And as well as yourself,
Okay.
Councillor, and the other councillors that are associated with that.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions of staff? Speak up, please. No? All right.
No, Jennifer, Councillor McKelvey.
I don't think I'm on your square.
You're with
Councillor
me.
McKelvey.
Yeah.
In the outer Hebrides.
That says the deputy mayor is playing the Hollywood Squares version. He only has 9 square.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Mayor, can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. So my questions for staff are specific to the Durham Scarborough BRT. Is there any timeline for this? I didn't see it in the report. When would they like to have it in operation?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, we don't have a timeline for full operation. The timelines we have are to get through the next stage of the business case process with Metrolinx, and then they would need to go through decisions with the provincial government for funding and full construction. So it would be several years out.
Okay, and is the project currently funded, and how are they looking at funding it?
So through the chair, the project is funded up to the end of the business case. So taking it through the TPAP or environmental assessment process and the business case process, but there is no committed capital funding for the actual construction. One provision, Durham Region has been putting money in from their federal PTIF dollars to the sections of the corridor in Durham Region.
Okay, and then I really welcome recommendation 1. Thank you. I was pleasantly surprised when I read this report. So it's great that you're identifying the need to look at alternate designs between Ellesmere Road, between Military Trail and Kingston Road. So, I mean, it's very vague. Like, do you have any sort of anything specific on what you're asking them to look at, or how you think what they have needs to be changed?
That's a very narrow area along the corridor with some really challenging sections with a lot of private homes exiting right onto Ellesmere, and so in our view we can't just follow the same center running BRT as along the other parts of the corridor. There may be things that we need to change in terms of bike lanes along the corridor. We just need to get them to move off some of the designs that they have been putting forward. We are working very closely with Transportation Services as well to come up with alternatives that would work better for residents in that area.
And so, yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, I've been hearing that it's the curb lanes and it's not going to allow people to get out of their driveways and whatnot. Have they looked at the sort of approach that we're doing through Rapid TO? And have they looked at that kind of thing, something that's not limiting right and left turns?
Through the chair, they have looked at a broad range of options. Now, this is meant to be a little bit different. This is one step up. A BRT is meant to be one step up from what we've been doing in terms of the bus rapid transit corridor along Eglinton.
Right, and I appreciate that. But if the curved one doesn't work, maybe they need to look at what we're doing and so are you sharing that data with them?
Yes, we will.
From Rapid TO and that approach? Like, are they going to look at the data that we have on that and how it's working?
Yes, and certainly we have been. They need to understand in developing the corridor how this will impact all the properties along the corridor, that people still have easy access in and out of their driveways, and they haven't landed all the details on that. So we will continue to do that and can share the details of what we've done on the Eglinton corridor.
On the Rapid TO. Okay, I won't be speaking on this. I just want to thank you again. I was very pleasantly surprised that the city is acknowledging this problem, given that, I don't think Metrolinx truly has. So thank you for your leadership on that.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to staff. Why does the BRT have to end at the Scarborough Centre? Why does it have to go that far into Scarborough? Why can it not, for example, just with looking at this Port Union Road, why could it not come south to, connect to the GO connection? And why is it necessary to go all the way there?
So through the chair, there is a benefit of bringing the BRT into Scarborough Centre in terms of regional connections. Durham Transit already has lines that connect through UTSC and into Scarborough Centre. And that would also be a benefit for Toronto residents who may be using it in the east end of the city as well. So that will be a really important hub at Scarborough Centre there once the subway is in and there's a new bus terminal. We have talked about preserving the opportunity to extend it further over to the GO corridor as well, and connecting in somewhere along the GO corridor. For a connection to future smart track and enhanced GO service.
Right. So I ask you this question because it's been asked of me by many residents as to why. So the point that you're making, though, is that there is actually mutual benefits, both in terms of the area in Scarborough as well as going very much to the east to Oshawa. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. And referring back to our the committee's discussion this morning, Ellesmere is considered one of the routes in the surface transit network improvement plan that we're working on, and so this BRT along there could also help to advance some of our interests in improving transit along Ellesmere.
And how frequent will the buses be traveling during the peak period?
As I understand it, I mean, some of the issues related to the specifics of service need to be confirmed. I think we're looking at in the attachment. I think we've said it would be at least every 15 minutes, but it also depends on how many different routes are running along the corridor. We are, it would be a bus every 2 minutes in Scarborough that we could see, and that's because of the number of routes that could be using this facility.
I see. Now, does this further bolster and support the case with respect to the subway expansion into the heart of Scarborough?
Well, certainly, we saw even when we were planning the Scarborough subway extension that making connections in Scarborough Centre was a really important thing. Regional connections as well as connections within Scarborough, and so yes, this is supportive of the Scarborough subway extension project as well.
Thank you very much for answering my questions, Mr. Chairman. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else, members of the committee?
Ainsley.
Go ahead, Paul. Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. James, could you explain a bit about how Metrolinx is interacting with city transportation staff? And I'll give some of the examples around infrastructure work that's been done on Ellesmere over the past 4 or 5 years. Like Ellesmere was just paid between Gilson and Morningside. There seems to be work being done that if the BRT goes through here, it's going to either have to be ripped up or redone. So I'm trying to understand the coordination between city transportation staff and Metrolinx staff.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I can answer that. It's Ashley Curtis from Transportation. So our State of Good Repair programme is planned some 5 years in advance. So this was essential State of Good Repair work which needed to be completed. We have no clear timescale yet on when that BRT would be delivered, and so it didn't make sense for us to defer that State of Good Repair work pending the BRT work.
Okay, and I was also in terms of coordinating work and design. I understand, for example, Metrolinx work in other areas of the city. I know Councillor Nunziata is part of a working group with Metrolinx in her ward, where she receives regular updates from Metrolinx and city staff on what's being done in her ward. Is that something that we're pushing for with Metrolinx on this project?
Through the chair, Councillor, certainly Metrolinx on different projects engages with city councillors to keep them up to date, provide briefings about projects in each of the wards, and we could arrange for a Metrolinx briefing with you and with the other councillors along the route if you would like.
I think, James, I think that would be appreciated. I'm not going to speak for Councillor McKelvey, but I know that the open houses that Metrolinx has had so far, they seem kind of tucked away. And we also seem to have a repetitive problem with the Metrolinx changing over their staff. So we never really, on a consistent basis, like today, I couldn't tell you who I would call on Metrolinx if I wanted information on the Durham BRT.
Through the chair, I appreciate your challenge, Councillor, and the broad range of projects in Metrolinx means that there are many different teams working on things. There's not just one person you can call, unfortunately. So we'll help with that.
Okay, and then the other question I had was around capital costs. I was always led to believe that this was a Metrolinx project that was going to run from the Scarborough Town Centre to the Oshawa Centre, and now there's references in this report that Metrolinx is looking for us to co-pay.
Through the speaker or through the chair, we haven't reached that level of the discussions yet. However, we are anticipating that that the question may arise, particularly if we're talking about using this corridor for TTC operations as well. That there may need to be some sort of cost sharing arrangement when we get to that point, but there is no formal request because we don't have a full cost estimate at this time. So there's nothing that we're bringing forward to council. We just wanted to flag that issue could arise in the discussions with Metrolinx over the next few years.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Those are my questions.
Councillor Nunziata, your mic's off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question. Were you involved in the with Metrolinx in the Georgetown line in the Weston area a few years ago?
Anyone?
Any of the staff?
We will take that as a no.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Nobody was.
Through the chair, no.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, there's no one who was involved in the Georgetown work on today's committee call.
Oh, okay. Because at that time, we tunneled a portion of the line in Weston, working with the provincial member. And I think that the city was involved in that. So that's why nobody here was involved in it. And they agreed to tunnel a portion of it and turn it into a rail deck park. So you weren't involved in that. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Any
I
further
guess,
questions?
thank you. No.
From any councillors? Seeing none, I'll take speakers. Councillor Carroll, who else? Shout out, please. Just Councillor Carroll? Okay, before you do that, I believe, I recall, I'll speak first just to place the mayor's motion. I believe the mayor had a motion, and I'd like to get that on the table first.
I'm actually here. Sorry, I've been here for a while. But you're doing such a great job chairing the meeting. I can just relax. So I'm happy to put it.
Okay.
When the time comes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shelley, did you want it with Councillor Carroll?
Thank you. Yes, and
Sorry, 1 second. Can we reset the clock?
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I think I see Councillor Fletcher returning to her seat. I think we can expect that she will want to speak to this. Mr. Chair or Mr. Vice Chair in this case, I simply wanted to, I don't have skin in this game. I have another Metrolinx concern going on right now that I've met with Derek on recently. But Mr. Chair, I simply have to comment on sort of the tenor of the question and answer over the last almost an hour now. I think it's easy to forget when you're an executive committee that it feels like, this is just one other of your responsibilities. The whole reason that these are being reported here is that if they weren't, there would be zero venue for people who are impacted by these projects to choose to come forward and have their voice heard. This is the only place that can happen. Your executive committee. It's not going to happen at the TTC. There's really no facility for it at Metrolinx that matters at all. And some of these projects don't get updates at all. Only at executive committee can community members, such as the ones who've been speaking for the last hour, actually have their voices heard and hopefully their concerns met or followed up on. And so I just have to say that when they come here with extreme frustration, I really think we have to check ourselves and not chastise them for it. Not play a game of beat the clock and look at our watch, or in the case of one of my colleagues, give them a hard time for being as upset and as frustrated as they are, that they feel as if they have no voice as a big swath of transit project comes ripping through their neighborhood. We hope that we can address their concerns, and these things can be done without a whole lot of environmental damage and without a whole lot of destruction to their homes. But we don't know unless we hear from them and then allow Mr. Toigo to take what he hears here and follow up on it. So I think we have to really strike a balance in executive committee, because you are the only venue for these people to have their voices heard. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, did you want to speak? Okay, we'll move on. Are there any guests of the committee that wish to speak? Hearing none, we will take it into committee. Are there any members of the committee that wish to speak? If you
like to speak.
Oh, is that you, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay, carry on. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair. You're doing a great job. I just wanted really to thank my residents from Ward 14 and those who've stepped up today and sent some letters really crystallizing a number of the issues. And I would like to thank Mr. Toigo for meeting with me and economic development staff and the BIAs from Eglinton and the ones along the Ontario Line route just a couple of days ago to look at how we can get out ahead of mitigation of construction for this line. And perhaps the next meeting we'll get Councillor Cole, because he's very, very clear on what needs to be done to look after small businesses while we are executing transit that, yes, we all want. But I really want to highlight 2 or 3 things that you heard today, and I thought in a very eloquent way. One of them was the just inability, I don't know if it's inability or simply disregard of Metrolinx to actually come back and fulfill one of the asks that was made last year, another ask that was made even more directly this fall, and has been asked of them over and over and over again on the many, many open houses that we've had, and now Zoom calls because we can't meet in person. And that's simply tell us what it would take to put that line underground after East Harbor. And I know you all know East Harbor. It's a 68-acre site. It was the first Gulf site, and now Cadillac Fairview has bought that. It's a large employment area with up to 50,000 jobs when it's completely built out. It's just north of the Portlands. It's going to be a very important transit node. And yes, they want to have stations that are flush at ground level. But for some reason, I do not know why, they have simply refused to look at the logistics and the cost of putting that line underground once they passed East Harbor. It's a pretty simple ask. I will be making some motions at council. That will be one of them, once again, to ask them to do that, so we can have an open and honest conversation with Metrolinx, and the city can, about what's good to do and what's the best thing to do. We certainly know that one of the things that already has happened is that Eglinton West has been put underground. You can see it's at a cost of $1.8 billion more than having it, than having it run above ground on a right of way that at times gets to be 85 meters wide, from 36 to 85 meters on that strip of Eglinton West. We've also taken other decisions where, for reasons and not to disrupt things too much, we have said we're making decisions based on good community building and city building. The other thing I think that you're very aware of, and I was happy to see Councillor Pasternak on the call because, of course, he chairs infrastructure and he chairs that committee, which also deals with parks, that this will seriously impact the green space, the trees, the parks, the playgrounds that are along the rail line. And those of you who don't live in really old areas of the city need to know that sometimes the rail line is the only green corridor going, that no other green space was built except along the rail line. And such is the case here in South Riverdale and Riverside and Leslieville. So I will be asking council for the city actually to look at what that will take, what trees will have to come out, what's the impact. I don't really think Metrolink should be doing that work on our behalf. Those are our assets. And just as Miss Gray is doing one on the roads and the impact of 6 bridges being expanded in order to accommodate the above ground line, when we add everything up, perhaps in balance, putting it underground based on cost and impact and other important factors, it will come out in the wash, and that will be the way it can go. So I really appreciate the work of the Transit Office in preparing this report based on the motions that were asked for. I'd like to thank the mayor and his staff for always helping out to look at this issue because they know of the severe community impact of this decision by Metrolinx. And as I said to Mr. Chair, I won't move those motions here. I'll be moving them at council, but I'm just advising you and letting you know. And again, thank you to people who came and told you about impacts in the community, including the Don Valley. And those of us on the TRCA, I think we'll have to follow up with the TRCA to look at the overall impact of a 5-acre maintenance yard in what truly is a large park and a future park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further speakers? Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Ainsley, why don't you go first?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I want to begin by thanking our transportation staff for their work that they've done to date on this. I will be moving the recommendations. I'm continuing to watch this very carefully with my colleague to the east, Councillor McKelvey, who's in Ward 25, and I know Deputy Mayor Thompson has an interest in this as well. And I'm very happy to see the recommendations here. We have had some issues with Metrolinx since the work on the Durham Bus Rapid Transit line has begun being planned. Ellesmere Avenue from Ellesmere and Kingston Road to the McCowan SRT station is not of a uniform length, or sorry, uniform width, and it has different lane sizes, and this all needs to be taken into account when building it. In Councillor McKelvey's ward, it actually shrinks down to 2 lanes. So this also all needs to be looked at very carefully. I've always been a big supporter of this line. When you look at students trying to get to University of Toronto Scarborough campus and the Centennial campus at Morningside and Ellesmere, the Centennial campus at Markham, and the 401, this line will be very beneficial to those students trying to get in from Durham. The same is restricted to 1 GO Transit bus. There's now a Durham bus that comes in during morning and evening rush hour. But, you know, your options are very limited. And I think a bus rapid transit line from the Scarborough Town Centre to the Oshawa Town Centre will be very beneficial to everyone in Eastern Scarborough and in Durham. And ultimately, I look forward to its completion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First of all, I just wanted to clarify that I didn't mean to come on too strong with the deputants earlier. They're very passionate about their community, and they have every right to advocate for it. So if I came across as insensitive, I do apologize. I would just make a very quick offer. I'm meeting with the Associate Deputy Minister of Transportation on Friday, and I'd be happy to pass on any concerns the residents of Leslieville have about the route and their plans, and I'd be happy to echo any of the remarks, comments that Councillor Fletcher wanted to relay. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor. Perhaps you could ask the Deputy Minister to meet with the community. That would be very helpful. They'd like that. And as Chair of Parks, I do appreciate you backing off because you were very aggressive with people that care about their parks. Thank you.
Further speakers? Seeing none.
I'm not in your Hollywood Squares, Mr. Deputy Mayor. May I speak? May I just briefly, if I may, Deputy Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I have a motion which will be put up here, and it doesn't arise so much out of this matter as it does, but it does. And I just think there's been a bit of a pattern recently. Maybe it's not a bit of a pattern, and maybe it's been longer than recently. But you live in hope, and we're just putting forward a request here that Metrolinx consults with the Mayor's office and local Toronto City councillors prior to the alterations of roadways, issuance of notices to local residents, or commencement of negotiations with private developers for transit-oriented developments. I think we've seen, and not recently, but there's been a sort of a new spate of instances in which we find out about things that are sort of going on, discussions that are being held, and consultations that are not being conducted. Metrolinx, given that they have been given a degree of latitude by provincial legislation, and that we have agreements with them, I think sometimes they believe that entitles them to, proceed unilaterally without, engaging the local councillor and without engaging the mayor's office. And so this is really just something that I guess would be appended to this report and hopefully would be approved by council as well, to ask them, as I will do with the backing of council, I hope, ask the CEO and the ministers, including Councillor Pasternak, would be able to pass this on when he meets on Friday, that this is only going to get done well. It's only going to get done, in a way that is most collegial and peaceful and best for the city if we all work together on this in a very genuine way. So I just wanted to take the opportunity, since we're talking about Metrolinx and how they consult and who they consult and when they do and don't consult, this is an opportunity to make this request. Thank you.
Great. So I think we only have the mayor's motion. So why don't we take that? All those in favor of the mayor's motion? Opposed? That carries. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And I will pass the gavel back to the mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that. I did take note, by the way, of the fact that at one time the Councillor Fletcher told you what a great job you were doing, and you then gave her substantial extra time on her speaking. So I just took a note of that. It's always interesting. But let's go ahead and deal with the next item, 18.4. Speaking of the Deputy Mayor, he's held the update on the Nathan Phillips Square bike station. Do you have, is there anybody who has, first of all, questions of staff on this, besides perhaps the Deputy Mayor? Do you have questions of staff, Deputy?
No, I've done all my research, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions of staff?
The item.
Anybody else have questions of staff? Okay. Okay. Well, then we can move straight to comments, speeches, as it were, and I have the Deputy Mayor to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take up too much time, but I did ask for this report because I thought that we needed to circle back on this one. And there's some who would like to forget this particular arrangement. I thought we need to remind ourselves of these type of projects. This is an unfortunate project. I refer to it as the bike station Taj Mahal. The report doesn't actually include all the costs, which are quite substantial. So the project was $3 million, $2.7 million to build, which is substantial. We only make about $65,000, and when you look at our costs, you know, they're much greater than the amount of money we take in. You know, we and a large part of that cost is the number of parking spaces we have to give up. I mean, I just want members to be aware that, and taxpayers to be aware, this is one of those examples of where I think their money wasn't well spent. You have an arrangement here where taxpayers are paying for a bike station where that, as I refer to it, has a concierge and it has a towel service and showers. This is from the City of Toronto that says it's financially strapped. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. I know, Mr. Mayor, you weren't around when this was approved, but when you were a private citizen, you had a few things to say, which mostly came to pass. And I wanted to raise this as an issue that we should be aware of when next we are being asked to spend a lot of money on something that's not a need to have, but it's a nice to have, and we should really be focusing on the things that we need to have. And I'll stop there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Are there other people wishing to speak to this matter? Seeing none, let me just flip to the, what are we at here, 18.4.
It's received for information.
I was just going to say, I flipped to that, and I thought that's what it was. So there are no motions, so it's going to be received for information. I'll just ask for all those in favor. Opposed? Carried. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your brevity as well. 18.6, EX 18.6, the data for equity strategy. That was held by Deputy Mayor Michael Thompson. I'll ask first if there are any questions of staff. You have questions of staff, Deputy Mayor? Please go ahead.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, why is it necessary for us to go through this process of collecting data, looking at supporting and I guess gathering of information for equity purposes, or is this what we're actually doing?
So through the mayor, I'm going to ask either Denise or Alma, please, to respond to that question. Thanks.
It's Julie, Mr. Mayor. I think they're just waiting to connect.
I'll just remind the mayor that's 1 minute of my time already.
Noted.
So I can start, but I probably won't do as good a job as the staff, but it's important for us, in order to address the issues and drive systemic change that's needed, it's important for us to know really what the issues are and have evidence behind that, and that's why it's important to collect this data so we get a clear picture so we can try and advance our strategies very effectively and monitor that we're making the progress in the right direction.
So we have about 44 divisions in the city, 22 of which are collecting data. What kind of data are they collecting, and why is that data not able to be utilized for the purposes that are intended for this report, or by this report?
So currently, and I'm not sure if Alma or Denise have made it on yet, but it's pretty inconsistent. For this to be useful, we have to collect the data in a very consistent...
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, good. Thank you.
Alma's there.
I'll turn it over to you, Alma. Sorry.
I did stop the clock for about a minute to Deputy Mayor Thompson, just so you know.
Okay, sorry. I'm having trouble with my audio. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now, did you want to finish, Juliana, or do you want to turn it over to Alma? And did you hear the question, Alma?
I apologize. I did not. Sorry, my audio has not been working. I apologize.
Okay, well, let's you get organized. And Juliana, did you want to finish the answer you were giving? And then the councillor, I'll just put the clock on hold again for a minute. So were you finished there, Juliana?
I was just explaining that in order for this data to be useful and effective, it has to be collected in a consistent manner. Number one, not all divisions are collecting it consistently, and not all divisions are collecting the data. So we're trying to bring this all together and really create a solid framework on how we can move forward.
And how in this COVID environment, and you've talked about collection of the data and so on, but what would be the purpose of it? How will we utilize it, and how will it actually serve an intended purpose, and what purpose does it actually serve in terms of policy decisions and policy making?
I'm going to turn it over to and Denise now to take over. Thank you.
I apologize. Can you hear me now? Councillor Thompson,
yes.
I think your question related to the fact that a number of city divisions are collecting data, and you were asking what the difference would be with this, with the data that will be collected through the Data for Equity strategy. Is that correct, Councillor?
Yes, that was part of it, and it was sort of partially answered by the DCM. But also, if I could just add to that piece, wondering what are the policy benefits associated with collecting of this data? How will it serve us to be able to serve our constituents better? And how will it help us in terms of be more informed in terms of policy directions and decisions that we make in the city?
Thank you for that question, through the chair. The benefit of collecting this data is that it gives us a sense of who's accessing our services right now and how we're doing. And it also allows us to measure the outcomes that we're driving for with our community. It allows us also to target resources where they're most needed. So one example that you would have seen in the report is the work that the Toronto Public Health has done with respect to starting to collect some data for equity through the COVID response. And it has really helped us focus on the areas of the city that need particular attention. That information has helped with even strategies around the TDSB, deciding around school sizes, class sizes in particular neighborhoods. So if you think about having this data across the board for more city services, it will really allow us to make data-informed, evidence-informed decisions about how to allocate resources. So there is some data being collected today, but not as comprehensive as is contemplated with the Data for Equity strategy.
Fair enough. The challenge that we are always facing when we come out with respect to, for example, setting up a strategy in this particular case, there's a cost associated with it. And so some will say, can we not, we have to hire more people in order to do this work? First of all, do we have to hire more people to do this work?
In this case, yes, we do. We're proposing a unit of 4 staff who will be dedicated to doing this work and working with divisions to ensure that this work is done. That request is informed by conversations that we've had with other organizations that are doing this work and how important it is to have the right skill set and the right support.
You talked a little bit about the TDSB or the Catholic School Board and others and so on. How would it be possible, or is it possible for us to be able to formulate a protocol in which we were able to work with them as well to be able to ensure that the data that we need could also be gathered from them and to incorporate it into a sort of a full data strategy for the city to help us to make those informed decisions. So when we work through a planning process, for example, we have to go to them to say, do we need more schools to be built in an area, for example, the Golden Mile? Would this be helpful? And what can we do in order to ensure that we could bring them on side in order to ensure that we can gather these types of information to help us formulate the decision and making policies for the city?
Thank you for that question. The benefit right now is what we're proposing to do is for the city to enter this space in a very intentional way, which means that we will now start to collect this data. And then, yes, as we work our way through these pilots that are part of phase 1, we will then start to think about how this data might connect with other data sets that other institutions might have. That could potentially be part of phase 2 of this work. But right now we're looking at phase 1 to really start to do this work and to try to do a pilot, support these pilots, and really build our acumen in collecting this data and thinking about all the ways that it can be utilized to improve the service that we provide to our community.
Right. Mr. Mayor, I realize I'm at 5:44, but I don't know whether or not there's an opportunity for 30 seconds more.
Yes, I think in the circumstances, 30 seconds would be fine.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. had we, or if we had this structure in place today, how would it have helped us in terms of formulating decisions with respect to COVID, recognizing of the impacts, for example, the news that we're hearing now about Scarborough, its impact with respect to COVID and so on, and the obviously the diversity of that community? Would have been, if we had this in place, would this have been a helpful instrument for us to utilize, and would it have had perhaps a lessened impact of some of the challenges that we're facing now without these types of data?
So I will say what has happened is over the course of the summer, public health started to collect data on four of these criteria. And so we do have some data, and we're already utilizing that data to make decisions about allocation of resources. So would it have been helpful to have these data sets, and even more of it? We hear from certain communities, like communities of people with disabilities, saying we don't have data on them and we should. If we had that data, it would also have allowed us to see if there were disparate impacts on them to get actual evidence of what the impact is. So it has been helpful. It would have been helpful. And we expect that it will be helpful in future when we have this to allocate our resources most effectively.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. So we were on questions of staff, and I'll just have a look here when the full slate comes back up. They're just trying to have that. There we are, the grid view as they call it. There we have Councillor Ainsley with some questions of staff. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you through you, Mayor. Tory, Oma, could you explain about equity? And equity doesn't really, it's not a one size fits all, and that's why we really need this data to be collected, correct?
Yes, it is absolutely through the chair. The benefit, I mean, when we talked about treating one size fits all, we all know that people do not start off with the same resources, and people don't set up with this. It's not a level playing field to begin with. So getting this data will really help us understand who is most impacted, who's most impacted by inequities, who faces the most considerable barriers, and really help us also, not just where people are starting from, that's baseline information, but also as we start to put interventions in place, it will also help us track how we're doing, and if those interventions are being as effective as we need them to be. If we're targeting more services in a particular area, collecting this data will help us see if we are reaching the intended audience of the services that we're providing. So equity is not one size fits all, but without this data, we are putting one size fits all services out there, and we're not able to target as we need to actually address the wicked problems of our time.
Okay, and then one of the things I'm always interested in when it comes to data is the privacy and the security of it. And I know this often gets raised, and I'm sure all the same guidelines and procedures will be in place for all the data that's collected through this. We're not going to be trying to sell it by postal code. Nothing's going to be put up on the city portal that's of confidential nature, correct?
That's correct. I can assure you that this has been quite a significant partnership. Christy Prada is here on the screen from Clerks in the Information Management Service, has been a partner for us throughout this process, and we're working closely with our colleagues in technology services as well to make sure that privacy is embedded in the development of this strategy. They've been partners throughout, and they will be partners throughout the implementation.
Okay, and the data that we do release, it's going to be in a form that's going to be consistent and more or less useful for people that are looking at it.
Yes, it will be. We will be putting out data in as aggregated a form as possible to ensure that people's identities cannot be disclosed. But yes, our goal is to make as much data as possible available so that the communities can actually see what it is that we're learning to the extent that we can through the open data process, working with our colleagues as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions of staff? All right, let's move then to speakers. Who would like to speak on this matter? Looking for anybody from outside of the, Councillor Carroll, do you have
Councillor
your hand
Carroll
up,
has a
or are
question?
you unmuting yourself? No, Councillor Carroll
Are you
does not have her
speaking?
hand up. No. So
Oh, okay.
Who?
Okay. I'd like to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Deputy Mayor, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted just to simply start off by thanking you, actually, because this really speaks to the continuity of the anti-Black racism and or the strategy, the CRB CABR unit that we actually have in-house and what we're doing there. I was on a panel yesterday, Mr. Mayor, with the mayor of San Antonio and a number of other folks from around the U.S. and further reach into, I believe, Europe. We're talking about just some of the things that we're doing as sister cities and so on, and I made mention to them some of the measurements that we've actually put in place, some of the work we're doing around equity and so on, and confronting anti-Black racism and so on. This is seeking to ensure us that we're much more informed in terms of our gathering of information, assessing and understanding the information, and how we utilize this information. I think that for most people, there is the assumption and the tendency to think that we gather a vast array of information in this city, and that really should serve its intended purposes. And through the questioning that was asked by Councillor Ainsley and to Ms. Kenton around the one size fit all, one size did not fit all. And clearly we as a city, and we pride ourselves on diversity, we have an obligation actually, not just to ourselves as leaders of the city in terms of council, but as representatives of the entire city, city manager's role and responsibility, leading the civil servant in order to ensure that the decisions that we made and that's compiled in report, it's got to be built based on information. And this disaggregation of data is extremely important. I know this, Mr. Mayor, because when we first learned of this issue around COVID and we learned about how it was impacting, at the time I heard it from the media, how it was impacting Black Americans, I asked myself the question, how is it impacting Black Canadians? And I asked the question, are we collecting data around this? And the answer was no, not at this point. I'm happy with respect to Dr. Davila's leadership and that work. I did approach the Premier and Dr. Smith. The Premier and I and Dr. Smith had a conversation around the need of collecting data and the need to sort of get really granular in terms of how that data could be collected and what was the purpose of that and how would it benefit us as a community, as a society, and in the Premier's case, as a province. I'm really engaged in this topic because I can see the purpose, I can see the benefits, I can see the reality of having a better understanding with respect to how people are impacted by places where they live, the lack of the housing, the issues in terms of training and some of the other challenges. And it's not just for the Black community, it is of our diverse ethnic community that exists in this city for us to be able to acquire and have a greater understanding of the data so that when we make decisions, it's much more informed. It gives us certainly a greater sense of certainty that the decision-making that we make and the policies that we put in place and or develop will actually serve its utility and serve the particular purposes and so on. So it's based on evidence, it's based on information that allows us to ensure accountability in terms of our decision-making and so on. And it helps us as decision-makers, as councillors, be able to have the appropriate information so we can make the appropriate decision. Now, yes, there is a cost associated with it. And I think we should not run away or retreat from that because this is an investment into the future of all members of our community. This is a decision that we have to make to ensure that the staff report that's in front of us, and it's a very good report, quite frankly, that covers all the elements. And yes, we know it's not going to be implemented overnight. It's going to be over time. And so it's really important that we all support this. We support the FTEs that are required, in as much as we all always load to add more staff because we believe that what we have in place can actually do the job. Sometimes that is the case, but oftentimes it is not the case. So I will ask members of council I know the members of the executive committee, you've read this report. I'd ask you to basically stand behind it and support it in its totality in terms of what's in front of us, because the need assessment, the evaluations that we have to do, the public consultation, the data gathering, and so on and so forth, this all forms part of that process and strategy. So I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there others wishing to speak on this? We just wait till I see the grid view come back up. I don't see anybody. Okay, well, I will speak only for 2 seconds and just say that I stand by and fully associate myself with every comment just made by the Deputy Mayor Thompson. This is work that will lead to more effective government. This is work that will lead to greater equity in the city. It's important work, and it can't just be done by people off the side of their desk. It's got to have people dedicated to doing something that's going to be fundamentally important, I think, to addressing some of the biggest issues we face as a city. So I would encourage people to support this as well. So if people are ready for the question, I can call it then. Let me just flip to the item here. Just have a look. There we go. It's got a series of recommendations.
Sir, can I have a recorded vote on this, please?
Sure, we can do that. Madam Clerk, if you would do us the honor.
All those in favor? Mayor Tory, Councillor Balau, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Ainsley, and Councillor Thompson. That's a unanimous.
Did you get Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you.
That's it.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is carried. So that takes us to the next, and we've got 2 items left. The next is the preserving ranked ballot elections, and it was held because of a deputation. And is Mr. Morty Fine on the line? Mr. Fine?
Yes, I am.
Thank you for your patience. You have 5 minutes. You're welcome here.
Well, thank you, sir. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I want to urge you to support Councillor Carroll's motion. Although I'm a volunteer advocate for ranked ballot, I want to talk to you this morning as a retired former city staff who had the honor to play a small role in negotiating the City of Toronto Act, 2006. At that time, there was consensus in Toronto that to govern effectively, Council couldn't keep having to ask Queen's Park's permission for almost every new city initiative. There was talk of a city charter, even for Toronto becoming a province. But Council settled on a new City of Toronto Act as the vehicle for reform. I can tell you the negotiations were tough, and Council didn't get everything it wanted for the city. You were all familiar with what we did get, but for the people watching, let me read a few short excerpts from the Act. From the preamble, the Assembly, that's Ontario's government, recognizes that the city is a government that is capable of exercising its powers in a responsible and accountable fashion. From Section 1, the Province of Ontario endorses the principle that it is in the best interest of the province and the city to work together in a relationship based on mutual respect, consultation, and cooperation. And finally, from Section 6, the powers of the city under this or any other act shall be interpreted broadly so as to confer broad authority on the city to enable the city to govern its affairs as it considers appropriate. So now we have Bill 218, which unilaterally removes the framework for an optional ranked ballot, taking electoral reform out of Council's hands and from the people of Toronto who elected you to represent them. Where is the recognition of Council as a government that recently endorsed continuing consultations with our diverse communities on electoral reform for 2026? Where is the recognition that Council has broad authority to govern its affairs as it considers appropriate? Where is the mutual respect, consultation, and cooperation? Support for the motion before you is not a partisan issue, nor is it a vote for or against ranked ballot. Rather, it's a vote that demonstrates your confidence in the ability of City Council to best represent your constituents in city affairs. Bill 218 passed third reading on Monday, so some might see the motion as moot, M-O-O-T. Rather, it is about whether this executive committee and council will be mute, M-U-T-E, when the province tries to erode your ability to govern effectively and tries to silence the people of Toronto on issues that matter. Is it a coincidence that only 3 weeks ago, that Council voted by an overwhelming majority to continue ranked ballot consultations for 2026, that Ontario tacked this matter onto a totally unrelated bill on COVID liability. Finally, much was said at DEC and Council about City's new voting machines. I urge you to ensure in the clerk's RFP that they are ranked ballot compatible. Why? Because there will be a provincial election between now and 2026. A different government of any party, even a new Conservative government, could reinstate a local ranked ballot framework, and we must be ready. And because the momentum for ranked ballot continues, even more U.S. cities adopted it in the November 3rd election. New York City will use it in 2021, and we'll learn even more about how to make it work in a very large, ethnically and linguistically diverse city. But as I said, the motion before you is not about the merits of ranked ballot, although there are many. It is about Council's ability to make its own decisions about how to best govern Toronto. I ask you that you support this motion and be able to tell your residents that you stood up for your city and for strong local government at every opportunity. And this is one such opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Are there questions of the deputy? All right. Well, thank you very much for your patience and for your remarks, and we'll move on from there. Thanks so much. Okay. Do we have questions of staff? Okay. Seeing no questions of staff, then we can move to speakers, and the first speaker would be our visiting councillor, Carol.
Sorry, I'm just trying to mute. I'm at two meetings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Morton Fine for visiting us today. His comments are bang on. This isn't just about ranked ballots anymore, and neither is it about you as councillors supporting ranked ballots. The City Council of Toronto has not made a decision on ranked balloting. As I point out in the preamble to this motion, all you have asked staff to do is to prepare the conditions so that you might make that decision in our next term of office for 2026. That's all you've done. And so we really can look at this motion in the context of, should the province continue to keep meddling in powers that a city the size of ours, 3 million, has been granted many years ago and is able to do? We have demonstrated that we are responsibly able to do all the processes we need to do when we need to consider certain things to do with our elections. And we are before the courts right now on another instance of meddling in our ability to evaluate our elections, make changes to boundaries, make certain changes within the prescriptions of the Act thus far. And the current provincial government continually seems to think that it should step in and remove those powers and make all those decisions themselves unilaterally. While this bill is in its third reading now, because this item was referred and 2 weeks have gone by, this item is being debated in third reading right now in the House. But be that as it may, there is now a private member's bill asking that whatever are the results of the deliberations over Bill 218, that this particular power was vexatiously thrown in omnibus style to a bill that had much to do with long-term healthcare during a pandemic and really ought to be considered in a different light. And that private member's bill asks that the ability to consider this, ranked balloting, a form of election, that the ability to consider it be returned to municipalities. And so what you're standing up for here really are municipal powers to work with their community to make decisions around their elections within the box. And so you don't have to be concerned that today you're making a decision on ranked ballots. Today you need to be concerned that you're making a decision on whether or not you want to run your city or not and manage its elections credibly, accountably, and transparently. And so I urge councillors to support this motion today, because whether it informs the consideration of Bill 218 or it informs consideration of the private member's bill. It's really about municipal powers, much more than it's about ranked balloting at this point. That is beyond my control right now. We're at that point where we need to make a statement that we are a mature order of government, and these are decisions that we can time, as we have done, and at a future date, make ourselves as that mature order of government. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there others wishing to speak on this? Okay, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I will not be supporting this motion. I had a real education. We debated this issue. I raised some research on what happens when cities adopt ranked ballot, and I made an argument against it. And the ballot, who system as an opportunity for stability, for dialogue, for openness, for diversity, views online, making derogatory comments, mocking and attacking, and I'm not sure whether that's how they define civility. I was able to discover that they don't exactly practice what they preach. I think we've been through this several times over the years. I've got a file sitting on my desk here that's 2 inches thick, looking at what happened to cities that adopt the ranked ballot. They spend millions of extra dollars because there's enormous cost, upfront cost on translation, on education, on public awareness. We have to bring in special programming of the ballot boxes, the ballot equipment that we buy to for ranked ballot. Turnout normally goes down. There's a lack of civility in these elections because usually you have two candidates working together to bring down an incumbent, and you run into all kinds of problems under the Municipal Elections Act and campaign financing. And what's most important is we have hundreds of thousands of people in the city that don't speak English. And I can tell you as a councillor for a ward that has thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people who don't speak English, they don't understand our current system. And I go to the polling stations that are predominantly non-English speaking during election day. I go to a lot of them, but I see those as well. And many people are totally disenfranchised. They bring the voting card and their passport down to vote, and they are turned away. And then when they're asked for an explanation why it's not clear enough, or it's not translated well enough. So I can only assume that this is taking place across the city, and that thousands are currently being disenfranchised. And we must bring in ranked ballot and try and explain that system, how we disenfranchise even more. You know, if this is an issue of standing up for the city, I mean, I remember the road toll situation, where we were promised for years and years that we would be given the power to implement road tolls on the Gardiner and the DVP. Finally got the votes at council over the years, and then the province changed its mind. And there was barely a peep out of the advocates who say this is a city issue, this is a urban rights issue or a Toronto rights issue. So anyway, I just think this should be defeated right here and now, and that's my view on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Anybody else wishing to speak? I'll just wait to see the grid come up. Okay, I will just speak for 1 minute then, only to say, because I think it's important in light of the last remarks, and I respect the fact everybody's got different views on this. This is, I mean, the provincial decision on this was disappointing. I said that at the time. It was regrettable. Forgetting about the merits of the issue, I happen to be a supporter of ranked ballots because I believe they will lead to greater diversity of people who are elected and to greater civility in politics. I think if you're concerned about getting the second or third choice supportive people, you're going to be less likely to attack your opponents and create that kind of polarized politics that I think are infecting our system as they've done so completely in the United States. But having said that, I think it is mainly in terms of this motion about the fact that this was a decision that was taken by the Government of Ontario that went directly against what had been given to us as our ability to set the mechanisms for our own elections. And I think that that and many, many other things we should be allowed to do in a city of this sophistication, of this size, and of this accountability of its own government to the people. And, that's a much bigger subject for another day, but I think this is a perfectly appropriate and quite polite registration of our displeasure with the fact that they chose to do it and do it the way they did. And so people will vote accordingly, and we'll have one more discussion at City Council about it. And those are my comments. So let's get to the question, I think. Are everybody ready?
Recorded vote, please.
Yeah, we'll
recorded vote, please.
All right. And so, Madam Clerk, please.
All those in favor? Mayor Tory? Councillor Ainslie? Councillor Bailão? All those opposed? Councillor Thompson? Councillor Nunziata? And Councillor Pasternak? That loses in a tie vote. It will be forwarded without recommendation to council.
Yes, we knew it was going to council either which way, and so there we go. It loses on a tie, and it'll go to council for further discussion, so without recommendation. So there we go. Okay, EX 18.12, Manual for Stewardship in Public Ravines and Natural Areas. It was held for some deputations, and we'll just go to that list, of which there are 3. First on the list being Paul Scribner. Is Mr. Scribner online? Mr. Scribner,
hello, everybody.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Okay, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee, good afternoon. And we thank you for the opportunity to depute. I'm speaking as a volunteer with the Independent Stewardship Initiative, and we've prepared a slide deck you may wish to look at as I make my presentation. We are pleased to support Councillor Pasternak's motion. Builds on the direction that you will see in slide 2 given by Council in January to staff to find ways to allow Toronto citizens to become engaged in the stewardship of our ravines, natural areas. I'm part of took this motion to heart and developed 2 manuals, stewardship manuals, one for private landowners and the other for public lands. It was a lot of work. In collaboration with U of T Daniels Faculty of Architecture and Forestry and a number of stewardship groups, our team researched, wrote, and field tested the manuals. We also had the manuals undergo a thorough legal review in terms of their compliance with the Ravines and Parks bylaws. Importantly, the manual before you, the public lands one, was reviewed and edited by many of the stewardship groups working in Toronto's natural areas. What the motion directs is that staff meet with us to review the draft manual and that staff report back to you in January on how the manual can be used to engage those who want to be stewards. And there are a lot of them. You will see in slide 3 that the reason for this is the urgent need to have boots on the ground in the spring of next year. The invasives have not taken any time off during the pandemic, and delay makes the task of helping our ravines and natural areas more difficult. Sufficient time this winter will be needed for us to train stewardship leaders and other volunteers before they can be sent into the field. A specialist has been hired by us to start assembling the training program, and we are working to acquire an information sharing portal to facilitate the coordination of stewardship initiatives. Further, we are in the midst of a fundraising drive to cover our costs. Slide 4 provides a list of organizations that endorse the Public Lands Manual and look forward to its implementation. Last August, many of these groups participated collaboratively in a review of the draft manual, including 3 meetings and countless emails, which resulted in a number of recommended changes that were incorporated into the document. These groups look forward to having the manual provide a uniform standard for those wishing to steward ravines and natural areas in a safe and responsible manner. We know there is a pent-up desire by many citizens to steward and protect public natural areas. After a long winter indoors under COVID restrictions, it would be wonderful to allow folks in the spring to help with these natural areas. Slide 5 suggests many benefits will flow from operationalizing the public ravines and natural areas manual, such as youth engagement, providing a vehicle for public service groups to help, and of course, reinforcing a number of our city's green initiatives. Slide 6 speaks to the fact that we do anticipate there will be no cost to the city to adopt this manual. In conclusion, since 2015, when Mayor Tory launched the Ravine Strategy Initiative, and I was there for that, there have been many reports and much talk. Now it is time to do the walk. Since there is so little of the city's 11,000 hectares of natural areas are being stewarded, we need to get started on this. Next year, we can pilot, learn, adapt, and expand the stewardship initiative. I thank you very much for your attention and would be pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scrivener. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, Paul, thanks so much for deputing today. The document before us is these are basically guidelines, so that if we send volunteers into these, they have some kind of a roadmap for safety, do's and don'ts, and making sure that they're doing change and not being biodiversity. Is that our assumption?
You broke up a bit, Councillor, but I think I can parse together that, yeah, this is it is a roadmap, and what it does is it would set as I said, a uniform standard bar. So if groups want to go and steward our ravines and natural areas, they have to be trained, and they have to do this under a certain set of standards.
So volunteerism across the city there's a long history of volunteerism. I think Friends of the Dawn is one, and of course we have our citywide Parks Cleanup Day, and we have Friends of various parks. So we have a track record for using, let's say, our social capital or volunteers to maintain and help us in our vast ravines and parks, waterways.
Councillor.
Mr. Scrivener, are you still there?
Hello?
Okay.
It's Councillor Pasternak that broke up, I guess.
I'll just finish up. Oh, I did? Okay.
Just for a minute, you just
yeah. We're just asking staff for their opinion. We're just asking staff for their feedback on this stuff.
That's correct. We're not asking for council to approve a manual or anything like that, or edit a manual. What we are asking for is your support in allowing us to sit down with staff as soon as possible so we can start working on the manual. It is a draft, and we look forward very much to working with staff on this to make it a standalone document. And it will take a bit more work. And I would point out that we've taken this manual, we consulted with a number of other cities in North America and looked at their manuals as we wrote ours.
I think you said, okay, thank you
Thank you
there. I
very
read
much.
your lips, Councillor Pasternak. Okay, very good. Okay. Other questions of this deputant? All right, then, Mr. Scribner, well, thank you very much for your patience and for being with us today. And move next to Pat Concessi. Is Pat Concessi on the line? Go ahead, please. 5 minutes.
Yes.
Welcome. Good to have you here.
Yes. Okay. I'm also pleased to have the opportunity to speak to you today, and I do this in my role as the primary editor of the manuals. And like Paul, I've done this work as a volunteer. It's been a very satisfying experience to work with the forestry school interns to prepare the initial draft and then to discuss and integrate from the stewardship community. Many of these stewards have decades of experience working in the ravines. Countless emails and calls were exchanged. We held several Zoom meetings, and this process was completed over a period of several months. We're very much looking forward to entering into a dialogue with the city as we move the stewardship manual towards completion. We really need to talk to the city staff directly to agree on how independent stewardship can best be operationalized. Our volunteers are happy to take on the work of revising the document, consistent with the Ravine Strategy's guiding principles, and I speak specifically of page 5 of the introduction, item 16. We really want to partner with the city to move stewardship forward. If I could also speak for just a moment as a member of the Garden Club of Toronto, I want to share one experience with you. The Garden Club of Toronto works with the neighborhood organization to undertake projects in the Thorncliffe and Flemington Park areas of the city. In the fall of 2018, the neighborhood organization asked the Garden Club to work on a new youth program. This program would give young people, 13 and over, a chance to engage in ravine and ecological stewardship in E.T. Seton Park in the Don Valley, immediately adjacent to their own neighborhood. The youth would be removing invasive plants and planting trees and shrubs. Over the next half year, the Garden Club talked with city staff a number of times, including a meeting and a walk through Seton Park. Unfortunately, after a lot of deliberation, the city decided to prevent the program from going ahead, and we moved our efforts to other programs. Once the stewardship manual is in place, we will be able to train lead stewards who can then supervise youth programs, not just in Thorncliffe and Flemington, but in neighborhoods across the city. These young people who were 13 when the neighborhood organization made their request to the Garden Club will be 17 by the time a new program can get going as an independent stewardship program. Let's not delay more young people to miss out on stewardship opportunities. We need direct collaboration with the city in order to finalize the manual and get an independent stewardship program in place before spring. That gives us 6 months to agree on the protocol and to train lead stewards. We should be able to do that. We want to work on it together and get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Concessi. Any questions of the deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much for your patience and for your contribution. And then we go to our final deputant of the day, Clyde Robinson. Mr. Robinson, welcome.
Yes.
You have 5 minutes and you're most welcome here.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. You go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Tory and the executive committee. My name is Clyde Robinson. I've been a Toronto resident my whole life, and I've always used our parks and ravines. And even though I'm not a botanist by any means, I've always been interested in nature. 2 years ago, I started up a stewardship at Asperger's Bay Park in the beach, and I'd like to tell you the challenges I have faced in attempting to rewild and bring back the native plants that are suffering mostly to invasive plants. Last year, I was able to remove all burdock and Phragmites seed heads pretty much single-handedly throughout the whole park. Burdock can produce up to 15,000 seeds per plant. This is the plant that produces burrs the size of a marble that we find on our clothes, and that is how it's transmitted. I was then told by the city's Natural Environment and Community Programs, or NECP, that we are not allowed to perform any work without their supervision. The reason for us not doing any work is that they say we are trampling good plants that lie underneath. However, one day after a city supervised burdock removal event last year, the city came in and devastated huge areas of burdock that were stomped down with no regard to what was underfoot. There seems to be a double standard here. I have stopped removing seed heads so as not to bite the hand that feeds us. It is totally frustrating to watch as our park gets swallowed up by invasives. We would like to work through these barriers with the city and not go rogue or vigilante as other stewardships have and are still doing. The manual and framework will get more people involved and ensure that its restoration will be performed properly. These invasive plants are no different than COVID. Once a foreign invader is introduced, there is no natural defense against it. At last year's barbecue, for the appreciation of the city's volunteers, we were told that the numbers have increased from 160 in 2018 to about 270 in 2019. The interest for citizens to help is there. The city's different departments can't keep up, but there are willing volunteers to help, but our hands are now tied. Toronto is known worldwide for its greenery, ravines, rivers, and waterfront, but it's facing ecological collapse as we are now at the turning point. Even at Asperger's, you can see on a monthly basis the invasives taking over. We owe it to our future generations to make this issue right. Nature needs our help. Thank you, Mayor Tory and Executive Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Are there any questions of the Deputy? Okay. I thank you again for your patience and for your comments. We now would then move to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff? Seeing none, then we would move to speakers. Councillor Pasternak, I see, and Councillor Ainsley, I see, and both have motions, I think. So, Councillor Pasternak, you go ahead first.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope people can hear me, or maybe they don't want to hear me. Our urban ravine system in Toronto is really one of the largest in the world. And it's really one of our great assets, and I commend the mayor.
You have, sorry, Councillor Pasternak, I apologize for interrupting. You have a motion, I think, though, right?
No, I'm just speaking on what's before us. There isn't.
I have a motion here.
Speaking on the item.
I have a motion in your name, but maybe it was submitted by some anonymous person.
Okay.
Who stole your word processor.
No, I'll put it on the screen.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, okay, yes. It's slightly amended what I presented to committee, the agenda item. Yes, we have changed the timeline.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So thank you. Thank you for bringing that to.
There you go.
Okay. So we rely, because we don't have the resources, we rely on various groups across the city to volunteer their time and their expertise in helping us maintain our parks, helping us maintain our river systems, and of course, helping us maintain our ravines. And because we're putting a new emphasis on our ravine system, and we want them well maintained, we want them clean, we want them accessible, we want them safe, but we also want to preserve the biodiversity of it. We have to rely, or we should rely, on volunteer groups that have an expertise in this area. Now, I've taken a look at this manual that's before us today, and I just wanted to thank people like Sandy Smith, Paul Scribner, Kathleen Burka, Pat Consessi, and Alexander Pike. They're the supervisory group, and of course, contributors such as Paula Davis, Sharon Lovett, Stephen Smith, and Susan Aaron. They have donated their time and their expertise to create this manual. And the only thing we're doing today is asking staff to take a look at it and see whether and how it can work to have strong volunteer teams help us maintain our ravine system. I mean, I think this is exactly the way we want to go. We don't want to just send hundreds of people into our ravines with no roadmap, with no rules, with no training. This allows us to make sure that those who go into our ravines, and it's part of the ravine strategy, to use third-party volunteers, concerned citizens, engaged citizens. This will allow it to be done safely, professionally, and of course with great care. And we're just asking staff to really take a look at it, to work with this group, go back and forth, and then this team of volunteers can go forward. And I say to other councillors whose wards are enriched by the ravine systems, as volunteers go into those ravines, you will see preservation of the natural habitat, cleaner ravine, a safer ravine, and a ravine that is a much more valued asset in the city of Toronto. And I urge you to give this a try, to let staff take a look at it, and let them report back by next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak. Are there any questions of the mover? Otherwise, we'll move on then to Councillor Ainsley, who is next to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm very supportive of this ravine strategy and the manual. My ward in southeastern Scarborough, full of ravines.
Again, Councillor, I'm sorry, you have a motion too, I think, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. So I'm putting this motion forward. I have forwarded this manual to a number of the friends groups that are in my ward, community associations that have things like the border on the Scarborough Bluffs, the Highland Creek Ravine, for their feedback and input. They do have some questions and concerns that staff have more or less put into a motion for me. So this can be looked at within this manual when it comes back in the second quarter. That's what this motion is before me, and I'd ask for everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Questions of the mover or any other? I don't see any. Okay, are there any other speakers? Okay, well then we're ready for the question on this, and we'll start with Councillor Pasternak's motion, which we'll just put up here briefly. There we go, and it just changes the date of the report back to the second quarter of by the second quarter of 2021, and I'll call the question. Then all those in favour, opposed, carried. And then we move to Councillor Ainsley's motion, which is consistent in timing and just asks a number of other questions for staff to consider. And so we'll call the question on that. All those in favour. Just put that up. Hang on one sec. There it was. Okay. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. And then the item is amended. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Is there any other business for today? Well, then this meeting is adjourned with thanks very much to the staff and to the clerk and to all the staff for their communications job, which was well done, and to all of you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Stay safe and well.
Okay, bye. Take care. Be safe.
Bye.